Chapter the 13th, Book the First, of Little Dorrit. Read for librivox.org by Ellis Christoff. Little Dorrit, by Charles Dickens. Book the First, Chapter the 13th, Patriarchal. The mention of Mr. Casby again revived in Clennam's memory the smouldering embers of curiosity and interest which Mrs. Flintwinch had fanned on the night of his arrival. Flora Casby had been the beloved of his boyhood, and Flora was the daughter and only child of wooden-headed old Christopher, so he was still occasionally spoken of by some irreverent spirits who had had dealings with him, and in whom familiarity had bred its proverbial results perhaps, who was reputed to be rich in weekly tenants, and to get a good quantity of blood out of the stones of several unpromising courts and alleys. After some days of inquiry and research, Arthur Clennam became convinced that the case of the father of the Marshalsea was indeed a hopeless one, and sorrowfully resigned the idea of helping him to freedom again. He had no hopeful inquiry to make at present concerning Little Dorrit either, but he argued with himself that it might, for anything he knew, it might be serviceable to the poor child if he renewed this acquaintance. It is hardly necessary to add that beyond all doubt he would have presented himself at Mr. Casby's door, if there had been no Little Dorrit in existence. For we all know how we all deceive ourselves, that is to say, how people in general, our profounder selves excepted, deceive themselves as to motives of action. With a comfortable impression upon him, and quite an honest one in its way, that he was still patronizing Little Dorrit in doing what had no reference to her, he found himself one afternoon at the corner of Mr. Casby's street. Mr. Casby lived in a street in the Gray's Inn Road, which had set off from that thoroughfare with the intention of running at one heat down into the valley, and up again to the top of Pentonville Hill, but which had run itself out of breath in 20 yards, and had stood still ever since. There is no such place in that part now, but it remained there for many years, looking with a balked countenance at the wilderness patched with unfruitful gardens, and pimpled with eruptive summer-houses, that it had meant to run over in no time. The house, thought Clennam, as he crossed to the door, is as little changed as my mother's, and looks almost as gloomy, but the likeness ends outside. I know its state repose within. The smell of its jars of old rose leaves and lavender seems to come upon me even here. When his knock at the bright brass knocker of obsolete shape brought a woman servant to the door, those faded scents in truth saluted him like wintry breath that had a faint remembrance in it of the bygone spring. He stepped into the sober, silent, air-tight house. One might have fancied it to have been stifled by mutes in the Eastern manner, and the door, closing again, seemed to shut out sound and motion. The furniture was formal, grave, and Quaker-like, but well kept, and had as prepossessing an aspect as anything, from a human creature to a wooden stool, that is meant for much use and is preserved for little can ever wear. There was a grave clock ticking somewhere up the staircase, and there was a songless bird in the same direction, pecking at its cage, as if he were ticking too. The parlour fire ticked in the grate. There was only one person on the parlour hearth, and the loud watch in his pocket ticked audibly. The servant-maid had ticked the 2 words, "Mr. Clennam," so softly that she had not been heard, and he consequently stood within the door she had closed, unnoticed. The figure of a man advanced in life, whose smooth grey eyebrows seemed to move to the ticking as the firelight flickered on them, sat in an arm-chair, with his list shoes on the rug, and his thumbs slowly revolving over one another. This was old Christopher Casby, recognizable at a glance, as unchanged in 20 years, and upward as his own solid furniture, as little touched by the influence of the varying seasons, as the old rose leaves and old lavender in his porcelain jars. Perhaps there never was a man, in this troublesome world, so troublesome for the imagination to picture as a boy, and yet he had changed very little in his progress through life. Confronting him, in the room in which he sat, was a boy's portrait, which anybody seeing him would have identified as Master Christopher Casby, aged 10, though disguised with a haymaking rake, for which he had had at any time as much taste or use as for a diving bell, and sitting on one of his own legs upon a bank of violets, moved to precocious contemplation by the spire of a village church. There was the same smooth face and forehead, the same calm blue eye, the same placid air, the shining bald head, which looked so very large because it shone so much, and the long grey hair at its sides and back, like floss silk or spun glass, which looked so very benevolent because it was never cut, were not of course to be seen in the boy as in the old man. Nevertheless, in the seraphic creature with the haymaking rake were clearly to be discerned the rudiments of the patriarch with the list shoes. Patriarch was the name which many people delighted to give him. Various old ladies in the neighbourhood spoke of him as the last of the patriarchs. So grey, so slow, so quiet, so impassionate, so very bumpy in the head, patriarch was the word for him. He had been accosted in the streets, and respectfully solicited to become a patriarch for painters and for sculptors, with so much importunity, in sooth, that it would appear to be beyond the fine arts to remember the points of a patriarch, or to invent one. Philanthropists of both sexes had asked who he was, and on being informed, old Christopher Casby, formerly town agent to Lord Decimus Tite Barnacle, had cried in a rapture of disappointment, "Oh, why, with that head, is he not a benefactor to his species? Oh, why, with that head, is he not a father to the orphan and a friend to the friendless? With that head, however, he remained old Christopher Casby, proclaimed by common report rich in house property, and with that head he now sat in his silent parlour. Indeed, it would be the height of unreason to expect him to be sitting there without that head." Arthur Clennam moved to attract his attention, and the grey eyebrows turned towards him. "I beg your pardon," said Clennam. "I fear you did not hear me announced." "No, sir, I did not. Did you wish to see me, sir?" "I wished to pay my respects." Mr. Casby seemed a feather's weight disappointed by the last words, having perhaps prepared himself for the visitor's wishing to pay something else. "Have I the pleasure, sir?" he proceeded. "Take a chair, if you please. Have I the pleasure of knowing— Oh, truly, yes, I think I have. I believe I am not mistaken in supposing that I am acquainted with those features. I think I address a gentleman of whose return to this country I was informed by Mr. Flintwinch." "That is your present visitor." "Really, Mr. Clennam—" "No other, Mr. Casby." "Mr. Clennam, I am glad to see you. How have you been since we met?" Without thinking it worth while to explain that in the course of some quarter of a century he had experienced occasional slight fluctuations in his health and spirits, Clennam answered generally that he had never been better, or something equally to the purpose, and shook hands with the possessor of that head as it shed its patriarchal light upon him. "We are older, Mr. Clennam," said Christopher Casby. "We are not younger," said Clennam. After this wise remark, he felt that he was scarcely shining with brilliancy, and became aware that he was nervous. "And your respected father," said Mr. Casby, "is no more. I was grieved to hear it, Mr. Clennam, I was grieved." Arthur replied in the usual way that he felt infinitely obliged to him. "There was a time," said Mr. Casby, "when your parents and myself were not on friendly terms. There was a little family misunderstanding among us. Your respected mother was rather jealous of her son, maybe. When I say her son, I mean your worthy self, your worthy self." His smooth face had a bloom upon it like ripe wall fruit. What with his blooming face, and that head, and his blue eyes, he seemed to be delivering sentiments of rare wisdom and virtue. In like manner, His physiognomical expression seemed to teem with benignity. Nobody could have said where the wisdom was, or where the virtue was, or where the benignity was, but they all seemed to be somewhere about him. "Those times, however," pursued Mr. Casby, "are past and gone, past and gone. I do myself the pleasure of making a visit to your respected mother occasionally, and of admiring the fortitude and strength of mind with which she bears her trials. When he made one of these little repetitions, sitting with his hands crossed before him, he did it with his head on one side, and a gentle smile, as if he had something in his thoughts too sweetly profound to be put into words, as if he denied himself the pleasure of uttering it, lest he should soar too high, and his meekness therefore preferred to be unmeaning. "I have heard that you were kind enough on one of those occasions," said Arthur, catching at the opportunity as it drifted past him, "to mention little Dorrit to my mother." "Little Dorrit? That's the seamstress who was mentioned to me by a small tenant of mine? Yes, Dorrit, that's the name. Ah, yes, you call her Little Dorrit?" No road in that direction. Nothing came of the cross cut. It led no further. "My daughter Flora," said Mr. Casby. "As you may have heard probably, Mr. Clennam was married and established in life several years ago. She had the misfortune to lose her husband when she had been married a few months. She resides with me again. She will be glad to see you if you will permit me to let her know that you are here." "By all means," returned Clennam. "I should have preferred the request if your kindness had not anticipated me." Upon this, Mr. Casby rose up in his list shoes, and with a slow, heavy step, he was of an elephantine build, made for the door. He had a long, white-skirted bottle-green coat on, and a bottle-green pair of trousers, and a bottle-green waistcoat. The patriarchs were not dressed in bottle-green broadcloth, and yet his clothes looked patriarchal. He had scarcely left the room, and allowed the ticking to become audible again, when a quick hand turned a latchkey in the house door, opened it, and shut it. Immediately afterwards, a quick and eager, short, dark man came into the room with so much weight upon him that he was within a foot of Clennam before he could stop. "Hullo!" he said. Clennam saw no reason why he should not say hello too. "What's the matter?" said the short, dark man. "I have not heard that anything is the matter," returned Clennam. "Where's Mr. Casby?" asked the short, dark man, looking about. "He will be here directly if you want him." "I want him?" said the short, dark man. "Don't you?" This elicited a word or two of explanation from Clennam, during the delivery of which the short, dark man held his breath and looked at him. He was dressed in black and rusty iron grey, had jet-black beads of eyes, a scrubby little black chin, wiry black hair striking out from his head in prongs, like forks or hairpins, and a complexion that was very dingy by nature, or very dirty by art, or a compound of nature and art. He had dirty hands and dirty broken nails, and looked as if he had been in the coals. He was in a perspiration, and snorted and sniffed and puffed and blew like a little labouring steam engine. "Oh," said he, when Arthur told him how he came to be there. "Very well, that's right. If you should ask for Pancks, will you be so good as to say that Pancks is come in?" And so, with a snort and a puff, he worked out by another door. Now, in the old days at home, certain audacious doubts respecting the last of the patriarchs, which were afloat in the air, had by some forgotten means come into contact with Arthur's sensorium. He was aware of motes and specks of suspicion in the atmosphere of that time, seen through which medium Christopher Casby was a mere inn signpost, without any inn, an invitation to rest and be thankful when there was no place to put up at, and nothing whatever to be thankful for. He knew that some of these specks even represented Christopher as capable of harbouring designs in that head, and as being a crafty impostor. Other motes there were, which showed him as a heavy, selfish, drifting booby, who, having stumbled in the course of his unwieldy jostlings against other men, on the discovery that to get through life with ease and credit he had but to hold his tongue, keep the bald part of his head well polished, and leave his hair alone, had had just cunning enough to seize the idea and stick to it. It was said that his being town agent to Lord Decimus Tite Barnacle was referable, not to his having the least business capacity, but to his looking so supremely benignant that nobody could suppose the property screwed or jobbed under such a man. Also, that for similar reasons he now got more money out of his own wretched lettings, unquestioned, than anybody with a less knobby and less shining crown could possibly have done. In a word, it was represented, Clennam called to mind, alone in the ticking parlour, that many people select their models much as the painters just now mentioned select theirs, and that, whereas in the Royal Academy some evil old ruffian of a dog-stealer will annually be found embodying all the cardinal virtues, on account of his eyelashes, or his chin, or his legs, thereby planting thorns of confusion in the breasts of the more observant students of nature, so, in the great social exhibition, accessories are often accepted in lieu of the internal character. Calling these things to mind, and ranging Mr. Pancks in a row with them, Arthur Clennam leaned this day to the opinion, without quite deciding on it, that the last of the patriarchs was the drifting booby aforesaid, with the one idea of keeping the bald part of his head highly polished, and that, much as an unweedy ship in the Thames River may sometimes be seen heavily drifting with the tide, broadside on, stern first, in its own way, and in the way of everything else, though making a great show of navigation, when all of a sudden a little coaly steam tug will bear down upon it, take it in tow, and bustle off with it. Similarly, the cumbrous patriarch had been taken in a tow by the snorting Pancks, and was now following in the wake of that dingy little craft. The return of Mr. Casby with his daughter Flora put an end to these meditations. Clennam's eyes no sooner fell upon the subject of his old passion, than it shivered and broke to pieces. Most men will be found sufficiently true to themselves to be true to an old idea. It is no proof of an inconstant mind, but exactly the opposite, when the idea will not bear close comparison with the reality, and the contrast is a fatal shock to it. Such was Clennam's case. In his youth he had ardently loved this woman, and had heaped upon her all the locked-up wealth of his affection and imagination. That wealth had been, in his desert home, like Robinson Crusoe's money, exchangeable with no one, lying idle in the dark to rust, until he poured it out for her. Ever since that memorable time, though he had, until the night of his arrival, as completely dismissed her from any association with his present or future, as if she had been dead, which she might easily have been for anything he knew, he had kept the old fancy of the past unchanged, in its old sacred place. And now, after all, the last of the patriarchs coolly walked into the parlour, saying in effect, "Be good enough to throw it down and dance upon it. This is Flora." Flora, always tall, had grown to be very broad too, and short of breath. But that was not much. Flora, whom he had left a lily, had become a peony. But that was not much. Flora, who had seemed enchanting in all she said and thought, was diffuse and silly. That was much. Flora, who had been spoiled and artless long ago, was determined to be spoiled and artless now. That was a fatal blow. This is Flora. "I am sure," giggled Flora, tossing her head with a caricature of her girlish manner, such as a mamma might have presented at her own funeral, if she had lived and died in classical antiquity. "I am ashamed to see Mr. Clennam. I am a mere fright. I know he'll find me fearfully changed,
I am actually an old woman. It's shocking to be found out. It's really shocking."
He assured her that she was just what he had expected, and that time had not stood still with himself.
"Oh, but with a gentleman it's so different, and really you look so amazingly well that you have no right to say anything of the kind, while as to me, you know, oh," cried Flora with a little scream, "I am dreadful." The Patriarch, apparently not yet understanding his own part in the drama under representation, glowed with vacant serenity. "But if we talk of not having changed," said Flora, who, whatever she said, never once came to a full stop, "look at Papa. Is not Papa precisely what he was when you went away? Isn't it cruel and unnatural of Papa to be such a reproach to his own child? If we go on in this way much longer, people who don't know us will begin to suppose that I am Papa's mamma."
"That must be a long time hence," Arthur considered.
"Oh, Mr. Clennam, you're insincerest of creatures," said Flora. "I perceive already you have not lost your old way of paying compliments, your old way when you used to pretend to be so sentimentally struck, you know. At least, I don't mean that. I don't know what I mean."
Here Flora tittered confusedly, and gave him one of her old glances. The Patriarch, as if he now began to perceive that his part in the piece was to get off the stage as soon as might be, rose, and went to the door by which Pancks had worked out, hailing that tug by name. He received an answer from some little dock beyond, and was stowed out of sight directly.
"You mustn't think of going yet," said Flora.
Arthur had looked at his hat, being in a ludicrous dismay, and not knowing what to do.
"You could never be so unkind as to think of going, Arthur. I mean Mr. Arthur, or I suppose Mr. Clennam would be far more proper, but I am sure I don't know what I am saying, without a word about the dear old days gone for ever. When I come to think of it, I dare say it would be much better not to speak of them, and it's highly probable that you have some much more agreeable engagement, and pray let me be the last person in the world to interfere with it, though there was a time, but I am running into nonsense again." Was it possible that Flora could have been such a chatterer in the days she referred to? Could there have been anything like her present disjointed volubility in the fascinations that had captivated him? "Indeed, I have little doubt," said Flora, running on with astonishing speed, and pointing her conversation with nothing but commas, and very few of them, "that you are married to some Chinese lady, being in China so long, and being in business and naturally desirous to settle and extend your connection. Nothing was more likely than you should propose to a Chinese lady, and nothing was more natural, I am sure, than that the Chinese lady should accept you, and think herself very well off too. I only hope she is not a Pagodian dissenter."
"I am not," returned Arthur, smiling in spite of himself, "married to any Lady Flora."
"Oh, good gracious me, I hope you never kept yourself a bachelor so long on my account," tittered Flora. "But of course you never did. Why should you? Pray don't answer. I don't know where I'm running to. Oh, do tell me something about the Chinese ladies, whether their eyes are really so long and narrow, always putting me in mind of mother of pearl fish at cards, and do they really wear tails down their back and plait it too, or is it only the men? And when they pull their hair so very tight off their foreheads, don't they hurt themselves? And why do they stick little bells all over their bridges and temples and hats and things? Oh, don't they really do it?"
Flora gave him another of her old glances. Instantly she went on again, as if he had spoken in reply for some time.
"Then it's all true, and they really do. Good gracious, Arthur! Pray excuse me, old habit, Mr. Clennam, far more proper. What a country to live in for so long a time, and with so many lanterns and umbrellas too. How very dark and wet the climate ought to be, and no doubt actually is. And the sums of money that must be made by those two trades, where everybody carries them and hangs them everywhere. The little shoes too, and the feet screwed back in infancy, is quite surprising. What a traveller you are!" In his ridiculous distress, Clennam received another of the old glances without in the least knowing what to do with it. "Dear, dear," said Flora, Only to think of the changes at home, Arthur, cannot overcome it, and seems so natural. Mr. Clennam far more proper, since you became familiar with the Chinese customs and language, which I am persuaded you speak like a native, if not better, for you were always quick and clever, though immensely difficult, no doubt. I am sure the tea-chests alone would kill me if I tried. Such changes, Arthur, I am doing it again, seem so natural, most improper, as no one could have believed. Who could have ever imagined Mrs. Finching when I can't imagine it myself?"
"Is that your married name?" asked Arthur, struck in the midst of all this by a certain warmth of heart that expressed itself in her tone when she referred, however oddly, to the youthful relation in which they had stood to one another. "Finching?"
"Finching, oh yes. Isn't it a dreadful name? But as Mr. F. said when he proposed to me, which he did 7 times and handsomely consented, I must say to be what he used to call on liking 12 months. After all, he wasn't answerable for it, and couldn't help it, could he? Excellent man. Not at all like you, but excellent man."
Flora had at last talked herself out of breath for one moment, for she recovered breath in the act of raising a minute corner of her pocket-handkerchief to her eye, as a tribute to the ghost of the departed Mr. F., and began again.
"No one could dispute, Arthur, Mr. Clennam, that it's quite right you should be formally friendly to me under the altered circumstances, and indeed you couldn't be anything else. At least I suppose not you ought to know, but I can't help recalling that there was a time when things were very different."
"My dear Mrs. Finching," Arthur began, struck by the good tone again.
"Oh, not that nasty, ugly name. Say Flora."
"Flora, I assure you, Flora, I am happy in seeing you once more, and in finding that, like me, you have not forgotten the old foolish dreams, when we saw all before us in the light of our youth and hope."
"You don't seem so," pouted Flora. "You take it very coolly. But however, I know you are disappointed in me. I suppose the Chinese ladies, mandarinesses, if you call them so, are the cause, or perhaps I am the cause myself. It's just as likely."
"No, no," Clennam entreated. "Don't say that."
"Oh, I must, you know," said Flora in a positive tone. "What nonsense not to. I know I am not what you expected. I know that very well."
In the midst of her rapidity, she had found that out with the quick perception of a cleverer woman. The inconsistent and profoundly unreasonable way in which she instantly went on, nevertheless, to interweave their long-abandoned boy and girl relations with their present interview, made Clennam feel as if he were light-headed.
"One remark,"
said Flora, giving their conversation without the slightest notice, and to the great terror of Clennam, the tone of a love-quarrel.
"I wish to make, one explanation I wish to offer. When your mamma came and made a scene of it with my papa, and when I was called down into the little breakfast-room, where they were looking at one another with your mamma's parasol between them, seated on 2 chairs like mad bulls, what was I to do?"
"My dear Mrs. Finching," urged Clennam, "all so long ago and so long concluded, is it worth while seriously to—"
"I can't, Arthur," returned Flora, "be denounced as heartless by the whole society of China without setting myself right when I have the opportunity of doing so, and you must be very well aware that there was Paul and Virginia, which had to be returned, and which was returned without note or comment. Not that I mean to say you could have written to me watched as I was, but if it had only come back with a red wafer on the cover, I should have known that it meant come to Peking, Nankin, or what's the third place, barefoot."
"My dear Mrs. Finching, you were not to blame, and I never blamed you. We were both too young, too dependent and helpless, to do anything but accept our separation. Pray think how long ago," gently remonstrated Arthur.
"One more remark,"
proceeded Flora with unslackened volubility.
"I wish to make, one more explanation I wish to offer. For 5 days I had a cold in the head from crying, which I passed entirely in the back drawing-room. There is the back drawing-room, still on the 1st floor, and still at the back of the house, to confirm my words. when that dreary period had passed, a lull succeeded, years rolled on, and Mr. F. became acquainted with us as the mutual friends. He was all attention. He called next day. He soon began to call 3 evenings a week, and to send little things for supper. It was not love on Mr. F.'s part, it was adoration. Mr. F. proposed with the full approval of papa, and what could I do?" "Nothing whatever," said Arthur with the cheerfullest readiness. "But what you did, let an old friend assure you of his full conviction that you did quite right." "One last remark," proceeded Flora, rejecting commonplace life with a wave of her hand, "I wish to make. One last explanation I wish to offer. There was a time ere Mr. F. first paid attentions incapable of being mistaken, but that is past, and was not to be. Dear Mr. Clennam, you no longer wear a golden chain. You are free. I trust you may be happy. Here is papa, who is always tiresome and putting in his nose everywhere where he is not wanted." With these words, and with a hasty gesture fraught with timid caution, such a gesture had Clennam's eyes been familiar with in the old time, poor Flora left herself at 18 years of age, a long, long way behind again, and came to a full stop at last. Or rather, she left about half of herself at 18 years of age behind, and grafted the rest on to the relict of the late Mr. F., thus making a moral mermaid of herself, which her once boy-lover contemplated with feelings wherein his sense of the sorrowful and his sense of the comical were curiously blended. For example, as if there were a secret understanding between herself and Clennam of the most thrilling nature, as if the first of a train of post-chaises and 4, extending all the way to Scotland, were at that moment round the corner, and as if she couldn't and wouldn't have walked into the parish church with him, under the shade of the family umbrella, with the patriarchal blessing on her head, and the perfect concurrence of all mankind. Flora comforted her soul with agonies of mysterious signalling, expressing dread of discovery. With the sensation of becoming more and more light-headed every minute, Clennam saw the relict of the late Mr. F. enjoying herself in the most wonderful manner, by putting herself and him in their old places, and going through all the old performances, now, when the stage was dusty, when the scenery was faded, when the youthful actors were dead, when the orchestra was empty, when the lights were out. And still, through all this grotesque revival of what he remembered as having once been prettily natural to her, he could not but feel that it revived at sight of him, and that there was a tender memory in it. The patriarch insisted on his staying to dinner, and Flora signalled "Yes." Clennam so wished he could have done more than stay to dinner, so heartily wished he could have found the Flora that had been, or that never had been, that he thought the least atonement he could make for the disappointment he almost felt ashamed of, was to give himself up to the family desire. Therefore he stayed to dinner. Pancks dined with them. Pancks steamed out of his little dock at 6:15, and bore straight down for the patriarch, who happened to be then driving, in an inane manner, through a stagnant account of Bleeding Heart Yard. Pancks instantly made fast to him and hauled him out. "Bleeding Heart Yard?" said Pancks with a puff and a snort. "It's a troublesome property. Don't pay you badly, but rents are very hard to get there. You have more trouble with that one place than with all the places belonging to you." Just as the big ship in tow gets the credit, with most spectators, of being the powerful object, so the patriarch usually seemed to have said himself whatever Pancks said for him. "Indeed?" returned Clennam, upon whom this impression was so efficiently made by a mere gleam of the polished head that he spoke the ship instead of the tug. "The people are so poor there?" "You can't say, you know," snorted Pancks, taking one of his dirty hands out of his rusty iron-grey pockets to bite his nails, if he could find any, and turning his beads of eyes upon his employer. "Whether they are poor or not. They say they are, but they all say that. When a man says he's rich, you are generally sure he isn't. Besides, if they are poor, you can't help it. You'd be poor yourself if you didn't get your rents." "True enough," said Arthur. "You're not going to keep open house for all the poor of London.
pursued Pancks. "You're not going to lodge 'em for nothing. You're not going to open your gates wide and let 'em come free. Not if you know it, you ain't." Mr. Casby shook his head in placid and benignant generality. "If a man takes a room of you at £half-a-crown a week, and when the week comes round hasn't got the half-crown, you say to that man, 'Why have you got the room, then? If you haven't got the one thing, why have you got the other? What have you been and done with your money? What do you mean by it? What are you up to?' That's what you say to a man of that sort. And if you didn't say it, more shame for you." Mr. Pancks here made a singular and startling noise, produced by a strong blowing effort in the region of the nose, unattended by any result but that acoustic one. "You have some extent of such property about the east and north-east here, I believe?" said Clennam, doubtful which of the two to address. "Oh, pretty well," said Pancks. "You're not particular to east or north-east, any point of the compass will do for you. What you want is a good investment and a quick return. You take it where you can find it. You ain't nice as to situation, not you." There was a fourth and most original figure in the patriarchal tent, who also appeared before dinner. This was an amazing little old woman, with a face like a staring wooden doll too cheap for expression, and a stiff yellow wig perched unevenly on the top of her head, as if the child who owned the doll had driven a tack through it anywhere, so that it only got fastened on. Another remarkable thing in this little old woman was, that the same child seemed to have damaged her face in 2 or 3 places with some blunt instrument in the nature of a spoon. Her countenance, and particularly the tip of her nose, presenting the phenomena of several dints, generally answering to the bowl of that article. A further remarkable thing in this little old woman was, that she had no name but Mr. F. Sant. She broke upon the visitor's view under the following circumstances. Flora said, when the first dish was being put on the table, perhaps Mr. Clennam might not have heard that Mr. F. had left her a legacy. Clennam in return implied his hope that Mr. F. had endowed the wife whom he adored with the greater part of his worldly substance, if not with all. Flora said, "Oh, yes, she didn't mean that. Mr. F. had made a beautiful will, but he had left her as a separate legacy his aunt." She then went out of the room to fetch the legacy, and on her return, rather triumphantly presented Mr. F. Sant. The major characteristics discoverable by the stranger in Mr. F. Sant were extreme severity and grim taciturnity, sometimes interrupted by a propensity to offer remarks in a deep, warning voice, which, being totally uncalled for by anything said by anybody, and traceable to no association of ideas, confounded and terrified the mind. Mr. F. Sant may have thrown in these observations on some system of her own, and it may have been ingenious, or even subtle, but the key to it was wanted. The neatly served and well-cooked dinner, for everything about the patriarchal household promoted quiet digestion, began with some soup, some fried soles, a butter boat of shrimp sauce, and a dish of potatoes. The conversation still turned on the receipt of rents. Mr. F. Sant, after regarding the company for 10 minutes with a malevolent gaze, delivered the following fearful remark. "When we lived at Henley, Barnes's gander was stole by tinkers." Mr. Pancks courageously nodded his head and said, "All right, ma'am." But the effect of this mysterious communication upon Clennam was absolutely to frighten him, and another circumstance invested this old lady with peculiar terrors. Though she was always staring, she never acknowledged that she saw any individual. The polite and attentive stranger would desire, say, to consult her inclinations on the subject of potatoes. His expressive action would be hopelessly lost upon her, and what could he do? No man could say, "Mr. F. Sant, will you permit me?" Every man retired from the spoon as Clennam did, cowed and baffled. There was mutton, a steak, and an apple pie, nothing in the remotest way connected with ganders, and the dinner went on like a disenchanted feast. as it truly was. Once upon a time Clennam had sat at that table taking no heed of anything but Flora. Now the principal heed he took of Flora was to observe, against his will, that she was very fond of porter, that she combined a great deal of sherry with sentiment, and that if she were a little overgrown, it was upon substantial grounds. The last of the patriarchs had always been a mighty eater, and he disposed of an immense quantity of solid food with the benignity of a good soul who was feeding someone else. Mr. Pancks, who was always in a hurry, and who referred at intervals to a little dirty note-book which he kept beside him, perhaps containing the names of the defaulters he meant to look up by way of dessert, took in his victuals much as if he were coaling, with a good deal of noise, a good deal of dropping about, and a puff and a snort occasionally, as if he were nearly ready to steam away. All through dinner, Flora combined her present appetite for eating and drinking with her past appetite for romantic love, in a way that made Clennam afraid to lift his eyes from his plate, since he could not look towards her without receiving some glance of mysterious meaning or warning, as if they were engaged in a plot. Mr. F.'s aunt sat silently defying him with an aspect of the greatest bitterness, until the removal of the cloth and the appearance of the decanters, when she originated another observation, struck into the conversation like a clock without consulting anybody. Flora had just said, "Mr. Clennam, will you give me a glass of port for Mr. F.'s aunt?" "The monument near London Bridge," that lady instantly proclaimed, "was put up after the Great Fire of London, and the Great Fire of London was not the fire in which your Uncle George's workshops were burned down." Mr. Pancks, with his former courage, said, "Indeed, ma'am, all right," but appearing to be incensed by imaginary contradiction, or rather ill usage, Mr. F.'s aunt, instead of relapsing into silence, made the following additional proclamation: "I hate a fool." She imparted to this sentiment, in itself almost Solomonic, so extremely injurious and personal a character, by levelling it straight at the visitor's head, that it became necessary to lead Mr. F.'s aunt from the room. This was quietly done by Flora, Mr. F.'s aunt offering no resistance, but inquiring on her way out, "What he come there for, then?" with implacable animosity. When Flora returned, she explained that her legacy was a clever old lady, but was sometimes a little singular, and took dislikes, peculiarities of which Flora seemed to be proud rather than otherwise. As Flora's good nature shone in the case, Clennam had no fault to find with the old lady for eliciting it, now that he was relieved from the terrors of her presence, and they took a glass or two of wine in peace. Foreseeing then that the Pancks would shortly get under way, and that the patriarch would go to sleep, he pleaded the necessity of visiting his mother, and asked Mr. Pancks in which direction he was going. "Citywards, sir," said Pancks. "Shall we walk together?" said Arthur. "Quite agreeable," said Pancks. Meanwhile Flora was murmuring in rapid snatches for his ear, that there was a time, and that the past was a yawning gulf, however, and that a golden chain no longer bound him, and that she revered the memory of the late Mr. F., and that she should be at home tomorrow at 1:30, and that the decrees of fate were beyond recall, and that she considered nothing so improbable as that he ever walked on the north-west side of Gray's Inn Gardens at exactly 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He tried at parting to give his hand in frankness to the existing Flora, not the vanished Flora, or the mermaid, but Flora wouldn't have it, couldn't have it, was wholly destitute of the power of separating herself and him from their bygone characters. He left the house miserably enough, and so much more light-headed than ever, that if it had not been his good fortune to be towed away, he might for the first quarter of an hour have drifted anywhere. When he began to come to himself, in the cooler air and the absence of Flora, he found Pancks at full speed, cropping such scanty pasturage of nails as he could find, and snorting at intervals. These, in conjunction with one hand in his pocket, and his roughened hat hind-side before,
were evidently the conditions under which he reflected. "A fresh night," said Arthur. "Yes, it's pretty fresh," assented Pancks. "As a stranger you feel the climate more than I do, I dare say. Indeed, I haven't got time to feel it." "You lead such a busy life?" "Yes, I have always some of them to look up, or something to look after. But I like business," said Pancks, getting on a little faster. "What's a man made for?" "For nothing else?" said Clennam. Pancks put the counter-question. "What else?" It packed up, in the smallest compass, a weight that had rested on Clennam's life, and he made no answer. "That's what I ask our weekly tenants," said Pancks. "Some of them will pull long faces to me and say, 'Poor as you see us, master, we are always grinding, drudging, toiling, every minute we are awake.' I say to them, 'What else are you made for?' It shuts them up. They haven't a word to answer. 'What else are you made for?' That clinches it." "Oh, dear, dear, dear," sighed Clennam. "Here am I," said Pancks, pursuing his argument with the weekly tenant. "What else do you suppose I think I am made for? Nothing. Rattle me out of bed early, set me going, give me as short a time as you like to bolt my meals in, and keep me at it. Keep me always at it, and I'll keep you always at it. You keep somebody else always at it. There you are with the whole duty of man in a commercial country." When they had walked a little further in silence, Clennam said, "Have you no taste for anything, Mr. Pancks?" "What's taste?" dryly retorted Pancks. "Let us say inclination." "I have an inclination to get money, sir," said Pancks, "if you will show me how." He blew off that sound again, and it occurred to his companion for the first time that it was his way of laughing. He was a singular man in all respects. He might not have been quite in earnest, but that the short, hard, rapid manner in which he shot out these cinders of principles, as if it were done by mechanical revolvency, seemed irreconcilable with banter. "You are no great reader, I suppose?" said Clennam. "Never read anything but letters and accounts. Never collect anything but advertisements relative to next of kin. If that's a taste, I have got that. You're not of the Clennams of Cornwall, Mr. Clennam?" "Not that I ever heard of." "I know you're not. I asked your mother, sir. She has too much character to let a chance escape her. Supposing I had been of the Clennams of Cornwall? You'd have heard of something to your advantage. Indeed, I have heard of little enough to my advantage for some time. There's a Cornish property going a-begging, sir, and not a Cornish Clennam to have it for the asking," said Pancks, taking his note-book from his breast-pocket and putting it in again. "I turn off here. I wish you good night." "Good night," said Clennam. But the tug, suddenly lightened and untrammelled by having any weight in tow, was already puffing away into the distance. They had crossed Smithfield together, and Clennam was left alone at the corner of Barbican. He had no intention of presenting himself in his mother's dismal room that night, and could not have felt more depressed and cast away if he had been in a wilderness. He turned slowly down Aldersgate Street, and was pondering his way along toward St. Paul's, purposing to come into one of the great thoroughfares for the sake of their light and life, when a crowd of people flocked towards him on the same pavement, and he stood aside against a shop to let them pass. As they came up, he made out that they were gathered round a something that was carried on men's shoulders. He soon saw that it was a litter, hastily made of a shutter or some such thing, and a recumbent figure upon it, and the scraps of conversation in the crowd, and a muddy bundle carried by one man, and a muddy hat carried by another, informed him that an accident had occurred. The litter stopped under a lamp before it had passed him 6 paces, for some readjustment of the burden, and, the crowd stopping too, he found himself in the midst of the array. "An accident going to the hospital?" he asked an old man beside him, who stood shaking his head, inviting conversation. "Yes," said the man, "along of them males. They ought to be prosecuted and fined, them males.
They come a-racing out of Lad Lane and Wood Street at 12 or 14 mile a hour, them miles do. The only wonder is that people ain't killed oftener by them miles."
"The person is not killed, I hope?"
"I don't know," said the man. "It ain't for the want of a will in them miles, if he ain't."
The speaker having folded his arms, and sat in comfortably to address his depreciation of them miles to any of the bystanders who would listen, several voices, out of pure sympathy with the sufferer, confirmed him. One voice saying to Clennam, "They're a public nuisance, them miles, sir."
Another, "I see one of them pull up within half an inch of a boy last night."
Another,
"I see one of them go over a cat, sir, and it might have been your own mother."
And all representing by implication that if he happened to possess any public influence, he could not use it better than against them miles.
"Why, a native Englishman is put to it every night of his life to save his life from them miles,"
argued the first old man.
"And he knows when they're a-coming round the corner to tear him limb from limb. What can you expect from a poor foreigner who don't know nothing about 'em?"
"Is this a foreigner?" said Clennam, leaning forward to look. In the midst of such replies as "Frenchman, sir," "Portuguese, sir," "Dutchman, sir," "Prussian, sir," and other conflicting testimony, he now heard a feeble voice asking, both in Italian and in French, for water. A general remark going round in reply of, "Ah, poor fellow, he says he'll never get over it, and no wonder." Clennam begged to be allowed to pass, as he understood the poor creature. He was immediately handed to the front to speak to him. "First, he wants some water," said he, looking round. A dozen good fellows dispersed to get it. "Are you badly hurt, my friend?" he asked the man on the litter in Italian. "Yes, sir, yes, yes, yes. It's my leg, but it pleases me to hear the old music, though I am very bad." "You are a traveller. Stay. See, the water. Let me give you some." They had rested the litter on a pile of paving stones. It was at a convenient height from the ground, and by stooping he could lightly raise the head with one hand and hold the glass to his lips with the other. A little, muscular, brown man, with black hair and white teeth. A lively face, apparently. Earrings in his ears. "That's well. You are a traveller?" "Surely, sir." "A stranger in this city?" "Surely, surely, altogether. I am arrived this unhappy evening." "From what country?" "Marseilles." "Why, see there, I also." "Almost as much a stranger here as you, though born here. I came from Marseilles a little while ago. Don't be cast down." The face looked up at him imploringly, as he rose from wiping it, and gently replaced the coat that covered the writhing figure. "I won't leave you till you shall be well taken care of. Courage, you will be very much better half an hour hence." "Ah, altro," cried the poor little man in a faintly incredulous tone, and as they took him up, hung out his right hand to give the forefinger a backhanded shake in the air. Arthur Clennam turned, and walking beside the litter, and saying an encouraging word now and then, accompanied it to the neighbouring hospital of St. Bartholomew. None of the crowd but the bearers and he being admitted, the disabled man was soon laid on a table in a cool, methodical way, and carefully examined by a surgeon who was as near at hand and as ready to appear as Calamity herself. "He hardly knows an English word," said Clennam. "Is he badly hurt?" "Let us know all about it first," said the surgeon, continuing his examination with a business-like delight in it, "before we pronounce." After trying the leg with a finger, and 2 fingers, and 1 hand, and 2 hands, and over and under, and up and down, and in this direction, and in that, and approvingly remarking on the points of interest to another gentleman who joined him, the surgeon at last clapped the patient on the shoulder and said, "He won't hurt. He'll do very well. It's difficult enough, but we shall not want him to part with his leg this time," which Clennam interpreted to the patient, who was full of gratitude, and, in his demonstrative way, kissed both the interpreter's hand and the surgeon's several times. "It's a serious injury, I suppose?" said Clennam.
"Yes,"
replied the surgeon, with the thoughtful pleasure of an artist contemplating the work upon his easel.
"Yes, it's enough. There's a compound fracture about the knee, and a dislocation below. They're both of a beautiful kind."
He gave the patient a friendly clap on the shoulder again, as if he really felt that he was a very good fellow indeed, and worthy of all commendation for having broken his leg in a manner interesting to science. "He speaks French?" said the surgeon.
"Oh yes, he speaks French."
"He'll be at no loss here, then. You have only to bear a little pain like a brave fellow, my friend, and to be thankful that all goes as well as it does," he added in that tongue, "and you'll walk again to a marvel. Now let us see whether there's anything else the matter, and how our ribs are." There was nothing else the matter, and our ribs were sound. Clennam remained until everything possible to be done had been skilfully and promptly done. The poor belated wanderer in a strange land movingly besought that favour of him, and lingered by the bed to which he was in due time removed, until he had fallen into a doze. Even then he wrote a few words for him on his card, with a promise to return tomorrow, and left it to be given to him when he should awake. All these proceedings occupied so long that it struck 11 o'clock at night as he came out at the hospital gate. He had hired a lodging for the present in Covent Garden, and he took the nearest way to that quarter, by Snow Hill and Holborn. Left to himself again, after the solicitude and compassion of his last adventure, he was naturally in a thoughtful mood. As naturally, he could not walk on thinking for 10 minutes without recalling Flora. She necessarily recalled to him his life with all its misdirection and little happiness. When he got to his lodging, he sat down before the dying fire, as he had stood at the window of his old room looking out upon the blackened forest of chimneys, and turned his gaze back upon the gloomy vista by which he had come to that stage in his existence. So long, so bare, so blank. No childhood, no youth, except for one remembrance. That one remembrance proved, only that day, to be a piece of folly. It was a misfortune to him, trifle as it might have been to another, for, while all that was hard and stern in his recollection remained reality on being proved, was obdurate to the sight and touch, and relaxed nothing of its old indomitable grimness, the one tender recollection of his experience would not bear the same test, and melted away. He had foreseen this on the former night, when he had dreamed with waking eyes, but he had not felt it then, and he had now. He was a dreamer in such wise, because he was a man who had, deep-rooted in his nature, a belief in all the gentle and good things his life had been without. Bred in meanness and hard dealing, this had rescued him to be a man of honourable mind and open hand. Bred in coldness and severity, this had rescued him to have a warm and sympathetic heart. Bred in a creed too darkly audacious to pursue, through its process of reserving the making of man in the image of his Creator, to the making of his Creator in the image of an erring man, this had rescued him to judge not, and in humility to be merciful, and have hope and charity. And this saved him still from the whimpering weakness and cruel selfishness of holding that because such a happiness or such a virtue had not come into his little path, or worked well for him, therefore it was not in the great scheme, but was reducible, when found in appearance, to the basest elements. A disappointed mind he had, but a mind too firm and healthy for such unwholesome air. Leaving himself in the dark, it could rise into the light, seeing it shine on others and hailing it. Therefore, he sat before his dying fire, sorrowful to think upon the way by which he had come to that night, yet not strewing poison on the way by which other men had come to it. That he should have missed so much, and at his time of life should look so far about him for any staff to bear him company upon his downward journey and cheer it, was a just regret. He looked at the fire from which the blaze departed, from which the afterglow subsided, in which the ashes turned grey, from which they dropped to dust, and thought, "How soon I too shall pass through such changes, and be gone." To review his life was like descending a green tree in fruit and flower, and seeing all the branches wither and drop off one by one as he came down towards them. From the unhappy suppression of my youngest days, through the rigid and unloving home that followed them, through my departure, my long exile, my return, my mother's welcome, my intercourse with her since, down to the afternoon of this day with poor Flora, said Arthur Clennam, what have I found? His door was softly opened, and these spoken words startled him, and came as if they were an answer. Little Dorrit. End of chapter the 13th, book the 1st. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 14th, book the 1st, of Little Dorrit. Read for librivox.org by Ellis Christoff. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the 1st, chapter the 14th. Little Dorrit's Party. Arthur Clennam rose hastily and saw her standing at the door. This history must sometimes see with Little Dorrit's eyes, and shall begin that course by seeing him. Little Dorrit looked into a dim room which seemed a spacious one to her, and grandly furnished. Courtly ideas of Covent Garden as a place with famous coffee-houses, where gentlemen wearing gold-laced coats and swords had quarrelled and fought duels. Costly ideas of Covent Garden as a place where there were flowers in winter at guineas apiece, pineapples at guineas a pound, and peas at guineas a pint. Picturesque ideas of Covent Garden as a place where there was a mighty theatre, showing wonderful and beautiful sights to richly dressed ladies and gentlemen, and which was forever far beyond the reach of poor Fanny or poor uncle. Desolate ideas of Covent Garden, as having all those arches in it, where the miserable children in rags among whom she had just now passed, like young rats, slunk and hid, fed on offal, huddled together for warmth, and were hunted about. Look to the rats young and old, all ye Barnacles, for before God they are eating away our foundations, and will bring the roofs on our heads. Teeming ideas of Covent Garden as a place of past and present mystery, romance, abundance, want, beauty, ugliness, fair country gardens and foul street gutters, all confused together, made the room dimmer than it was in Little Dorrit's eyes, as they timidly saw it from the door. At first in the chair before the gone-out fire, and then turned round, wondering to see her, was the gentleman whom she sought. The brown, grave gentleman, who smiled so pleasantly, who was so frank and considerate in his manner, and yet in whose earnestness there was something that reminded her of his mother, with the great difference that she was earnest in asperity, and he in gentleness. Now he regarded her with that attentive and inquiring look before which Little Dorrit's eyes had always fallen, and before which they fell still. "My poor child, here at midnight!" "I," said Little Dorrit, "sir, on purpose to prepare you. I knew you must be very much surprised." "Are you alone?" "No, sir, I have got Maggie with me." Considering her entrance sufficiently prepared for by this mention of her name, Maggie appeared from the landing outside, on the broad grin. She instantly suppressed that manifestation, however, and became fixedly solemn. "And I have no fire," said Clennam, "and you are—" He was going to say so lightly clad, but stopped himself in what would have been a reference to her poverty, saying instead, "And it is so cold." Putting the chair from which he had risen nearer to the grate, he made her sit down in it,
and hurriedly bringing wood and coal, heaped them together and got a blaze. "Your foot is like marble, my child." He had happened to touch it, while stooping on one knee at his work of kindling the fire. "Put it nearer the warmth." Little Dorrit thanked him hastily. It was quite warm, it was very warm. It smote upon his heart to feel that she hid her thin, worn shoe. Little Dorrit was not ashamed of her poor shoes. He knew her story, and it was not that. Little Dorrit had a misgiving that he might blame her father, if he saw them, that he might think, why did he dine to-day, and leave this little creature to the mercy of the cold stones? She had no belief that it would have been a just reflection. She simply knew by experience that such delusions did sometimes present themselves to people. It was a part of her father's misfortunes that they did. "Before I say anything else," Little Dorrit began, sitting before the pale fire, and raising her eyes again to the face, which in its harmonious look of interest, and pity, and protection, she felt to be a mystery far above her in degree, and almost removed beyond her guessing at. "May I tell you something, sir?" "Yes, my child." A slight shade of distress fell upon her, as he so often calling her a child. She was surprised that he should see it, or think of such a slight thing, but he said directly, "I wanted a tender word, and could think of no other. As you just now gave yourself the name they give you at my mother's, and as that is the name by which I always think of you, let me call you Little Dorrit." "Thank you, sir. I should like it better than any name." Little Dorrit. "Little mother," Maggie, who had been falling asleep, put in as a correction. "It's all the same, Maggie," returned Little Dorrit. "All the same." "Is it all the same, mother?" "Just the same." Maggie laughed and immediately snored. In Little Dorrit's eyes and ears, the uncouth figure and the uncouth sound were as pleasant as could be. There was a glow of pride in her big child, overspreading her face when it again met the eyes of the grave brown gentleman. She wondered what he was thinking of, as he looked at Maggie and her. She thought what a good father he would be. How, with some such look, he would counsel and cherish his daughter. "What I was going to tell you, sir," said Little Dorrit, "is that my brother is at large." Arthur was rejoiced to hear it, and hoped he would do well. "And what I was going to tell you, sir," said Little Dorrit, trembling in all her little figure and in her voice, "is that I am not to know whose generosity released him, am never to ask, and am never to be told, and am never to thank that gentleman with all my grateful heart." He would probably need no thanks, Clennam said. Very likely he would be thankful himself, and with reason, that he had had the means and chance of doing a little service to her, who well deserved a great one. "And what I was going to say, sir, is," said Little Dorrit, trembling more and more, "that if I knew him, and I might, I would tell him that he can never, never know how I feel his goodness, and how my good father would feel it. And what I was going to say, sir, is, that if I knew him, and I might, but I don't know him, and I must not, I know that, I would tell him that I shall never any more lie down to sleep without having prayed to heaven to bless him and reward him. And if I knew him, and I might, I would go down on my knees to him, and take his hand and kiss it, and ask him not to draw it away, but to leave it, oh, to leave it for a moment, and let my thankful tears fall on it, for I have no other thanks to give him." Little Dorrit had put his hand to her lips, and would have kneeled to him, but he gently prevented her, and replaced her in her chair. Her eyes, and the tones of her voice, had thanked him far better than she thought. He was not able to say, quite as composedly as usual, "There, Little Dorrit, there, there, there. We will suppose that you did know this person, and that you might do all this, and that it was all done. And now tell me, who am quite another person, who am nothing more than the friend who begged you to trust him, why you are out at midnight, and what it is that brings you so far through the streets at this late hour, my slight, delicate—" Child was on his lips again. Little Dorrit.
"Maggie and I have been tonight,"
she answered, subduing herself with the quiet effort that had long been natural to her,
"to the theatre where my sister is engaged. And oh, ain't it an heavenly place?"
suddenly interrupted Maggie, who seemed to have the power of going to sleep and waking up whenever she chose.
"Almost as good as a hospital, only there ain't no chicken in it."
Here she shook herself and fell asleep again.
"We went there," said Little Dorrit, glancing at her charge, "because I like sometimes to know, of my own knowledge, that my sister is doing well, and like to see her there with my own eyes, when neither she nor uncle is aware. It is very seldom indeed that I can do that, because when I am not out at work, I am with my father, and even when I am out at work, I hurry home to him. But I pretend tonight that I am at a party."
As she made the confession, timidly hesitating, she raised her eyes to the face, and read its expression so plainly that she answered it.
"Oh no, certainly. I never was at a party in my life."
She paused a little under his attentive look, and then said,
"I hope there is no harm in it. I could never have been of any use if I had not pretended a little."
She feared that he was blaming her in his mind for so devising to contrive for them, think for them, and watch over them, without their knowledge or gratitude, perhaps even with their reproaches for supposed neglect. But what was really in his mind was the weak figure with its strong purpose, the thin worn shoes, the insufficient dress, and the pretence of recreation and enjoyment. He asked where the supposititious party was. "At a place where she worked," answered Little Dorrit, blushing. She had said very little about it, only a few words to make her father easy. Her father did not believe it to be a grand party, indeed he might suppose that. And she glanced for an instant at the shawl she wore.
"It is the first night," said Little Dorrit, "that I have ever been away from home, and London looks so large, so barren, so wild."
In Little Dorrit's eyes, its vastness under the black sky was awful. A tremor passed over her as she said the words. "But this is not," she added, with the quiet effort again, "what I have come to trouble you with, sir. My sister's having found a friend, a lady she has told me of, and made me rather anxious about, was the first cause of my coming away from home, and being away, and coming on purpose round by where you lived, and seeing a light in the window—" Not for the first time. No, not for the first time. In Little Dorrit's eyes, the outside of that window had been a distant star on other nights than this. She had toiled out of her way, tired and troubled, to look up at it, and wonder about the grave, brown gentleman from so far off, who had spoken to her as a friend and protector.
"There were 3 things," said Little Dorrit, "that I thought I would like to say, if you were alone and I might come upstairs. First, what I have tried to say, but never can, never shall."
"Hush, hush. That is done with and disposed of. Let us pass to the second," said Clennam, smiling her agitation away, making the blaze shine upon her, and putting wine and cake and fruit towards her on the table.
"I think,"
said Little Dorrit,
"this is the second thing, sir. I think Mrs. Clennam must have found out my secret, and must know where I come from and where I go to. Where I live, I mean."
"Indeed," returned Clennam quickly. He asked her, after short consideration, why she supposed so.
"I think," replied Little Dorrit, "that Mr. Flintwinch must have watched me."
"And why?" Clennam said, as he turned his eyes upon the fire, bent his brows, and considered again. Why did she suppose that?
"I have met him twice, both times near home, both times at night, when I was going back. Both times I thought, though that may easily be my mistake, that he hardly looked as if he had met me by accident."
"Did he say anything?"
"No, he only nodded and put his head on one side."
"The devil take his head," mused Clennam, still looking at the fire. "It's always on one side." He roused himself to persuade her to put some wine to her lips, and to touch something to eat. It was very difficult. she was so timid and shy, and then said, musing again, "Is my mother at all changed to you?"
"Oh, not at all. She is just the same. I wondered whether I had better tell her my history. I wondered whether I might, whether you would like me to tell her. I wondered," said Little Dorrit, looking at him in a suppliant way, and gradually withdrawing her eyes as he looked at her, "whether you would advise me what I ought to do." "Little Dorrit," said Clennam, and the phrase had already begun, between these two, to stand for 100 gentle phrases, according to the varying tone and connection in which it was used. "Do nothing. I will have some talk with my old friend, Mrs. Affery. Do nothing, Little Dorrit, except refresh yourself with such means as there are here. I entreat you to do that." "Thank you, I am not hungry, nor," said Little Dorrit, as he softly put her glass towards her, "nor thirsty. I think Maggie might take something, perhaps."
"We will make her find pockets presently for all there is here," said Clennam, "but before we awake her, there was a third thing to say."
"Yes, you will not be offended, sir?"
"I promise that unreservedly."
"It will sound strange. I hardly know how to say it. Don't think it unreasonable or ungrateful in me,"
said Little Dorrit with returning and increasing agitation. "No, no, no. I am sure it will be natural and right. I am not afraid that I shall put a wrong construction on it, whatever it is."
"Thank you. You are coming back to see my father again?"
"Yes."
"You have been so good and thoughtful as to write him a note, saying that you are coming tomorrow."
"Oh, that was nothing, yes."
"Can you guess?"
said Little Dorrit, folding her small hands tight in one another, and looking at him with all the earnestness of her soul, looking steadily out of her eyes.
"What I am going to ask you not to do?"
"I think I can, but I may be wrong."
"No, you are not wrong,"
said Little Dorrit, shaking her head.
"If we should want it so very, very badly that we cannot do without it, let me ask you for it."
"I will. I will."
"Don't encourage him to ask. Don't understand him if he does ask. Don't give it to him. Save him and spare him that, and you will be able to think better of him."
Clennam said, not very plainly, seeing those tears glistening in her anxious eyes, that her wish should be sacred with him.
"You don't know what he is," she said. "You don't know what he really is. How can you, seeing him there all at once, dear love, and not gradually, as I have done? You have been so good to us, so delicately and truly good, that I want him to be better in your eyes than in anybody's. And I cannot bear to think," cried Little Dorrit, covering her tears with her hands, "I cannot bear to think that you of all the world should see him in his only moments of degradation."
"Pray," said Clennam, "do not be distressed. Pray, pray, Little Dorrit. This is quite understood now."
"Thank you, sir. Thank you. I have tried very much to keep myself from saying this. I have thought about it days and nights, but when I knew for certain you were coming again, I made up my mind to speak to you, not because I am ashamed of him,"
she dried her tears quickly,
"but because I know him better than anyone does, and love him, and am proud of him."
Relieved of this weight, Little Dorrit was nervously anxious to be gone. Maggie being broad awake, and in the act of distantly gloating over the fruit and cakes with chuckles of anticipation, Clennam made the best diversion in his power by pouring her out a glass of wine, which she drank in a series of loud smacks, putting her hand upon her windpipe after every one, and saying, breathless, with her eyes in a prominent state, "Oh, ain't it delicious! Ain't it hospitally!" When she had finished the wine and these encomiums, he charged her to load her basket, she was never without her basket, with every eatable thing upon the table, and to take especial care to leave no scrap behind. Maggie's pleasure in doing this, and her little mother's pleasure in seeing Maggie pleased, was as good a turn as circumstances could have given to the late conversation. "But the gates will have been locked long ago," said Clennam, suddenly remembering it. "Where are you going?" "I am going to Maggie's lodging," answered Little Dorrit. "I shall be quite safe, quite well taken care of." I must accompany you there," said Clennam. "I cannot let you go alone."
"Yes, pray leave us to go there by ourselves. Pray do," begged little Dorrit. She was so earnest in the petition that Clennam felt a delicacy in obtruding himself upon her, the rather because he could well understand that Maggie's lodging was of the obscurest sort. "Come, Maggie," said little Dorrit cheerily. "We shall do very well. We know the way by this time, Maggie." "Yes, yes, little mother, we know the way," chuckled Maggie. And away they went. Little Dorrit turned at the door to say, "God bless you." She said it very softly, but perhaps she may have been as audible above, who knows, as a whole cathedral choir. Arthur Clennam suffered them to pass the corner of the street before he followed at a distance, not with any idea of encroaching a second time on little Dorrit's privacy, but to satisfy his mind by seeing her secure in the neighbourhood to which she was accustomed. So diminutive she looked, so fragile and defenceless against the bleak, damp weather, flitting along in the shuffling shadow of her charge, that he felt, in his compassion, and in his habit of considering her a child apart from the rest of the rough world, as if he would have been glad to take her up in his arms and carry her to her journey's end. In course of time she came into the leading thoroughfare where the Marshalsea was, and then he saw them slacken their pace, and soon turn down a by-street. He stopped, felt that he had no right to go further, and slowly left them. He had no suspicion that they ran any risk of being houseless until morning, had no idea of the truth until long, long afterwards. But, said little Dorrit, when they stopped at a poor dwelling all in darkness, and heard no sound on listening at the door, "Now, this is a good lodging for you, Maggie, and we must not give offence. Consequently, we will only knock twice, and not very loud, and if we cannot wake them so, we must walk about till day." Once, little Dorrit knocked with a careful hand, and listened. Twice, little Dorrit knocked with a careful hand, and listened. All was close and still. "Maggie, we must do the best we can, my dear. We must be patient, and wait for day." It was a chill dark night, with a damp wind blowing, when they came out into the leading street again, and heard the clock strike 1:30. "In only 5 hours and a half," said little Dorrit, "we shall be able to go home." To speak of home, and to go and look at it, it being so near, was a natural sequence. They went to the closed gate, and peeped through into the courtyard. "I hope he is sound asleep," said little Dorrit, kissing one of the bars, "and does not miss me." The gate was so familiar, and so like a companion, that they put down Maggie's basket in a corner to serve for a seat, and keeping close together, rested there for some time. While the street was empty and silent, little Dorrit was not afraid. But when she heard a footstep at a distance, or saw a moving shadow among the street lamps, she was startled, and whispered, "Maggie, I see someone. Come away." Maggie would then wake up more or less fretfully, and they would wander about a little, and come back again. As long as eating was a novelty and an amusement, Maggie kept up pretty well. But that period going by, she became querulous about the cold, and shivered and whimpered. "It will soon be over, dear," said little Dorrit patiently. "Oh, it's all very fine for you, little mother," returned Maggie, "but I'm a poor thing, only 10 years old." At last, in the dead of the night, when the street was very still indeed, little Dorrit laid the heavy head upon her bosom, and soothed her to sleep, and thus she sat at the gate, as it were alone, looking up at the stars, and seeing the clouds pass over them in their wild flight, which was the dance at little Dorrit's party. "If it really was a party," she thought once, as she sat there, "if it was light and warm and beautiful, and it was our house, and my poor dear was its master, and had never been inside these walls, and if Mr. Clennam was one of our visitors, and we were dancing to delightful music, and were all as gay and light-hearted as ever could be, I wonder—" Such a vista of wonder opened out before her,
that she sat looking up at the stars, quite lost, until Maggie was querulous again, and wanted to get up and walk. 3 o'clock, and 3:30, and they had passed over London Bridge. They had heard the rush of the tide against obstacles, and looked down, awed, through the dark vapour on the river, had seen little spots of lighted water where the bridge lamps were reflected, shining like demon eyes, with a terrible fascination in them for guilt and misery. They had shrunk past homeless people, lying coiled up in nooks. They had run from drunkards. They had started from slinking men, whistling and signing to one another at by-corners, or running away at full speed. Though everywhere the leader and the guide, little Dorrit, happy for once in her youthful appearance, feigned to cling to and rely upon Maggie. And more than once some voice, from among a knot of brawling or prowling figures in their path, had called out to the rest to "Let the woman and the child go by." So, the woman and the child had gone by, and gone on, and 5 had sounded from the steeples. They were walking slowly toward the east, already looking for the first pale streak of day, when a woman came after them. "What are you doing with the child?" she said to Maggie. She was young, far too young to be there, heaven knows, and neither ugly nor wicked-looking. She spoke coarsely, but with no naturally coarse voice. There was even something musical in its sound. "What are you doing with yourself?" retorted Maggie, for want of a better answer. "Can't you see without my telling you?" "I don't know as I can," said Maggie. "Killing myself. Now I have answered you. Answer me. What are you doing with the child?" The supposed child kept her head drooped down, and kept her form close at Maggie's side. "Poor thing," said the woman, "have you no feeling that you keep her out in the cruel streets at such a time as this? Have you no eyes that you don't see how delicate and slender she is? Have you no sense, you don't look as if you had much, that you don't take more pity on this cold and trembling little hand?" She had stepped across to that side, and held the hand between her own two, chafing it. "Kiss a poor lost creature, dear," she said, bending her face, "and tell me where she's taking you." Little Dorrit turned towards her. "Why, my God!" she said, recoiling. "You are a woman!" "Don't mind that," said little Dorrit, clasping one of her hands that had suddenly released hers. "I am not afraid of you." "Then you had better be," she answered. "Have you no mother?" "No." "No father?" "Yes, a very dear one." "Go home to him, and be afraid of me. Let me go. Good night." "I must thank you first. Let me speak to you as if I really were a child." "You can do it," said the woman. "You are kind and innocent, but you can't look at me out of a child's eyes. I never should have touched you, but I thought you were a child." And with a strange, wild cry, she went away. No day yet in the sky, but there was day in the resounding stones of the streets, in the waggons, carts, and coaches, in the workers going to various occupations, in the opening of early shops, in the traffic at markets, in the stir of the river-side. There was coming day in the flaring lights, with a feebler colour in them than they would have had at another time, coming day in the increased sharpness of the air, and the ghastly dying of the night. They went back again to the gate, intending to wait there now until it should be opened, but the air was so raw and cold that little Dorrit, leading Maggie about in her sleep, kept in motion. Going round by the church, she saw lights there, and the door open, and went up the steps and looked in. "Who's that?" cried a stout old man, who was putting on a nightcap, as if he were going to bed in a vault. "It's no one particular, sir," said little Dorrit. "Stop!" cried the man. "Let's have a look at you." This caused her to turn back again in the act of going out, and to present herself and her charge before him. "I thought so," said he. "I know you." "We have often seen each other," said little Dorrit, recognizing the sexton, or the beadle, or the verger, or whatever he was. "When I have been at church here." "More than that,
We've got your birth in our register, you know. You're one of our curiosities."
"Indeed," said Little Dorrit.
"To be sure. As the child of the... By the by, how did you get out so early?"
"We were shut out last night, and we were waiting to get in."
"You don't mean it? And there's another hour good yet. Come into the vestry. You'll find a fire in the vestry on account of the painters. I'm waiting for the painters, or I shouldn't be here, you may depend upon it. One of our curiosities mustn't be cold when we have it in our power to warm her up comfortable. Come along."
He was a very good old fellow, in his familiar way, and having stirred the vestry fire, he looked round the shelves of registers for a particular volume.
"Here you are, you see,"
he said, taking it down and turning the leaves.
"Here you'll find yourself as large as life. Amy, daughter of William and Fanny Dorrit, born Marshalsea Prison, parish of St. George, and we tell people that you've lived there without so much as a day's or a night's absence ever since. Is it true?"
"Quite true, till last night."
"Lord!"
But his surveying her with an admiring gaze suggested something else to him, to wit,
"I am sorry to see, though, that you are faint and tired. Stay a bit. I'll get some cushions out of the church, and you and your friend shall lie down before the fire. Don't be afraid of not going in to join your father when the gate opens. I'll call you."
He soon brought in the cushions and strewed them on the ground.
"There you are, you see, again as large as life. Oh, never mind thanking. I've daughters of my own, and though they weren't born in the Marshalsea Prison, they might have been if I had been in my ways of carrying on of your father's breed. Stop a bit. I must put something under the cushion for your head. Here's a burial volume, just the thing. We have got Mrs. Bangham in this book, but what makes these books interesting to most people is, not who's in 'em, but who isn't, who's coming, you know, and when. That's the interesting question."
Commendingly looking back at the pillow he had improvised, he left them to their hour's repose. Maggie was snoring already, and Little Dorrit was soon fast asleep with her head resting on that sealed book of fate, untroubled by its mysterious blank leaves. This was Little Dorrit's party. The shame, desertion, wretchedness, and exposure of the great capital, the wet, the cold, the slow hours, and the swift clouds of the dismal night. This was the party from which Little Dorrit went home, jaded, in the first grey mist of a rainy morning. End of chapter the 14th, book the 1st. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 15th, book the 1st, of Little Dorrit. Read for librivox.org by Ellis Christoff. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the 1st, chapter the 15th. Mrs. Flintwinch has another dream. The debilitated old house in the city, wrapped in its mantle of soot, and leaning heavily on the crutches that had partaken of its decay and worn out with it, never knew a healthy or a cheerful interval, let what would betide. If the sun ever touched it, it was but with a ray, and that was gone in half an hour. If the moonlight ever fell upon it, it was only to put a few patches on its doleful cloak, and make it look more wretched. The stars, to be sure, coldly watched it when the nights and the smoke were clear enough, and all bad weather stood by it with a rare fidelity. You should alike find rain, hail, frost, and thaw lingering in that dismal enclosure, when they had vanished from other places. And as to snow, you should see it there for weeks, long after it had changed from yellow to black, slowly weeping away its grimy life. The place had no other adherents. As to street noises, the rumbling of wheels in the lane merely rushed in at the gateway in going past, and rushed out again, making the listening Mistress Affery feel as if she were deaf, and recovering the sense of hearing by instantaneous flashes. So with whistling, singing, talking, laughing, and all pleasant human sounds. They leaped the gap in a moment, and went upon their way. The varying light of fire and candle in Mrs. Clennam's room made the greatest change that ever broke the dead monotony of the spot. In her 2 long narrow windows the fire shone sullenly all day, and sullenly all night. On rare occasions it flashed up passionately, as she did. But for the most part it was suppressed like her, and preyed upon itself evenly and slowly. During many hours of the short winter days, however, when it was dusk there early in the afternoon, changing distortions of herself in her wheeled chair, of Mr. Flintwinch with his wry neck, of Mistress Affery coming and going, would be thrown upon the house wall that was over the gateway, and would hover there like shadows from a great magic lantern. As the room-ridden invalid settled for the night, these would gradually disappear, Mistress Affery's magnified shadow always flitting about last until it finally glided away into the air, as though she were off upon a witch excursion. Then the solitary light would burn unchangingly until it burned pale before the dawn, and at last died under the breath of Mrs. Affery, as her shadow descended on it from the witch region of sleep. Strange, if the little sick-room fire were in effect a beacon fire, summoning someone, and that the most unlikely someone in the world, to the spot that must be come to. Strange, if the little sick-room light were in effect a watch-light, burning in that place every night until an appointed event should be watched out. Which of the vast multitude of travellers, under the sun and the stars, climbing the dusty hills and toiling along the weary plains, journeying by land and journeying by sea, coming and going so strangely, to meet and to act and react on one another, which of the host may, with no suspicion of the journey's end, be travelling surely hither? Time shall show us. The post of honour and the post of shame, the general station and the drummers, a peer's statue in Westminster Abbey and a seaman's hammock in the bosom of the deep, the mitre and the workhouse, the woolsack and the gallows, the throne and the guillotine. The travellers to all are on the great high road, but it has wonderful divergencies, and only time shall show us whither each traveller is bound. On a wintry afternoon at twilight, Mrs. Flintwinch, having been heavy all day, dreamed this dream. She thought she was in the kitchen getting the kettle ready for tea, and was warming herself with her feet upon the fender and the skirt of her gown tucked up, before the collapsed fire in the middle of the grate, bordered on either hand by a deep, cold, black ravine. She thought that as she sat thus, musing upon the question whether life was not for some people a rather dull invention, she was frightened by a sudden noise behind her. She thought that she had been similarly frightened once last week, and that noise was of a mysterious kind, a sound of rustling and of 3 or 4 quick beats like a rapid step, while a shock or tremble was communicated to her heart, as if the step had shaken the floor, or even as if she had been touched by some awful hand. She thought that this revived within her certain old fears of hers, that the house was haunted, and that she flew up the kitchen stairs without knowing how she got up, to be nearer company. Mistress Affery thought that on reaching the hall, she saw the door of her liege lord's office standing open, and the room empty, that she went to the ripped-up window in the little room by the street door to connect her palpitating heart, through the glass, with living things beyond and outside the haunted house, that she then saw, on the wall over the gateway, the shadows of the 2 clever ones in conversation above, that she then went upstairs with her shoes in her hand, partly to be near the clever ones as a match for most ghosts, and partly to hear what they were talking about.
"None of your nonsense with me," said Mr. Flintwinch. "I won't take it from you."
Mrs. Flintwinch dreamed that she stood behind the door, which was just ajar, and most distinctly heard her husband say these bold words. "Flintwinch," returned Mrs. Clennam in her usual strong, low voice, "there is a demon of anger in you. Guard against it."
"I don't care whether there's 1 or a dozen,"
said Mr. Flintwinch, forcibly suggesting in his tone that the high number was nearer the mark. "If there was 50, they should all say, 'None of your nonsense with me. I won't take it from you.' I'd make 'em say it, whether they liked it or not." "What have I done, you wrathful man?" her strong voice asked. "Done?" said Mr. Flintwinch. "Dropped down upon me." "If you mean remonstrated with you—" "Don't put words into my mouth that I don't mean," said Jeremiah, sticking to his figurative expression with tenacious and impenetrable obstinacy. "I mean dropped down upon me." "I remonstrated with you," she began again, "because—" "I won't have it," cried Jeremiah. "You dropped down upon me." "I dropped down upon you, then, you ill-conditioned man." Jeremiah chuckled at having forced her to adopt his phrase, for having been needlessly significant to Arthur that morning. "I have a right to complain of it as almost a breach of confidence. You did not mean it." "I won't have it," interposed the contradictory Jeremiah, flinging back the concession. "I did mean it." "I suppose I must leave you to speak in soliloquy if you choose," she replied after a pause that seemed an angry one. "It is useless my addressing myself to a rash and headstrong old man, who has a set purpose not to hear me." "Now, I won't take that from you either," said Jeremiah. "I have no such purpose. I have told you I did mean it. Do you wish to know why I meant it, you rash and headstrong old woman?" "After all, you only restore me my own words," she said, struggling with her indignation. "Yes?" "This is why, then. Because you hadn't cleared his father to him, and you ought to have done it. Because, before you went into any tantrum about yourself, who are—" "Hold there, Flintwinch," she cried out in a changed voice. "You may go a word too far." The old man seemed to think so. There was another pause, and he had altered his position in the room when he spoke again more mildly. "I was going to tell you why it was, because, before you took your own part, I thought you ought to have taken the part of Arthur's father. Arthur's father! I had no particular love for Arthur's father. I served Arthur's father's uncle in this house, when Arthur's father was not much above me, was poorer as far as his pocket went, and when his uncle might as soon have left me his heir as have left him. He starved in the parlour, and I starved in the kitchen. That was the principal difference in our positions. There was not much more than a flight of breakneck stairs between us. I never took to him in those times. I don't know that I ever took to him greatly at any time. He was an undecided, irresolute chap, who had everything but his orphaned life scared out of him when he was young, and when he brought you home here, the wife his uncle had named for him, I didn't need to look at you twice. You were a good-looking woman at that time, to know who'd be master. You have stood of your own strength ever since. Stand of your own strength now. Don't lean against the dead." "I do not, as you call it, lean against the dead. But you had a mind to do it, if I had submitted," growled Jeremiah, "and that's why you dropped down on me. You can't forget that I did not submit. I suppose you are astonished that I should consider it worth my while to have justice done to Arthur's father? Eh? It doesn't matter whether you answer or not, because I know you are, and you know you are. Come then, I'll tell you how it is. I may be a bit of an oddity in point of temper, but this is my temper. I can't let anybody have entirely their own way. You are a determined woman, and a clever woman, and when you see your purpose before you, nothing will turn you from it. Who knows that better than I do? Nothing will turn me from it, Flintwinch, when I have justified it to myself. Add that." "Justified it to yourself? I said you were the most determined woman on the face of the earth, or I meant to say so, and if you are determined to justify any object you entertain, of course you'll do it." "Man, I justify myself by the authority of these books," she cried, with stern emphasis, and appearing from the sound that followed to strike the dead weight of her arm upon the table. "Never mind that," returned Jeremiah calmly. "We won't enter into that question at present. However that may be,
You carry out your purposes, and you make everything go down before them. Now, I won't go down before them. I have been faithful to you and useful to you, and I am attached to you, but I can't consent, and I won't consent, and I never did consent, and I never will consent to be lost in you. Swallow up everybody else, and welcome. The peculiarity of my tempers, ma'am, that I won't be swallowed up alive." Perhaps this had originally been the mainspring of the understanding between them. Descrying thus much of force of character in Mr. Flintwinch, perhaps Mrs. Clennam had deemed alliance with him worth her while. "Enough and more than enough of the subject," said she gloomily. "Unless you drop down upon me again," returned the persistent Flintwinch, "and then you must expect to hear of it again." Mistress Athory dreamed that the figure of her lord here began walking up and down the room, as if to cool his spleen, and that she ran away, but that, as he did not issue forth when she had stood listening and trembling in the shadowy hall a little time, she crept upstairs again, impelled as before by ghosts and curiosity, and once more cowered outside the door. "Please to light the candle, Flintwinch," Mrs. Clennam was saying, apparently wishing to draw him back into their usual tone. "It is nearly time for tea. Little Dorrit is coming, and will find me in the dark." Mr. Flintwinch lighted the candle briskly, and said as he put it down upon the table, "What are you going to do with Little Dorrit? Is she to come to work here for ever? To come to tea here for ever? To come backwards and forwards here in the same way for ever?" "How can you talk about forever to a maimed creature like me? Are we not all cut down like the grass of the field, and was not I shorn by the scythe many years ago, since when I have been lying here, waiting to be gathered into the barn?" "Ay, ay, but since you have been lying here, not near dead, nothing like it, numbers of children and young people, blooming women, strong men, and what not, have been cut down and carried, and still here you are, you see, not much changed after all. Your time and mine may be a long one yet. When I say forever, I mean, though I am not poetical, through all our time." Mr. Flintwinch gave this explanation with great calmness, and calmly waited for an answer. "So long as Little Dorrit is quiet and industrious, and stands in need of the slight help I can give her, and deserves it, so long, I suppose, unless she withdraws of her own act, she will continue to come here, I being spared." "Nothing more than that?" said Flintwinch, stroking his mouth and chin. "What should there be more than that? What could there be more than that?" she ejaculated in her sternly wondering way. Mrs. Flintwinch dreamt that for the space of a minute or two they remained looking at each other with the candle between them, and that she somehow derived an impression that they looked at each other fixedly. "Do you happen to know, Mrs. Clennam?" Athory's liege lord then demanded in a much lower voice, and with an amount of expression that seemed quite out of proportion to the simple purpose of his words, "where she lives?" "No." "Would you now? Would you like to know?" said Jeremiah with a pounce, as if he had sprung upon her. "If I cared to know, I should know already. Could I not have asked her any day?" "Then you don't care to know?" "I do not." Mr. Flintwinch, having expelled a long significant breath, said, with his former emphasis, "For I have accidentally, found out." "Wherever she lives," said Mrs. Clennam, speaking in one unmodulated hard voice, and separating her words as distinctly as if she were reading them off from separate bits of metal that she took up one by one. "She has made a secret of it, and she shall always keep her secret from me." "After all, perhaps you would rather not have known the fact, anyhow," said Jeremiah, and he said it with a twist, as if his words had come out of him in his own wry shape. "Flintwinch," said his mistress and partner, flashing into a sudden energy that made Athory start, "why do you goad me? Look round this room. If it is any compensation for my long confinement within these narrow limits, not that I complain of being afflicted, you know I never complain of that, if it is any compensation to me for long confinement to this room, that while I am shut up from all pleasant change, I am also shut up from the knowledge of some things that I may prefer to avoid knowing, why should you, of all men, grudge me that belief?" "I don't grudge it to you," returned Jeremiah. "Then say no more. Say no more. Let little Dorrit keep her secret from me, and do you keep it from me also. Let her come and go, unobserved and unquestioned. Let me suffer, and let me have what alleviation belongs to my condition. Is it so much that you torment me like an evil spirit?" "I asked you a question, that's all." "I have answered it, so say no more. Say no more." Here the sound of the wheeled chair was heard upon the floor, and Avery's bell rang with a hasty jerk. More afraid of her husband at the moment than of the mysterious sound in the kitchen, Avery crept away as lightly and as quickly as she could, descended the kitchen stairs almost as rapidly as she had ascended them, resumed her seat before the fire, tucked up her skirt again, and finally threw her apron over her head. Then the bell rang once more, and then once more, and then kept on ringing. In despite of which importunate summons, Avery still sat behind her apron, recovering her breath. At last Mr. Flintwinch came shuffling down the staircase into the hall, muttering and calling, "A free woman!" all the way. Avery still remaining behind her apron, he came stumbling down the kitchen stairs, candle in hand, sidled up to her, twitched her apron off and aroused her. "Oh, Jeremiah!" cried Avery, waking. "What a start you gave me!" "What have you been doing, woman?" inquired Jeremiah. "You've been rung for 50 times." "Oh, Jeremiah," said Mistress Avery, "I have been dreaming." Reminded of her former achievement in that way, Mr. Flintwinch held the candle to her head, as if he had some idea of lighting her up for the illumination of the kitchen. "Don't you know it's her tea time?" he demanded with a vicious grin, and giving one of the legs of Mistress Avery's chair a kick. "Jeremiah, tea time? I don't know what's come to me, but I got such a dreadful turn, Jeremiah, before I went off a-dreaming, that I think it must be that." "Yah, sleepy head," said Mr. Flintwinch. "What are you talking about?" "Such a strange noise, Jeremiah, and such a curious movement. In the kitchen, here, just here." Jeremiah held up his light and looked at the blackened ceiling, held down his light and looked at the damp stone floor, turned round with his light and looked about at the spotted and blotched walls. "Rats, cats, water, drains," said Jeremiah. Mistress Avery negatived each with a shake of her head. "No, Jeremiah, I have felt it before. I have felt it upstairs, and once in the staircase as I was going from her room to ours in the night, a rustle and a sort of trembling touch behind me." "Avery, my woman," said Mr. Flintwinch grimly, after advancing his nose to that lady's lips as a test for the detection of spirituous liquors, "if you don't get tea pretty quick, old woman, you'll become sensible of a rustle and a touch that'll send you flying to the other end of the kitchen." This prediction stimulated Mrs. Flintwinch to bestir herself and to hasten upstairs to Mrs. Clennam's chamber. But for all that, she now began to entertain a settled conviction that there was something wrong in the gloomy house. Henceforth, she was never at peace in it after daylight departed, and never went up or downstairs in the dark without having her apron over her head, lest she should see something. What with these ghostly apprehensions and her singular dreams, Mrs. Flintwinch fell that evening into a haunted state of mind, from which it may be long before this present narrative descries any trace of her recovery. In the vagueness of indistinctness of all her new experiences and perceptions, as everything about her was mysterious to herself, she began to be mysterious to others, and became as difficult to be made out to anybody's satisfaction as she found the house and everything in it difficult to make out to her own. She had not yet finished preparing Mrs. Clennam's tea, when the soft knock came to the door which always announced little Dorrit. Mistress Avery looked on at little Dorrit taking off her homely bonnet in the hall, and at Mr. Flintwinch scraping his jaws and contemplating her in silence, as expecting some wonderful consequence to ensue, which would frighten her out of her 5 wits or blow them all 3 to pieces. After tea there came another knock at the door, announcing Arthur. Mistress Affery went down to let him in, and he said on entering, "Affery, I am glad it's you. I want to ask you a question." Affery immediately replied, "For goodness' sake, don't ask me nothing, Arthur. I am frightened out of one half of my life, and dreamed out of the other. Don't ask me nothing. I don't know which is which, or what is what," and immediately started away from him, and came near him no more. Mistress Affery, having no taste for reading, and no sufficient light for needle-work in the subdued room, supposing her to have the inclination, now sat every night in the dimness from which she had momentarily emerged on the evening of Arthur Clennam's return, occupied with crowds of wild speculations and suspicions respecting her mistress and her husband, and the noises in the house. When the ferocious devotional exercises were engaged in, these speculations would distract Mistress Affery's eyes towards the door, as if she expected some dark form to appear at those propitious moments, and make the party one too many. Otherwise, Affery never said or did anything to attract the attention of the 2 clever ones towards her in any marked degree, except on certain occasions, generally at about the quiet hour towards bedtime, when she would suddenly dart out of her dim corner, and whisper with a face of terror to Mr. Flintwinch, reading the paper near Mrs. Clennam's little table, "There, Jeremiah! Now, what's that noise?" Then the noise, if there were any, would have ceased, and Mr. Flintwinch would snarl, turning upon her as if she had cut him down that moment against his will.
"Affery, old woman, you shall have a dose, old woman, such a dose. You have been dreaming again."
End of chapter the 15th, book the 1st. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 16th, book the 1st of Little Dorrit. Read for librivox.org by Ellis Christoff. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the 1st. Chapter the 16th. Nobody's Weakness. The time being come for the renewal of his acquaintance with the Meagles family, Clennam, pursuant to contract made between himself and Mr. Meagles within the precincts of Bleeding Heart Yard, turned his face on a certain Saturday towards Twickenham, where Mr. Meagles had a cottage residence of his own. The weather being fine and dry, and any English road abounding in interest for him, who had been so long away, he sent his valise on by the coach, and set out to walk. A walk was in itself a new enjoyment to him, and one that had rarely diversified his life afar off. He went by Fulham and Putney for the pleasure of strolling over the heath. It was bright and shining there, and when he found himself so far on his road to Twickenham, he found himself a long way on his road to a number of area and less substantial destinations. They had risen before him fast, in the healthful exercise and the pleasant road. It is not easy to walk alone in the country without musing upon something, and he had plenty of unsettled subjects to meditate upon, though he had been walking to the Land's End. First, there was the subject seldom absent from his mind, the question what he was to do henceforth in life, to what occupation he should devote himself, and in what direction he had best seek it. He was far from rich, and every day of indecision and inaction made his inheritance a source of greater anxiety to him. As often as he began to consider how to increase this inheritance, or to lay it by, so often his misgiving that there was someone with an unsatisfied claim upon his justice returned, and that alone was a subject to outlast the longest walk. Again, there was the subject of his relations with his mother, which were now upon an equable and peaceful but never confidential footing, and whom he saw several times a week. Little Dorrit was a leading and a constant subject, for the circumstances of his life, united to those of her own story, presented the little creature to him as the only person between whom and himself there were ties of innocent reliance on one hand, and affectionate protection on the other, ties of compassion, respect,
unselfish interest, gratitude and pity. Thinking of her, and of the possibility of her father's release from prison by the unbarring hand of death, the only change of circumstance he could foresee that might enable him to be such a friend to her as he wished to be, by altering her whole manner of life, smoothing her rough road, and giving her a home, he regarded her in that perspective as his adopted daughter, his poor child of the Marshalsea hushed to rest. If there were a last subject in his thoughts, and it lay towards Twickenham, its form was so indefinite that it was little more than the pervading atmosphere in which these other subjects floated before him. He had crossed the heath, and was leaving it behind, when he gained upon a figure which had been in advance of him for some time, and which, as he gained upon it, he thought he knew. He derived this impression from something in the turn of the head, and in the figure's action of consideration, as it went on at a sufficiently sturdy walk. But when the man, for it was a man's figure, pushed his hat up at the back of his head, and stopped to consider some object before him, he knew it to be Daniel Doyce. "How do you do, Mr. Doyce?" said Clennam, overtaking him. "I am glad to see you again, and in a healthier place than the Circumlocution Office." "Ha! Mr. Meagle's friend!" exclaimed that public criminal, coming out of some mental combinations he had been making, and offering his hand. "I am glad to see you, sir. Will you excuse me if I forget your name?" "Readily. It's not a celebrated name. It's not Barnacle." "No, no," said Daniel, laughing. "And now I know what it is. It's Clennam. How do you do, Mr. Clennam?" "I have some hope," said Arthur as they walked on together, "that we may be going to the same place, Mr. Doyce." "Meaning Twickenham?" returned Daniel. "I am glad to hear it." They were soon quite intimate, and lightened the way with a variety of conversation. The ingenious culprit was a man of great modesty and good sense, and, though a plain man, had been too much accustomed to combine what was original and daring in conception with what was patient and minute in execution, to be by any means an ordinary man. It was at first difficult to lead him to speak about himself, and he put off Arthur's advances in that direction by admitting slightly, oh yes, he had done this, and he had done that, and such a thing was of his making, and such another thing was his discovery, but it was his trade, you see, his trade, until, as he gradually became assured that his companion had a real interest in his account of himself, he frankly yielded to it. Then it appeared that he was the son of a north country blacksmith, and had originally been apprenticed by his widowed mother to a lockmaker, that he had struck out a few little things at the lockmaker's, which had led to his being released from his indentures with a present, which present had enabled him to gratify his ardent wish to buy himself to a working engineer, under whom he had laboured hard, learned hard, and lived hard 7 years. His time being out, he had worked in the shop at weekly wages 7 or 8 years more, and had then betaken himself to the banks of the Clyde, where he had studied, and filed, and hammered, and improved his knowledge, theoretical and practical, for 6 or 7 years more. There he had had an offer to go to Lyon, which he had accepted, and from Lyon had been engaged to go to Germany, and in Germany had had an offer to go to St. Petersburg, and there had done very well indeed, never better. However, he had naturally felt a preference for his own country, and a wish to gain distinction there, and to do whatever service he could do there rather than elsewhere. And so he had come home, and so at home he had established himself in business, and had invented and executed and worked his way on until, after a dozen years of constant suit and service, he had been enrolled in the great British Legion of Honour, the Legion of the Rebuffed of the Circumlocution Office, and had been decorated with the great British Order of Merit, the Order of the Disorder of the Barnacles and Stiltstockings. "It is much to be regretted," said Clennam, "that you ever turned your thoughts that way, Mr. Doyce." "True, sir, true to a certain extent. But what is a man to do, if he has the misfortune to strike out something serviceable to the nation, he must follow where it leads him." "Hadn't he better let it go?" said Clennam. "You can't do it," said Doyce, shaking his head with a thoughtful smile. "It's not put into his head to be buried. It's put into his head to be made useful. You hold your life on the condition that to the last you shall struggle hard for it. Every man holds a discovery on the same terms." "That is to say," said Arthur with a growing admiration of his quiet companion, "you are not finally discouraged even now." "I have no right to be if I am," returned the other. "The thing is as true as it ever was." When they had walked a little way in silence, Clennam, at once to change the direct point of their conversation and not to change it too abruptly, asked Mr. Doyce if he had any partner in his business to relieve him of a portion of its anxieties. "No," he returned, "not at present. I had when I first entered on it, and a good man he was. But he has been dead some years, and as I could not easily take to the notion of another when I lost him, I bought his share for myself and have gone on by myself ever since. And here's another thing," he said, stopping for a moment with a good-humoured laugh in his eyes, and laying his closed right hand, with its peculiar suppleness of thumb, on Clennam's arm. "No inventor can be a man of business, you know." "No?" said Clennam. "Why, so the men of business say," he answered, resuming the walk and laughing outright. "I don't know why we unfortunate creatures should be supposed to want common sense, but it is generally taken for granted that we do. Even the best friend I have in the world, our excellent friend over yonder," said Doyce, nodding towards Twickenham, "extends a sort of protection to me, don't you know, as a man not quite able to take care of himself?" Arthur Clennam could not help joining in the good-humoured laugh, for he recognised the truth of the description. "So I find that I must have a partner who is a man of business and not guilty of any inventions," said Daniel Doyce, taking off his hat to pass his hand over his forehead. "If it's only in deference to the current opinion and to uphold the credit of the works, I don't think you'll find that I have been very remiss or confused in my way of conducting them, but that's for him to say, whoever he is, not for me." "You have not chosen him yet, then?" "No, sir, no. I have only just come to a decision to take one. The fact is, there's more to do than there used to be, and the works are enough for me as I grow older. What with the books and correspondence and foreign journeys for which a principal is necessary, I can't do all. I am going to talk over the best way of negotiating the matter, if I find a spare half-hour between this and Monday morning, with my nurse and protector," said Doyce, with laughing eyes again. "He is a sagacious man in business, and has had a good apprenticeship to it." After this, they conversed on different subjects until they arrived at their journey's end. A composed and unobtrusive self-sustainment was noticeable in Daniel Doyce, a calm knowledge that what was true must remain true, in spite of all the barnacles in the family ocean, and would be just the truth, and neither more nor less, when even that sea had run dry, which had a kind of greatness in it, though not of the official quality. As he knew the house well, he conducted Arthur to it by the way that showed it to the best advantage. It was a charming place, none the worse for being a little eccentric, on the road by the river, and just what the residence of the Meagles family ought to be. It stood in a garden, no doubt as fresh and beautiful in the May of the year as Pet now was in the May of her life, and it was defended by a goodly show of handsome trees and spreading evergreens, as Pet was by Mr. and Mrs. Meagles. It was made out of an old brick house, of which a part had been altogether pulled down, and another part had been changed into the present cottage. So there was a hale, elderly portion, to represent Mr. and Mrs. Meagles, and a young, picturesque, very pretty portion to represent Pet. There was even the later addition of a conservatory sheltering itself against it, uncertain of hue in its deep stained glass, and in its more transparent portions flashing to the sun's rays, now like fire, and now like harmless water drops, which might have stood for Tattycoram. Within view was the peaceful river and the ferry boat, to moralize to all the inmates, saying, young or old, passionate or tranquil, chafing or content, thus runs the current always. Let the heart swell into what discord it will, thus plays the rippling water on the plough of the ferry-boat ever the same tune. Year after year, so much allowance for the drifting of the boat, so many miles an hour the flowing of the stream, here the rushes, there the lilies, nothing uncertain or unquiet, upon this road that steadily runs away, while you, upon your flowing road of time, are so capricious and distracted. The bell at the gate had scarcely sounded when Mr. Meagles came out to receive them. Mr. Meagles had scarcely come out when Mrs. Meagles came out. Mrs. Meagles had scarcely come out when Pet came out. Pet scarcely had come out when Tattycoram came out. Never had visitors a more hospitable reception.
"Here we are, you see," said Mr. Meagles, "boxed up, Mr. Clennam, within our own home limits, as we were never going to expand, that is, travel again. Not like Marseille, eh? Nor longing and marshonging here."
"A different kind of beauty, indeed," said Clennam, looking about him.
"But Lord bless me," cried Mr. Meagles, rubbing his hands with a relish, "it was an uncommonly pleasant thing being in quarantine, wasn't it? Do you know, I have often wished myself back again. We were a capital party."
This was Mr. Meagles's invariable habit, always to object to everything while he was travelling, and always to want to get back to it when he was not travelling.
"If it was summer time," said Mr. Meagles, "which I wish it was, on your account, and in order that you might see the place at its best, you would hardly be able to hear yourself speak for birds. Being practical people, we never allow anybody to scare the birds, and the birds, being practical people too, come about us in myriads. We are delighted to see you, Clennam. If you will allow me, I shall drop the Mr. I heartily assure you we are delighted."
"I have not had so pleasant a greeting," said Clennam. Then he recalled what little Dorrit had said to him in his own room, and faithfully added, "except once, since we last walked to and fro, looking down at the Mediterranean."
"Ah," returned Mr. Meagles, "something like a lookout that was, wasn't it? I don't want a military government, but I shouldn't mind a little longing and marshonging, just a dash of it, in this neighbourhood sometimes. It's devilish still."
Bestowing this eulogium on the retired character of his retreat, with a dubious shake of the head, Mr. Meagles led the way into the house. It was just large enough and no more, was as pretty within as it was without, and was perfectly well arranged and comfortable. Some traces of the migratory habits of the family were to be observed in the covered frames and furniture, and wrapped-up hangings, but it was easy to see that it was one of Mr. Meagles's whims to have the cottage always kept in their absence, as if they were always coming back the day after tomorrow. Of articles collected on his various expeditions there was such a vast miscellany that it was like the dwelling of an amiable corsair. There were antiquities from central Italy, made by the best modern houses in that department of industry, bits of mummy from Egypt, and perhaps Birmingham, model gondolas from Venice, model villages from Switzerland, morsels of tessellated pavement from Herculaneum and Pompeii, like petrified minced veal, ashes out of tombs, and lava out of Vesuvius, Spanish fans, Spezian straw hats, Moorish slippers, Tuscan hairpins, Carrara sculpture, Trastaverini scarves, Genoese velvets and filigree, Neapolitan coral, Roman cameos, Geneva jewellery, Arab lanterns, rosaries blessed all round by the Pope himself, and an infinite variety of lumber. There were views, like and unlike, of a multitude of places, and there was one little picture-room devoted to a few of the regular sticky old saints, with sinews like whipcord, hair like Neptune's, wrinkles like tattooing, and such coats of varnish that every holy personage served for a fly-trap, and became what is now called in the vulgar tongue a catch-em-alive. Oh! Of these pictorial acquisitions Mr. Meagles spoke in the usual manner. He was no judge, he said, except of what pleased himself. He had picked them up, dirt cheap, and people had considered them rather fine. One man, who at any rate ought to know something of the subject, had declared that sage reading, a specially oily old gentleman in a blanket with a swan's down tippet for a beard, and a web of cracks all over him like rich pie crust, to be a fine Guercino. As for Sebastian del Piombo there, you would judge for yourself. If it were not his later manner, the question was, who was it? Titian, that might or might not be, perhaps he had only touched it. Daniel Doyce said perhaps he hadn't touched it, but Mr. Meagles rather declined to overhear the remark. When he had shown all his spoils, Mr. Meagles took them into his own snug room overlooking the lawn, which was fitted up in part like a dressing-room and in part like an office, and in which, upon a kind of counter-desk, were a pair of brass scales for weighing gold, and a scoop for shovelling out money.
"Here they are, you see," said Mr. Meagles. "I stood behind these 2 articles 35 years running, when I no more thought of gadding about than I now think of staying at home. When I left the bank for good, I asked for them, and brought them away with me. I mention it at once, or you might suppose that I sit in my counting-house, as Pet says I do, like the king in the poem of the 24 blackbirds counting out my money."
Clennam's eyes had strayed to a natural picture on the wall, of 2 pretty little girls with their arms entwined.
"Yes, Clennam," said Mr. Meagles in a lower voice. "There they both are. It was taken some 17 years ago. As I often say to mother, they were babies then."
"Their names?" said Arthur.
"Ah, to be sure. You have never heard any name but Pet. Pet's name is Minnie. Her sister's is Lily."
"Should you have known, Mr. Clennam, that one of them was meant for me?" asked Pet herself, now standing in the doorway. "I might have thought that both of them were meant for you. Both are still so like you indeed," said Clennam, glancing from the fair original to the picture and back. "I cannot even now say which is not your portrait."
"Do you hear that, mother?" cried Mr. Meagles to his wife, who had followed her daughter. "It's all the same, Clennam, nobody can decide. The child to your left is Pet."
The picture happened to be near a looking-glass. As Arthur looked at it again, he saw, by the reflection of the mirror, Tattycoram stop in passing outside the door, listen to what was going on, and pass away with an angry and contemptuous frown upon her face, that changed its beauty into ugliness.
"But come," said Mr. Meagles, "you have had a long walk, and will be glad to get your boots off. As to Daniel here, I suppose he'd never think of taking his boots off unless we showed him a boot jack."
"Why not?" asked Daniel with a significant smile at Clennam.
"Oh, you have so many things to think about," returned Mr. Meagles, clapping him on the shoulder, as if his weakness must not be left to itself on any account. "Figures, and wheels, and cogs, and levers, and screws, and cylinders, and 1,000 things."
"In my calling," said Daniel, amused, "the greater usually includes the less. But never mind, never mind. Whatever pleases you pleases me." Clennam could not help speculating, as he seated himself in his room by the fire, whether there might be in the breast of this honest, affectionate, and cordial Mr. Meagles any microscopic portion of the mustard seed that had sprung up into the great tree of the Circumlocution Office. His curious sense of a general superiority to Daniel Doyce, which seemed to be founded not so much on anything in Doyce's personal character as on the mere fact of his being an originator and a man out of the beaten track of other men, suggested the idea. It might have occupied him until he went down to dinner an hour afterwards, if he had not had another question to consider, which had been in his mind so long ago as before he was in quarantine at Marseilles, and which had now returned to it, and was very urgent with it. No less a question than this, whether he should allow himself to fall in love with Pet. He was twice her age. He changed the leg he had crossed over the other, and tried the calculation again, but could not bring out the total at less. He was twice her age. Well, he was young in appearance, young in health and strength, young in heart. A man was certainly not old at 40, and many men were not in circumstances to marry, or did not marry until they had attained that time of life. On the other hand, the question was not what he thought of the point, but what she thought of it. He believed that Mr. Meagles was disposed to entertain a ripe regard for him, and he knew that he had a sincere regard for Mr. Meagles and his good wife. He could foresee that to relinquish this beautiful only child, of whom they were so fond, to any husband, would be a trial of their love which perhaps they never yet had had the fortitude to contemplate, but the more beautiful, and winning, and charming she, the nearer they must always be to the necessity of approaching it. And why not in his favour, as well as in another's? When he had got so far, it came again into his head that the question was, not what they thought of it, but what she thought of it. Arthur Clennam was a retiring man with a sense of many deficiencies, and he so exalted the merits of the beautiful Minnie in his mind, and depressed his own, that when he pinned himself to this point, his hopes began to fail him. He came to the final resolution, as he made himself ready for dinner, that he would not allow himself to fall in love with Pet. There were only 5 at a round table, and it was very pleasant indeed. They had so many places and people to recall, and they were all so easy and cheerful together, Daniel Doyce either sitting out like an amused spectator at cards, or coming in with some shrewd little experiences of his own, when it happened to be to the purpose, that they might have been together 20 times and not have known so much of one another.
"And Miss Wade," said Mr. Meagles, after they had recalled a number of fellow travellers, "has anybody seen Miss Wade?"
"I have," said Tattycoram. She had brought a little mantle which her young mistress had sent for, and was bending over her, putting it on, when she lifted up her dark eyes and made this unexpected answer. "Tatty," her young mistress exclaimed, "you seen Miss Wade? Where?" "Here, miss," said Tattycoram. "How?" An impatient glance from Tattycoram seemed, as Clennam saw it, to answer with my eyes, but her only answer in words was, "I met her near the church."
"What was she doing there, I wonder?" said Mr. Meagles. "Not going to it, I should think."
"She had written to me first," said Tattycoram.
"Oh, Tatty,"
murmured her mistress, "take your hands away. I feel as if someone else was touching me." She said it in a quick involuntary way, but half playfully, and not more petulantly or disagreeably than a favourite child might have done, who laughed next moment. Tattycoram set her full red lips together, and crossed her arms upon her bosom. "Did you wish to know, sir," she said, looking at Mr. Meagles, "what Miss Wade wrote to me about?"
"Well, Tattycoram," returned Mr. Meagles, "since you ask the question, and we are all friends here, perhaps you may as well mention it, if you are so inclined."
"She knew when we were travelling where you lived," said Tattycoram, "and she had seen me not quite in good temper, Tattycoram," suggested Mr. Meagles, shaking his head at the dark eyes with a quiet caution.
"Take a little time. Count 25, Tattycoram."
She pressed her lips together again, and took a long, deep breath. "So she wrote to me to say that if I ever felt myself hurt," she looked down at her young mistress, "or found myself worried," she looked down on her again, "I might go to her, and be considerately treated. I was to think of it, and could speak to her by the church, so I went there to thank her."
"Tatty," said her young mistress, putting her hand up over her shoulder that the other might take it,
"Miss Wade almost frightened me when we parted, and I scarcely like to think of her just now as having been so near me without my knowing it. Tatty, dear." Tatty stood for a moment, immovable.
"Hey!" cried Mr. Meagles. "Count another 25, Tattycoram."
She might have counted a dozen when she bent and put her lips to the caressing hand. It patted her cheek as it touched the owner's beautiful curls, and Tattycoram went away.
"Now there,"
said Mr. Meagles softly, as he gave a turn to the dumb waiter on his right hand to twirl the sugar towards himself. "There's a girl who might be lost and ruined, if she wasn't among practical people. Mother and I know, solely from being practical, that there are times when this girl's whole nature seems to roughen herself against seeing us so bound up in Pet. No father and mother were bound up in her, poor soul.
I don't like to think of the way in which that unfortunate child, with all that passion and protest in her, feels when she hears the 5th commandment on a Sunday. I am always inclined to call out at church, 'Count 25, Tattycoram.'" Besides his dumbwaiter, Mr. Meagles had 2 other not dumbwaiters in the persons of 2 parlour-maids with rosy faces and bright eyes, who were a highly ornamental part of the table decoration. "And why not, you see?" said Mr. Meagles on this head. "As I always say to mother, why not have something pretty to look at, if you have anything at all?" A certain Mrs. Tickit, who was cook and housekeeper when the family were at home, and housekeeper only when the family were away, completed the establishment. Mr. Meagles regretted that the nature of the duties in which she was engaged rendered Mrs. Tickit unpresentable at present, but hoped to introduce her to the new visitor to-morrow. She was an important part of the cottage, he said, and all his friends knew her. That was her picture up in the corner. When they went away, she always put on the silk gown and the jet-black row of curls represented in that portrait. Her hair was reddish-grey in the kitchen, established herself in the breakfast-room, put her spectacles between 2 particular leaves of Dr. Buchan's domestic medicine, and sat looking over the blind all day until they came back again. It was supposed that no persuasion could be invented which would induce Mrs. Tickit to abandon her post at the blind, however long their absence, or to dispense with the attendance of Dr. Buchan, the lucubrations of which learned practitioner Mr. Meagles implicitly believed she had never yet consulted to the extent of 1 word in her life. In the evening they played an old-fashioned rubber, and Pet sat looking over her father's hand, or singing to herself by fits and starts at the piano. She was a spoiled child, but how could she be otherwise? Who could be much with so pliable and beautiful a creature, and not yield to her endearing influence? Who could pass an evening in the house, and not love her for the grace and charm of her very presence in the room? This was Clennam's reflection, notwithstanding the final conclusion at which he had arrived upstairs. In making it, he revoked. "Why, what are you thinking of, my good sir?" asked the astonished Mr. Meagles, who was his partner. "I beg your pardon, nothing," returned Clennam. "Think of something next time, that's a dear fellow," said Mr. Meagles. Pet laughingly believed he had been thinking of Miss Wade. "Why of Miss Wade, Pet?" asked her father. "Why indeed?" said Arthur Clennam. Pet coloured a little, and went to the piano again. As they broke up for the night, Arthur overheard Doyce ask his host if he could give him half an hour's conversation before breakfast in the morning. The host replying willingly, Arthur lingered behind a moment, having his own word to add to that topic. "Mr. Meagles," he said on their being left alone, "do you remember when you advised me to go straight to London?" "Perfectly well." "And when you gave me some other good advice which I needed at that time?" "I won't say what it was worth," answered Mr. Meagles, "but of course I remember our being very pleasant and confidential together. I have acted on your advice, and having disembarrassed myself of an occupation that was painful to me for many reasons, wish to devote myself, and what means I have, to another pursuit." "Right, you can't do it too soon," said Mr. Meagles. "Now, as I came down to-day, I found that your friend, Mr. Doyce, is looking for a partner in his business, not a partner in his mechanical knowledge, but in the ways and means of turning the business arising from it to the best account." "Just so," said Mr. Meagles, with his hands in his pockets, and with the old business expression of face that had belonged to the scales and scoop. "Mr. Doyce mentioned incidentally, in the course of our conversation, that he was going to take your valuable advice on the subject of finding such a partner. If you should think our views and opportunities at all likely to coincide, perhaps you will let him know my available position. I speak, of course, in ignorance of the details, and they may be unsuitable on both sides." No doubt," said Mr. Meagles, with the caution belonging to the scales and scoop. "But there will be a question of figures and accounts." Just so, said Mr. Meagles. with arithmetical solidity belonging to the scales and scoop. And I shall be glad to enter into the subject, provided Mr. Doyce responds, and you think well of it. If you will at present, therefore, allow me to place it in your hands, you will much oblige me.
Clennam, I accept the trust with readiness, said Mr. Meagles, and without anticipating any of the points which you, as a man of business, have of course reserved, I am free to say to you that I think something may come of this. Of one thing you may be perfectly certain, Daniel is an honest man.
I am so sure of it that I have promptly made up my mind to speak to you.
You must guide him, you know. You must steer him. You must direct him. He is one of a crotchety sort,
said Mr. Meagles, evidently meaning nothing more than that he did new things and went new ways.
But he is as honest as the sun, and so good night.
Clennam went back to his room, sat down again before his fire, and made up his mind that he was glad he had resolved not to fall in love with Pet. She was so beautiful, so amiable, so apt to receive any true impression given to her gentle nature and her innocent heart, and make the man who should be so happy as to communicate it the most fortunate and enviable of all men, that he was very glad indeed he had come to that conclusion. But, as this might have been a reason for coming to the opposite conclusion, he followed out the theme again a little way in his mind, to justify himself, perhaps. Suppose that a man, so his thoughts ran, who had been of age some 20 years or so, who was a diffident man from the circumstances of his youth, who was rather a grave man from the tenor of his life, who knew himself to be deficient in many little engaging qualities which he admired in others, from having been long in a distant region, with nothing softening near him, who had no kind sisters to present to her, who had no congenial home to make her known in, who was a stranger in the land, who had not a fortune to compensate in any measure for these defects, who had nothing in his favour but his honest love and his general wish to do right. Suppose such a man were to come to this house, and were to yield to the captivation of this charming girl, and were to persuade himself that he could hope to win her, what a weakness it would be! He softly opened his window, and looked out upon the serene river. Year after year so much allowance for the drifting of the ferry boat, so many miles an hour the flowing of the stream, here the rushes, there the lilies, nothing uncertain or unquiet. Why should he be vexed or sore at heart? It was not his weakness that he had imagined. It was nobody's within his knowledge. Why should it trouble him? And yet it did trouble him, and he thought, who has not thought for a moment sometimes, that it might be better to flow away monotonously, like the river, and to compound for its insensibility to happiness with its insensibility to pain. End of chapter the 16th, book the 1st. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 17th, book the 1st of Little Dorrit. Read for librivox.org by Ellis Christoff. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens, book the 1st, chapter the 17th. Nobody's Rival. Before breakfast in the morning, Arthur walked out to look about him. As the morning was fine and he had an hour on his hands, he crossed the river by the ferry, and strolled along a footpath through some meadows. When he came back to the towing path, he found the ferry boat on the opposite side, and a gentleman hailing it and waiting to be taken over. This gentleman looked barely 30. He was well dressed, of a sprightly and gay appearance, a well-knit figure, and a rich dark complexion. As Arthur came over the stile and down to the water's edge, the lounger glanced at him for a moment, and then resumed his occupation of idly tossing stones into the water with his foot. There was something in his way of spurning them out of their places with his heel,
and getting them into the required position, that Clennam thought had an air of cruelty in it. Most of us have more or less frequently derived a similar impression from a man's manner of doing some very little thing, plucking a flower, clearing away an obstacle, or even destroying an insentient object. The gentleman's thoughts were preoccupied, as his face showed, and he took no notice of a fine Newfoundland dog, who watched him attentively, and watched every stone too, in its turn, eager to spring into the river on receiving his master's sign. The ferry boat came over, however, without his receiving any sign, and when it grounded his master took him by the collar and walked him into it. "Not this morning," he said to the dog. "You won't do for ladies' company, dripping wet. Lie down." Clennam followed the man and the dog into the boat, and took his seat. The dog did as he was ordered. The man remained standing, with his hands in his pockets, and towered between Clennam and the prospect. Man and dog both jumped lightly out as soon as they touched the other side and went away. Clennam was glad to be rid of them. The church clock struck the breakfast hour as he walked up the little lane by which the garden gate was approached. The moment he pulled the bell, a deep, loud barking assailed him from within the wall. "I heard no dog last night," thought Clennam. The gate was opened by one of the rosy maids, and on the lawn were the Newfoundland dog and the man. "Miss Minnie is not down yet, gentlemen," said the blushing portress, as they all came together in the garden. Then she said to the master of the dog, "Mr. Clennam, sir," and tripped away. "Odd enough, Mr. Clement, that we should have met just now," said the man, upon which the dog became mute. "Allow me to introduce myself, Henry Gowan. A pretty place this, and looks wonderfully well this morning." The manner was easy, and the voice agreeable, but still Clennam thought that if he had not made that decided resolution to avoid falling in love with Pet, he would have taken a dislike to this Henry Gowan. "It's new to you, I believe?" said this Gowan, when Arthur had extolled the place. "Quite new. I made acquaintance with it only yesterday afternoon." "Ah, of course, this is not its best aspect. It used to look charming in the spring, before they went away last time. I should like you to have seen it then." But for that resolution so often recalled, Clennam might have wished him in the crater of Mount Etna in return for this civility. "I have had the pleasure of seeing it under many circumstances during the last 3 years, and it's a paradise." It was, at least it might have been, always excepting for that wise resolution, like his dexterous impudence to call it a paradise. He only called it a paradise because he first saw her coming, and so made her out within her hearing to be an angel. Confusion to him. And how beaming she looked, and how glad! How she caressed the dog, and how the dog knew her! How expressive that heightened colour in her face, that fluttered manner, her downcast eyes, her irresolute happiness! When had Clennam seen her look like this? Not that there was any reason why he might, could, would, or should have ever seen her look like this, or that he had ever hoped for himself to see her look like this. But still, when had he ever known her do it? He stood at a little distance from them. This Gowan, when he had talked about a paradise, had gone up to her and taken her hand. The dog had put his great paws on her arm and laid his head against her dear bosom. She had laughed and welcomed him, and made far too much of the dog, far, far too much. That is to say, supposing there had been any third person looking on who loved her. She disengaged herself now and came to Clennam, and put her hand in his, and wished him good morning, and gracefully made as if she would take his arm and be escorted into the house. To this Gowan had no objection. No, he knew he was too safe. There was a passing cloud on Mr. Meagles's good-humoured face when they all three, 4 counting the dog, and he was the most objectionable but one of the party, came in to breakfast. Neither it, nor the touch of uneasiness on Mrs. Meagles as she directed her eyes towards it, was unobserved by Clennam. "Well, Gowan," said Mr. Meagles, even suppressing a sigh, "how goes the world with you this morning?"
"Much as usual, sir. Lion and I, being determined not to waste anything of our weekly visit, turned out early, and came over from Kingston, my present headquarters, where I am making a sketch or two." Then he told how he had met Mr. Clennam at the ferry, and they had come over together. "Mrs. Gowan is well, Henry?" said Mrs. Meagles. Clennam became attentive. "My mother is quite well, thank you." Clennam became inattentive. "I have taken the liberty of making an addition to your family dinner party to-day, which I hope will not be inconvenient to you or to Mr. Meagles. I couldn't very well get out of it," he explained, turning to the latter. "The young fellow wrote to propose himself to me, and as he is well connected, I thought you would not object to my transferring him here." "Who is the young fellow?" asked Mr. Meagles with peculiar complacency. "He is one of the Barnacles, Tite Barnacle's son, Clarence Barnacle, who is in his father's department. I can at least guarantee that the river shall not suffer from his visit. He won't set it on fire." "Ay, ay," said Meagles. "A Barnacle, is he? We know something of that family, eh, Dan? By George, they're at the top of the tree, though. Let me see. What relation will this young fellow be to Lord Decimus now? His lordship married in 1797, Lady Jemima Bilberry, who was the second daughter by the third marriage. No, there I am wrong. That was Lady Seraphina. Lady Jemima was the first daughter by the second marriage of the 15th Earl of Stilstalking with the Honourable Clementina Tuzelum. Very well. Now this young fellow's father married a Stilstalking, and his father married his cousin, who was a Barnacle. The father of that father who married a Barnacle married a Joddleby. I am getting a little too far back, Gowan. I want to make out what relation this young fellow is to Lord Decimus." "That's easily stated. His father is nephew to Lord Decimus." "Nephew to Lord Decimus," Mr. Meagles luxuriously repeated with his eyes shut, that he might have nothing to distract him from the full flavour of the genealogical tree. "By George, you're right, Gowan, so he is. Consequently, Lord Decimus is his great-uncle. But stop a bit," said Mr. Meagles, opening his eyes with a fresh discovery. "Then on the mother's side, Lady Stilstalking is his great-aunt. Of course she is." "Ay, ay, ay," said Mr. Meagles with much interest. "Indeed, indeed. We shall be glad to see him. We'll entertain him as well as we can, in our humble way, and we shall not starve him, I hope, at all events." In the beginning of this dialogue, Clennam had expected some great harmless outburst from Mr. Meagles, like that which had made him burst out of the Circumlocution Office, holding Doyce by the collar. But his good friend had a weakness which none of us need go into the next street to find, and which no amount of circumlocution experience could long subdue in him. Clennam looked at Doyce. But Doyce knew all about it beforehand, and looked at his plate, and made no sign, and said no word. "I am much obliged to you," said Gowan to conclude the subject. "Clarence is a great ass, but he is one of the dearest and best fellows that ever lived." It appeared, before the breakfast was over, that everybody whom this Gowan knew was either more or less of an ass, or more or less of a knave, but was, notwithstanding, the most lovable, the most engaging, the simplest, truest, kindest, dearest, best fellow that ever lived. The process by which this unvarying result was attained, whatever the premises, might have been stated by Mr. Henry Gowan thus: "I claim to be always book-keeping, with a peculiar nicety, in every man's case, and posting up a careful little account of good and evil with him. I do this so conscientiously that I am happy to tell you I find the most worthless of men to be the dearest old fellow too, and am in a condition to make the gratifying report that there is much less difference than you are inclined to suppose between an honest man and a scoundrel." The effect of this cheering discovery happened to be, that while he seemed to be scrupulously finding good in most men, he did in reality lower it where it was, and set it up where it was not. But that was its only disagreeable or dangerous feature. It scarcely seemed, however, to afford Mr. Meagles as much satisfaction as the Barnacle genealogy had done. The cloud that Clennam had never seen upon his face before that morning frequently overcast it again, and there was the same shadow of uneasy observation of him on the comely face of his wife. More than once or twice, when Pet caressed the dog, it appeared to Clennam that her father was unhappy in seeing her do it, and in one particular instance, when Gowan stood on the other side of the dog, and bent his head at the same time, Arthur fancied that he saw tears rise to Mr. Meagles' eyes as he hurried out of the room. It was either the fact, too, or he fancied further, that Pet herself was not insensible to these little incidents, that she tried, with a more delicate affection than usual, to express to her good father how much she loved him, that it was on this account that she fell behind the rest, both as they went to church and as they returned from it, and took his arm. He could not have sworn, but that as he walked alone in the garden afterwards, he had an instantaneous glimpse of her in her father's room, clinging to both her parents with the greatest tenderness, and weeping on her father's shoulder. The latter part of the day turning out wet, they were fain to keep the house, look over Mr. Meagles's collection, and beguile the time with conversation. This Gowan had plenty to say for himself, and said it in an off-hand and amusing manner. He appeared to be an artist by profession, and to have been at Rome some time. Yet he had a slight, careless, amateur way with him, a perceptible limp, both in his devotion to art and his attainments, which Clennam could scarcely understand. He applied to Daniel Doyce for help, as they stood together looking out of window. "You know Mr. Gowan?" he said in a low voice. "I have seen him here. Comes here every Sunday when they are at home. An artist, I infer from what he says." "A sort of a one," said Daniel Doyce in a surly tone. "What sort of a one?" asked Clennam with a smile. "Why, he has sauntered into the arts at a leisurely Pall-Mall pace," said Doyce, "and I doubt if they care to be taken quite so coolly." Pursuing his inquiries, Clennam found that the Gowan family were a very distant ramification of the Barnacles, and that the paternal Gowan, originally attached to a legation abroad, had been pensioned off as a commissioner of nothing particular somewhere or other, and had died at his post with his drawn salary in his hand, nobly defending it to the last extremity. In consideration of this eminent public service, the Barnacle then in power had recommended the Crown to bestow a pension of 200 or 300 a year on his widow, to which the next Barnacle in power had added certain shady and sedate apartments in the palaces at Hampton Court, where the old lady still lived, deploring the degeneracy of the times in company with several other old ladies of both sexes. Her son, Mr. Henry Gowan, inherited from his father, the Commissioner, that very questionable help in life. A very small independence had been difficult to settle, the rather as public appointments chanced to be scarce, and his genius, during his earlier manhood, was of that exclusively agricultural character which applies itself to the cultivation of wild oats. At last he had declared that he would become a painter, partly because he had always had an idle knack that way, and partly to grieve the souls of the Barnacles in chief, who had not provided for him. So it had come to pass successively, first, that several distinguished ladies had been frightfully shocked, then, that portfolios of his performances had been handed about o' nights, and declared with ecstasy to be perfect Claudes, perfect Cuyps, perfect phenomena. Then, that Lord Decimus had bought his picture, and had asked the President and Council to dinner at a blow, and had said, with his own magnificent gravity, "Do you know, there appears to me to be really immense merit in that work," and, in short, that people of condition had absolutely taken pains to bring him into fashion, but, somehow, it had all failed. The prejudiced public had stood out against it obstinately. They had determined not to admire Lord Decimus's picture. They had determined to believe that in every service, except their own, a man must qualify himself by striving early and late, and by working heart and soul, might and main. So now Mr. Gowan, like that worn-out old coffin which never was Mahomet's nor anybody else's, hung midway between 2 points, jaundiced and jealous as to the one he had left, jaundiced and jealous as to the other that he couldn't reach. Such was the substance of Clennam's discoveries concerning him, made that rainy Sunday afternoon and afterwards. About an hour or so after dinner-time, young Barnacle appeared, attended by his eyeglass, in honour of whose family connections Mr. Meagles had cashiered the pretty parlour-maids for the day, and had placed on duty in their stead 2 dingy men. Young Barnacle was in the last degree amazed and disconcerted at sight of Arthur, and had murmured involuntarily, "Look here, upon my soul, you know," before his presence of mind returned. Even then he was obliged to embrace the earliest opportunity of taking his friend into a window, and saying, in a nasal way that was a part of his general debility, "I want to speak to you, Gowan. I say, look here, who is that fellow?" "A friend of our host's, none of mine." "He's a most ferocious radical, you know," said young Barnacle. "Is he? How do you know?" "Ecod, sir, he was pitching into our people the other day in the most tremendous manner. Went up to our place, and pitched into my father to that extent that it was necessary to order him out. Came back to our department, and pitched into me. Look here, you never saw such a fellow." "What did he want?" "Ecod, sir," returned young Barnacle, "he said he wanted to know, you know, pervaded our department without an appointment, and said he wanted to know." The stare of indignant wonder with which young Barnacle accompanied this disclosure would have strained his eyes injuriously but for the opportune relief of dinner. Mr. Meagles, who had been extremely solicitous to know how his uncle and aunt were, begged him to conduct Mrs. Meagles to the dining-room, and when he sat on Mrs. Meagles's right hand, Mr. Meagles looked as gratified as if his whole family were there. All the natural charm of the previous day was gone. The eaters of the dinner, like the dinner itself, were lukewarm, insipid, overdone, and all owing to this poor little dull young Barnacle. Conversationless at any time, he was now the victim of a weakness special to the occasion, and solely referable to Clennam. He was under a pressing and continual necessity of looking at that gentleman, which occasioned his eyeglass to get into his soup, into his wine-glass, into Mrs. Meagles's plate, to hang down his back like a bell-rope, and be several times disgracefully restored to his bosom by one of the dingy men. Weakened in mind by his frequent losses of this instrument, and its determination not to stick in his eye, and more enfeebled in intellect every time he looked at the mysterious Clennam, he applied spoons to his eyes, forks, and other foreign matters connected with the furniture of the dinner-table. His discovery of these mistakes greatly increased his difficulties, but never released him from the necessity of looking at Clennam. And whenever Clennam spoke, this ill-starred young man was clearly seized with a dread that he was coming, by some artful device, round to that point of wanting to know, you know. It may be questioned, therefore, whether any one but Mr. Meagles had much enjoyment of the time. Mr. Meagles, however, thoroughly enjoyed young Barnacle. As a mere flask of the golden water in the tail became a full fountain when it was poured out, so Mr. Meagles seemed to feel that this small spice of Barnacle imparted to his table the flavour of the whole family tree. In its presence, his frank, fine, genuine qualities paled. He was not so easy, he was not so natural, he was striving after something that did not belong to him. He was not himself. What a strange peculiarity on the part of Mr. Meagles, and where should we find another such case? At last, the wet Sunday wore itself out in a wet night, and young Barnacle went home in a cab, feebly smoking, and the objectionable Gowan went away on foot, accompanied by the objectionable dog. Pet had taken the most amiable pains all day to be friendly with Clennam, but Clennam had been a little reserved since breakfast, that is to say, would have been if he had loved her. When he had gone to his own room, and had again thrown himself into the chair by the fire, Mr. Doyce knocked at the door, candle in hand, to ask him how and at what hour he proposed returning on the morrow. After settling this question, he said a word to Mr. Doyce about this Gowan, who would have run in his head a good deal if he had been his rival. "Those are not good prospects for a painter," said Clennam. "No," returned Doyce. Mr. Doyce stood, chamber candlestick in hand, the other hand in his pocket, looking hard at the flame of his candle, with a certain quiet perception in his face that they were going to say something more. "I thought our good friend a little changed and out of spirits after he came this morning," said Clennam. "Yes," returned Doyce. "But not his daughter," said Clennam. "No," said Doyce. There was a pause on both sides. Mr. Doyce, still looking at the flame of his candle, slowly resumed. "The truth is, he has twice taken his daughter abroad in the hope of separating her from Mr. Gowan. He rather thinks she is disposed to like him, and he has painful doubts. I quite agree with him, as I dare say you do, of the hopefulness of such a marriage." "There—" Clennam choked and coughed and stopped. "Yes, you have taken cold," said Daniel Doyce, but without looking at him. "There is an engagement between them, of course?" said Clennam airily. "No, as I am told, certainly not. It has been solicited on the gentleman's part, but none has been made. Since their recent return, our friend has yielded to a weekly visit, but that is the utmost. Minnie would not deceive her father and mother. You have travelled with them, and I believe you know what a bond there is among them, extending even beyond this present life. All that there is between Miss Minnie and Mr. Gowan, I have no doubt we see." "Ah, we see enough," cried Arthur. Mr. Doyce wished him good night in the tone of a man who had heard a mournful, not to say despairing, exclamation, and who sought to infuse some encouragement and hope into the mind of the person by whom it had been uttered. Such tone was probably a part of his oddity, as one of a crotchety band, for how could he have heard anything of that kind without Clennam's hearing it too? The rain fell heavily on the roof, and pattered on the ground, and dripped among the evergreens and the leafless branches of the trees. The rain fell heavily, drearily. It was a night of tears. If Clennam had not decided against falling in love with Pet, if he had had the weakness to do it, if he had, little by little, persuaded himself to set all the earnestness of his nature, all the might of his hope, and all the wealth of his matured character, on that cast, if he had done this and found that all was lost, he would have been, that night, unutterably miserable. As it was, the rain fell heavily, drearily. End of chapter the 17th, book the 1st. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 18th, book the 1st, of Little Dorrit. Read for librivox.org by Ellis Christoff. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the 1st, chapter the 18th. Little Dorrit's Lover. Little Dorrit had not attained her 22nd birthday without finding a lover. Even in the shadow Marshalsea, the ever-young archer shot off a few featherless arrows now and then from a mouldy bough, and winged a collegian or two. Little Dorrit's lover, however, was not a collegian. He was the sentimental son of a turnkey. His father hoped, in the fullness of time, to leave him the inheritance of an unstained key, and had from his early youth familiarized him with the duties of his office, and with an ambition to retain the prison lock in the family. While the succession was yet in abeyance, he assisted his mother in the conduct of a snug tobacco business round the corner of Horsemonger Lane, his father being a non-resident turnkey, which could usually command a neat connection within the college walls. Years agone,
when the object of his affections was wont to sit in her little armchair by the high lodge fender, young John, family name Chivery, a year older than herself, had eyed her with admiring wonder. When he had played with her in the yard, his favourite game had been to counterfeit locking her up in corners, and to counterfeit letting her out for real kisses. When he grew tall enough to peep through the keyhole of the great lock of the main door, he had divers times set down his father's dinner, or supper, to get on as it might on the outer side thereof, while he stood taking cold in one eye by dint of peeping at her through that airy perspective. If young John had ever slackened in his truth in the less penetrable days of his boyhood, when youth is prone to wear its boots unlaced and is happily unconscious of digestive organs, he had soon strung it up again and screwed it tight. At 19, his hand had inscribed in chalk on that part of the wall which fronted her lodgings, on the occasion of her birthday, "Welcome, sweet nursling of the fairies." At 23, the same hand falteringly presented cigars on Sundays to the father of the Marshalsea, and father of the queen of his soul. Young John was small of stature, with rather weak legs and very weak light hair. One of his eyes, perhaps the eye that used to peep through the keyhole, was also weak, and looked larger than the other, as if it couldn't collect itself. Young John was gentle likewise, but he was great of soul, poetical, expansive, faithful. Though too humble before the ruler of his heart to be sanguine, young John had considered the object of his attachment in all its lights and shades. Following it out to blissful results, he had descried, without self-commendation, a fitness in it. Say things prospered, and they were united. She, the child of the Marshalsea; he, the lock-keeper. There was a fitness in that. Say he became a resident turnkey, she would officially succeed to the chamber she had rented so long. There was a beautiful propriety in that. It looked over the wall, if you stood on tiptoe, and with a trellis work of scarlet beans and a canary or so, would become a very arbour. There was a charming idea in that. Then, being all in all to one another, there was even an appropriate grace in the lock. With the world shut out, except that part of it which would be shut in, with its troubles and disturbances only known to them by hearsay, as they would be described by the pilgrims tarrying with them on their way to the insolvent shrine, with the arbour above and the lodge below, they would glide down the stream of time in pastoral domestic happiness. Young John drew tears from his eyes by finishing the picture with a tombstone in the adjoining churchyard, close against the prison wall, bearing the following touching inscription: "Sacred to the memory of John Chivery, 60 years turnkey, and 50 years head turnkey, of the neighbouring Marshalsea, who departed this life universally respected on the 31st of December, 1886, aged 83 years. Also of his truly beloved and truly loving wife, Amy, whose maiden name was Dorrit, who survived his loss not quite 48 hours, and who breathed her last in the Marshalsea aforesaid. There she was born, there she lived, there she died." The Chivery parents were not ignorant of their son's attachment. Indeed, it had, on some exceptional occasions, thrown him into a state of mind that had impelled him to conduct himself with irascibility towards the customers, and damage the business, but they, in their turns, had worked it out to desirable conclusions. Mrs. Chivery, a prudent woman, had desired her husband to take notice that their John's prospects of the lock would certainly be strengthened by an alliance with Miss Dorrit, who had herself a kind of claim upon the college, and was much respected there. Mrs. Chivery had desired her husband to take notice that if, on the one hand, their John had means and a post of trust, on the other hand, Miss Dorrit had family, and that her, Mrs. Chivery's, sentiment was, that two halves made a whole. Mrs. Chivery,
speaking as a mother and not as a diplomatist, had then, from a different point of view, desired her husband to recollect that their John had never been strong, and that his love had fretted and worried him enough as it was, without his being driven to do himself a mischief, as nobody couldn't say he wouldn't be if he was crossed. These arguments had so powerfully influenced the mind of Mr. Chivery, who was a man of few words, that he had on sundry Sunday mornings given his boy what he termed a lucky touch, signifying that he considered such commendation of him to good fortune, preparatory to his that day declaring his passion and becoming triumphant. But young John had never taken courage to make the declaration, and it was principally on these occasions that he had returned excited to the tobacco shop, and flown at the customers. In this affair, as in every other, little Dorrit herself was the last person considered. Her brother and sister were aware of it, and attained a sort of station by making a peg of it, on which to air the miserably ragged old fiction of the family gentility. Her sister asserted the family gentility by flouting the poor swain as he loitered about the prison for glimpses of his dear. Tip asserted the family gentility and his own by coming out in the character of the aristocratic brother, and loftily swaggering in the little skittle ground respecting seizures by the scruff of the neck, which there were looming probabilities of some gentleman unknown executing on some little puppy not mentioned. These were not the only members of the Dorrit family who turned it to account. No, no, the father of the Marshalsea was supposed to know nothing about the matter of course. His poor dignity could not see so low. But he took the cigars on Sundays and was glad to get them, and sometimes even condescended to walk up and down the yard with the donor, who was proud and hopeful then, and benignantly to smoke one in his society. With no less readiness and condescension did he receive attentions from Chivery senior, who always relinquished his armchair and newspaper to him when he came into the lodge during one of his spells of duty, and who had even mentioned to him that, if he would like at any time after dusk quietly to step out into the forecourt and take a look at the street, there was not much to prevent him. If he did not avail himself of this latter civility, it was only because he had lost the relish for it, inasmuch as he took everything else he could get, and would say at times, "Extremely civil person, Chivery, very attentive man and very respectful, young Chivery too, really almost with a delicate perception of one's position here, a very well conducted family indeed, the Chiverys. Their behaviour gratifies me." The devoted young John all this time regarded the family with reverence. He never dreamed of disputing their pretensions, but did homage to the miserable mumbo-jumbo they paraded. As to resenting any affront from her brother, he would have felt, even if he had not naturally been of a most pacific disposition, that to wag his tongue or lift his hand against that sacred gentleman would be an unhallowed act. He was sorry that his noble mind should take offence. Still, he felt the fact to be not incompatible with his nobility, and sought to propitiate and conciliate that gallant soul. Her father, a gentleman in misfortune, a gentleman of a fine spirit and courtly manners, who always bore with him, he deeply honoured. Her sister he considered somewhat vain and proud, but a young lady of infinite accomplishments, who could not forget the past. It was an instinctive testimony to little Dorrit's worth and difference from all the rest, that the poor young fellow honoured and loved her for being simply what she was. The tobacco business round the corner of Horsemonger Lane was carried out in a rural establishment 1 story high, which had the benefit of the air from the yards of Horsemonger Lane Jail, and the advantage of a retired walk under the wall of that pleasant establishment. The business was of too modest a character to support a life-size Highlander, but it maintained a little one on a bracket on the door-post, who looked like a fallen cherub that had found it necessary to take to a kilt. From the portal thus decorated, one Sunday after an early dinner of baked viands, young John issued forth on his usual Sunday errand, not empty-handed, but with his offering of cigars. He was neatly attired in a plum-coloured coat, with as large a collar of black velvet as his figure could carry, a silken waistcoat bedecked with golden sprigs, a chaste neckerchief much in vogue at that day, representing a preserve of lilac pheasants on a buff ground, pantaloons so highly decorated with side stripes that each leg was a 3-stringed lute, and a hat of state very high and hard. When the prudent Mrs. Chivery perceived that in addition to these adornments her John carried a pair of white kid gloves, and a cane like a little finger-post, surmounted by an ivory hand, marshalling him the way that he should go, and when she saw him, in this heavy marching order, turn the corner to the right, she remarked to Mr. Chivery, who was at home at the time, that she thought she knew which way the wind blew. The collegians were entertaining a considerable number of visitors that Sunday afternoon, and their father kept his room for the purpose of receiving presentations. After making the tour of the yard, little Dorrit's lover with a hurried heart went upstairs, and knocked with his knuckles at the father's door. "Come in," said a gracious voice. The father's voice, her father's, the Marshalsea's father's. He was seated in his black velvet cap, with his newspaper, 3 and 6pence accidentally left on the table, and 2 chairs arranged. Everything prepared for holding his court. "Ah, young John, how do you do, how do you do?" "Pretty well, I thank you, sir. I hope you are the same." "Yes, John Chivery, yes. Nothing to complain of." "I have taken the liberty, sir, of—" "Eh?" The father of the Marshalsea always lifted up his eyebrows at this point, and became amiably distraught, and smilingly absent in mind. "A few cigars, sir." "Oh!" for the moment excessively surprised. "Thank you, young John, thank you. But really, I am afraid I am too— No? Well then, I will say no more about it. Put them on the mantel-shelf, if you please, young John. And sit down, sit down. You are not a stranger, John." "Thank you, sir, I am sure. Miss—" Here young John turned the great hat round and round upon his left hand, like a slowly twirling mouse cage. "Miss Amy quite well, sir?" "Yes, John, yes, very well. She is out." "Indeed, sir?" "Yes, John. Miss Amy is gone for an airing. My young people all go out a good deal, but at their time of life it's natural, John." "Very much so, I'm sure, sir." An airing, yes." He was blandly tapping his fingers on the table, and casting his eyes up at the window. "Amy has gone for an airing on the iron bridge. She has become quite partial to the iron bridge of late, and seems to like to walk there better than anywhere." He returned to conversation. "Your father is not on duty at present, I think, John?" "No, sir, he comes on later in the afternoon." Another twirl of the great hat, and then young John said, rising, "I am afraid I must wish you good day, sir." "So soon? Good day, young John. Nay, nay," with the utmost condescension. "Never mind your glove, John. Shake hands with it on. You are no stranger here, you know." Highly gratified by the kindness of his reception, young John descended the staircase. On his way down he met some collegians bringing up visitors to be presented, and at that moment Mr. Dorrit happened to call over the banisters with particular distinctness, "Much obliged to you for your little testimonial, John." Little Dorrit's lover very soon laid down his penny on the tall plate of the iron bridge, and came upon it looking about him for the well-known and well-beloved figure. At first he feared she was not there, but as he walked on towards the Middlesex side, he saw her standing still, looking at the water. She was absorbed in thought, and he wondered what she might be thinking about. There were the piles of city roofs and chimneys, more free from smoke than on week-days, and there were the distant masts and steeples. Perhaps she was thinking about them. Little Dorrit mused so long, and was so entirely preoccupied, that although her lover stood quiet for what he thought was a long time, and twice or thrice retired and came back again to the former spot, still she did not move. So, in the end, He made up his mind to go on, and seemed to come upon her casually in passing, and speak to her. The place was quiet, and now or never was the time to speak to her. He walked on, and she did not appear to hear his steps until he was close upon her. When he said, "Miss Dorrit," she started and fell back from him, with an expression in her face of fright and something like dislike, that caused him unutterable dismay. She had often avoided him before, always, indeed, for a long, long while. She had turned away and glided off so often when she had seen him coming toward her, that the unfortunate young John could not think it accidental. But he had hoped that it might be shyness, her retiring character, her foreknowledge of the state of his heart, anything short of aversion. Now that momentary look had said, "You, of all people, I would rather have seen any one on earth than you." It was but a momentary look, inasmuch as she checked it, and said in her soft little voice, "Oh, Mr. John, is it you?" But she felt what it had been, as he felt what it had been, and they stood looking at one another, equally confused. "Miss Amy, I am afraid I disturbed you by speaking to you."
"Yes, rather. I came here to be alone, and I thought I was."
"Miss Amy, I took the liberty of walking this way because Mr. Dorrit chanced to mention, when I called upon him just now, that you—" She caused him more dismay than before by suddenly murmuring, "Oh, father, father!" in a heart-rending tone, and turning her face away. "Miss Amy, I hope I don't give you any uneasiness by naming Mr. Dorrit. I assure you I found him very well and in the best of spirits, and he showed me even more than his usual kindness, being so very kind as to say that I was not a stranger there, and in all ways gratifying me very much." To the inexpressible consternation of her lover, little Dorrit, with her hands to her averted face, and rocking herself where she stood as if she were in pain, murmured, "Oh, father, how can you? Oh, dear, dear father, how can you do it?" The poor fellow stood gazing at her, overflowing with sympathy, but not knowing what to make of this, until, having taken out her handkerchief and put it to her still averted face, she hurried away. At first he remained stock-still, then hurried after her. "Miss Amy, pray, will you have the goodness to stop a moment? Miss Amy, if it comes to that, let me go. I shall go out of my senses if I have to think that I have driven you away like this." His trembling voice and unfeigned earnestness brought little Dorrit to a stop. "Oh, I don't know what to do," she cried. "I don't know what to do." To young John, who had never seen her bereft of her quiet self-command, who had seen her from her infancy ever so reliable and self-suppressed, there was a shock in her distress, and in having to associate himself with it, as its cause, that shook him from his great hat to the pavement. He felt it necessary to explain himself. He might be misunderstood, supposed to mean something, or to have done something that had never entered into his imagination. He begged her to hear him explain himself, as the greatest favour she could show him. "Miss Amy, I know very well that your family is far above mine. It were vain to conceal it. There never was a chivalrier gentleman that ever I heard of, and I will not commit the meanness of making a false representation on a subject so momentous. Miss Amy, I know very well that your high-souled brother, and likewise your spirited sister, spurn me from a height. What I have to do is to respect them, to wish to be admitted to their friendship, to look up at the eminence on which they are placed from my lowlier station. For, whether viewed as tobacco or viewed as the lock, I well know it is lowly, and ever wish them well and happy." There really was a genuineness in the poor fellow, and a contrast between the hardness of his head and the softness of his heart, albeit, perhaps, of his head too, that was moving. Little Dorrit entreated him to disparage neither himself nor his station, and, above all things, to divest himself of any idea that she supposed hers to be superior. This gave him a little comfort. Miss Amy," he then stammered, "I have had for a long time, ages they seem to me, revolving ages, a hard, cherished wish to say something to you. May I say it?" Little Dorrit involuntarily started from his side again, with the faintest shadow of her former look. Conquering that, she went on at great speed half across the bridge without replying. "May I, Miss Amy, I but ask the question humbly, may I say it? I have been so unlucky already in giving you pain without having any such intentions before the holy heavens, that there is no fear of my saying it unless I have your leave. I can be miserable alone, I can be cut up by myself. Why should I also make miserable and cut up one that I would fling myself off that parapet to give half a moment's joy to? Not that that's much to do, for I'd do it for twopence." The mournfulness of his spirits, and the gorgeousness of his appearance might have made him ridiculous, but that his delicacy made him respectable. Little Dorrit learned from it what to do.
"If you please, John Chivery," she returned, trembling, but in a quiet way, "since you are so considerate as to ask me whether you shall say any more, if you please, no."
"Never, Miss Amy?"
"No, if you please, never."
"Oh, Lord!" gasped young John.
"But perhaps you will let me, instead, say something to you. I want to say it earnestly, and with as plain a meaning as it is possible to express. When you think of us, John, I mean my brother and sister and me, don't think of us as being any different from the rest, for whatever we once were, which I hardly know, we ceased to be long ago, and never can be any more. It will be much better for you, and much better for others, if you will do that instead of what you are doing now."
Young John dolefully protested that he would try to bear it in mind, and would be heartily glad to do anything she wished.
"As to me," said Little Dorrit, "think as little of me as you can. The less, the better. When you think of me at all, John, let it only be as the child you have seen grow up in the prison with one set of duties always occupying her, as a weak, retired, contented, unprotected girl. I particularly want you to remember that when I come outside the gate, I am unprotected and solitary."
He would try to do anything she wished.
But why did Miss Amy so much want him to remember that?
"Because," returned Little Dorrit, "I know I can then quite trust you not to forget to-day, and not to say any more to me.
You are so generous that I know I can trust to you for that, and I do, and I always will. I am going to show you at once that I fully trust you. I like this place where we are speaking better than any place I know."
Her slight colour had faded, but her lover thought he saw it coming back just then.
"And I may be often here. I know it is only necessary for me to tell you so, to be quite sure that you will never come here again in search of me. And I am quite sure."
"She might rely upon it," said young John. He was a miserable wretch, but her word was more than a law for him.
"And good-bye, John,"
said Little Dorrit.
"And I hope you will have a good wife one day, and be a happy man. I am sure you will deserve to be happy, and you will be, John."
As she held out her hand to him with these words, the heart that was under the waistcoat of sprigs, mere slop-work, if the truth must be known, swelled to the size of the heart of a gentleman, and the poor common little fellow, having no room to hold it, burst into tears.
"Oh, don't cry," said Little Dorrit piteously. "Don't, don't. Good-bye, John. God bless you."
"Good-bye, Miss Amy. Good-bye."
And so he left her. First observing that she sat down on the corner of a seat, and not only rested her little hand upon the rough wall, but laid her face against it too, as if her head were heavy, and her mind were sad. It was an affecting illustration of the fallacy of human projects, to behold her lover, with the great hat pulled over his eyes, the velvet collar turned up as if it rained, the plum-coloured coat buttoned to conceal the silken waistcoat of golden sprigs, and the little direction post pointing inexorably home, creeping along by the worst back streets, and composing, as he went, the following new inscription for a tombstone in St. George's churchyard: "Here lie the mortal remains of John Chivery, never anything worth mentioning, who died about the end of the year 1826, of a broken heart, requesting with his last breath that the word Amy might be inscribed over his ashes, which was accordingly directed to be done by his afflicted parents." End of chapter the 18th, Book the First. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 19th, Book the First, of Little Dorrit. Read for librivox.org by Ellis Christoff. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the First, Chapter the 19th. The Father of the Marshalsea in 2 or 3 relations. The brothers William and Frederick Dorrit, walking up and down the college yard, of course on the aristocratic or pump side, for the father made it a point of his state to be chary of going among his children on the poor side, except on Sunday mornings, Christmas days, and other occasions of ceremony, in the observance whereof he was very punctual, and at which times he laid his hand upon the heads of their infants, and blessed those young insolvents with a benignity that was highly edifying. The brothers, walking up and down the college yard together, were a memorable sight. Frederick the Free was so humbled, bowed, withered, and faded. William the Bond was so courtly, condescending, and benevolently conscious of a position, that in this regard only, if in no other, the brothers were a spectacle to wonder at. They walked up and down the yard on the evening of Little Dorrit's Sunday interview with her lover on the iron bridge. The cares of state were over for that day. The drawing-room had been well attended. Several new presentations had taken place. The 3 and 6pence accidentally left on the table had accidentally increased to 12 shillings, and the father of the Marshalsea refreshed himself with a whiff of cigar. As he walked up and down, affably accommodating his step to the shuffle of his brother, not proud in his superiority, but considerate of that poor creature bearing with him, and breathing toleration of his infirmities in every little puff of smoke that issued from his lips and aspired to get over the spiked wall, he was a sight to wonder at. His brother Frederick of the dim eye, palsied hand, bent form, and groping mind, submissively shuffled at his side, accepting his patronage as he accepted every incident of the labyrinthian world in which he had got lost. He held the usual screwed bit of whitey brown paper in his hand, from which he ever and again unscrewed a spare pinch of snuff. That falteringly taken, he would glance at his brother not unadmiringly, put his hands behind him, and shuffle on so at his side until he took another pinch, or stood still to look about him, perchance suddenly missing his clarionet. The college visitors were melting away as the shades of night drew on, but the yard was still pretty full, the collegians being mostly out, seeing their friends to the lodge. As the brothers paced the yard, William the Bond looked about him to receive salutes, returned them by graciously lifting off his hat, and, with an engaging air, prevented Frederick the Free from running against the company, or being jostled against the wall. The collegians as a body were not easily impressible, but even they, according to their various ways of wondering, appeared to find in the 2 brothers a sight to wonder at. "You are a little low this evening, Frederick," said the father of the Marshalsea. "Anything the matter?" "The matter?" He stared for a moment, and then dropped his head and eyes again. "No, William, no, nothing is the matter." "If you could be persuaded to smarten yourself up a little, Frederick." "Ay, ay," said the old man hurriedly, "but I can't be. Don't talk so. That's all over." The father of the Marshalsea glanced at a passing collegian with whom he was on friendly terms, and who should say, "An enfeebled old man, this, but he is my brother, sir, my brother, and the voice of nature is potent," and steered his brother clear of the handle of the pump by the threadbare sleeve. Nothing would have been wanting to the perfection of his character as a fraternal guide, philosopher, and friend, if he had only steered his brother clear of ruin, instead of bringing it upon him. "I think, William," said the object of his affectionate consideration, "that I am tired, and will go home to bed." "My dear Frederick," returned the other, "don't let me detain you. Don't sacrifice your inclination to me." "Late hours, and a heated atmosphere and ears, I suppose," said Frederick, "weaken me." "My dear Frederick," returned the father of the Marshalsea, "do you think you are sufficiently careful of yourself? Do you think your habits are as precise and methodical as, shall I say, as mine are? Not to revert again to that little eccentricity which I mentioned just now, I doubt if you take air and exercise enough, Frederick. Here is the parade, always at your service. Why not use it more regularly than you do?" "Ah!" sighed the other. "Yes, yes, yes, yes." "But it is of no use saying yes, yes, my dear Frederick," the father of the Marshalsea in his mild wisdom persisted, "unless you act on that assent. Consider my case, Frederick. I am a kind of example. Necessity and time have taught me what to do. At certain stated hours of the day you will find me on the parade, in my room, in the lodge, reading the paper, receiving company, eating and drinking. I have impressed upon Amy during many years that I must have my meals, for instance, punctually. Amy has grown up in a sense of the importance of these arrangements, and you know what a good girl she is." The brother only sighed again, as he plodded dreamily along. "Ah, yes, 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 yes." "My dear fellow," said the father of the Marshalsea, laying his hand upon his shoulder, and mildly rallying him, mildly, because of his weakness, poor dear soul. "You said that before, and it does not express much, Frederick, even if it means much. I wish I could rouse you, my good Frederick. You want to be roused." "Yes, William, yes, no doubt," returned the other, lifting his dim eyes to his face. "But I am not like you." The father of the Marshalsea said, with a shrug of modest self-depreciation, "Oh, you might be like me, my dear Frederick, you might be, if you chose," and forbore, in the magnanimity of his strength, to press his fallen brother further. There was a great deal of leave-taking going on in corners, as was usual on Sunday nights, and here and there in the dark some poor woman, wife or mother, was weeping with a new collegian. The time had been when the father himself had wept, in the shades of that yard, as his own poor wife had wept. But it was many years ago, and now he was like a passenger aboard ship in a long voyage, who has recovered from sea-sickness, and is impatient of that weakness in the fresher passengers taken aboard at the last port. He was inclined to remonstrate, and to express his opinion that people who couldn't get on without crying had no business there. In manner, if not in words, he always testified his displeasure at these interruptions of the general harmony, and it was so well understood that delinquents usually withdrew if they were aware of him. On this Sunday evening, he accompanied his brother to the gate with an air of endurance and clemency, being in a bland temper and graciously disposed to overlook the tears. In the flaring gaslight of the lodge, several collegians were basking, some taking leave of visitors, and some who had no visitors watching the frequent turning of the key, and conversing with one another and with Mr. Chivery. The paternal entrance made a sensation, of course, and Mr. Chivery, touching his cat in a short manner though, with his key, hoped he found himself tolerable. "Thank you, Chivery, quite well. And you?" Mr. Chivery said in a low growl, "Oh, he was all right." which was his general way of acknowledging inquiries after his health when a little sullen. "I had a visit from young John to-day, Chivery, and very smart he looked, I assure you." So Mr. Chivery had heard. Mr. Chivery must confess, however, that his wish was that the boy didn't lay out so much money upon it. For what did it bring him in? It only brought him in vexation, and he could get that anywhere for nothing. "How vexation, Chivery?" asked the benignant father. "No odds," returned Mr. Chivery. "Never mind. Mr. Frederick going out?" "Yes, Chivery, my brother is going home to bed. He is tired and not quite well. Take care, Frederick, take care. Good night, my dear Frederick." Shaking hands with his brother, and touching his greasy hat to the company in the lodge, Frederick slowly shuffled out of the door, which Mr. Chivery unlocked for him. The father of the Marshalsea showed the amiable solicitude of a superior being that he should come to no harm. "Be so kind as to keep the door open a moment, Chivery, that I may see him go along the passage and down the steps." "Take care, Frederick!" "He is very infirm." "Mind the steps!" "He is so very absent." "Be careful how you cross, Frederick!" "I really don't like the notion of his going wandering at large. He is so extremely liable to be run over." With these words, and with a face expressive of many uneasy doubts and much anxious guardianship, he turned his regards upon the assembled company in the lodge, so plainly indicating that his brother was to be pitied for not being under lock and key, that an opinion to that effect went round among the collegians assembled. But he did not receive it with unqualified assent. On the contrary, he said, "No, gentlemen, no. Let them not misunderstand him. His brother Frederick was much broken, no doubt, and it might be more comfortable to himself, the father of the Marshalsea, to know that he was safe within the walls. Still, it must be remembered that to support an existence there during many years required a certain combination of qualities. He did not say high qualities, but qualities, moral qualities. Now, had his brother Frederick that peculiar union of qualities? Gentlemen, he was a most excellent man, a most gentle, tender, and estimable man, with the simplicity of a child. But would he, though unsuited for most other places, do for that place? No, he said confidently, no. And he said, Heaven forbid that Frederick should be there in any other character than in his present voluntary character. Gentlemen, whoever came to that college, to remain there a length of time, must have strength of character to go through a good deal, and to come out of a good deal. Was his beloved brother Frederick that man? No. They saw him, even as it was, crushed. Misfortune crushed him. He had not power of recoil enough, not elasticity enough, to be a long time in such a place, and yet preserve his self-respect and feel conscious that he was a gentleman. Frederick had not, if he might use the expression, power enough to see in any delicate little attentions and testimonials that he might under such circumstances receive, the goodness of human nature, the fine spirit animating the collegians as a community, and at the same time no degradation to himself, and no depreciation of his claims as a gentleman. Gentlemen, God bless you. Such was the homily with which he improved, and pointed the occasion to the company in the lodge before turning into the sallow yard again, and going with his own poor shabby dignity past the collegian in the dressing gown who had no coat, and past the collegian in the seaside slippers who had no shoes, and past the stout greengrocer collegian in the corduroy knee-breeches who had no cares, and past the lean clerk collegian in buttonless black who had no hopes, up his own poor shabby staircase, to his own poor shabby room. There the table was laid for his supper, and his old grey gown was ready for him on his chair back at the fire. His daughter put her little prayer-book in her pocket. Had she been praying for pity on all prisoners and captives, and rose to welcome him. Uncle had gone home then? she asked, as she changed his coat and gave him his black velvet cap. Yes, uncle had gone home. Had her father enjoyed his walk? Why, not much, Amy, not much. No. Did he not feel quite well? As she stood behind him, leaning over his chair so lovingly, he looked with downcast eyes at the fire. An uneasiness stole over him that was like a touch of shame, and when he spoke, as he presently did, it was in an unconnected and embarrassed manner. Something I don't know what, has gone wrong with Chivery. He is not nearly so obliging and attentive as usual tonight. It's a little thing, but it puts me out, my love. It's impossible to forget. Turning his hands over and looking closely at them. That in such a life as mine, I am unfortunately dependent on these men for something every hour in the day. Her arm was on his shoulder, but she did not look in his face while he spoke. Bending her head, she looked another way. I can't think, Amy, what has given Chivery offence. He is generally so very attentive and respectful, and tonight he was quite short with me. Other people there too. Why, good heaven, if I was to lose the support and recognition of Chivery and his brother officers, I might starve to death here. While he spoke, he was opening and shutting his hands like valves, so conscious all the time of that touch of shame, that he shrank before his own knowledge of his meaning. I can't think what it's owing to. I am sure I cannot imagine what the cause of it is. There was a certain Jackson here once, a turnkey of the name of Jackson. I don't think you can remember him, my dear, you were very young, and he had a brother, and this young brother paid his addresses to, at least, did not go so far as to pay his addresses to, but admired, respectfully admired, the, not daughter, the sister of one of us, a rather distinguished collegian. I may say, very much so. His name was Captain Martin, and he consulted me on the question whether it was necessary that his daughter, sister, should hazard offending the turnkey brother by being too plain with the other brother. Captain Martin was a gentleman and a man of honour, and I put it to him first to give me his own opinion. Captain Martin, highly respected in the army, then unhesitatingly said that it appeared to him that his sister was not called upon to understand the young man too distinctly, and that she might lead him on. I am doubtful whether lead him on was Captain Martin's exact expression. Indeed, I think he said tolerate him, on her father's, I should say, brother's account. I hardly know how I have strayed into this story. I suppose it has been through being unable to account for Chivery, but as to the connection between the two, I don't see. His voice died away, as if she could not bear the pain of hearing him, and her hand had gradually crept to his lips. For a little while there was a dead silence and stillness, and he remained shrunk in his chair, and she remained with her arm round his neck and her head bowed down upon his shoulder. His supper was cooking in a saucepan on the fire, and when she moved, it was to make it ready for him on the table. He took his usual seat, she took hers, and he began his meal. They did not, as yet, look at one another. By little and little he began, laying down his knife and fork with a noise, taking things up sharply, biting at his bread as if he were offended with it, and in other similar ways showing that he was out of sorts. At length he pushed his plate from him, and spoke aloud, with the strangest inconsistency. "What does it matter whether I eat or starve? What does it matter whether such a blighted life as mine comes to an end, now, next week, or next year? What am I worth to any one? A poor prisoner, fed on alms and broken victuals, a squalid, disgraced wretch." "Father! Father!" As he rose, she went on her knees to him, and held up her hands to him. "Amy," he went on in a suppressed voice, trembling violently, and looking at her as wildly as if he had gone mad. "I tell you, if you could see me as your mother saw me, you wouldn't believe it to be the creature you have only looked at through the bars of this cage. I was young, I was accomplished, I was good-looking, I was independent. By God, I was, child, and people sought me out and envied me, envied me."
"Dear father,"
she tried to take down the shaking arm that he flourished in the air, but he resisted, and put her hand away. "If I had but a picture of myself in those days, though it was ever so ill done, you would be proud of it, you would be proud of it. But I have no such thing. Now, let me be a warning. Let no man," he cried, looking haggardly about, "fail to preserve at least that little of the times of his prosperity and respect. Let his children have that clue to what he was. Unless my face, when I am dead, subsides into the long-departed look, they say such things happen, I don't know, my children will have never seen me."
"Father, father!"
"Oh, despise me, despise me! Look away from me, don't listen to me, stop me, blush for me, cry for me, even you, Amy! Do it, do it! I do it to myself. I am hardened now. I have sunk too low to care long even for that."
"Dear father, loved father, darling of my heart!"
She was clinging to him with her arms, and she got him to drop into his chair again, and caught at the raised arm, and tried to put it round her neck.
"Let it lie there, father. Look at me, father. Kiss me, father. Only think of me, father, for one little moment."
Still he went on in the same wild way, though it was gradually breaking down into a miserable whining. "And yet I have some respect here. I have made some stand against it. I am not quite trodden down. Go out and ask who is the chief person in the place. They'll tell you that it's your father. Go out and ask who is never trifled with, and who is always treated with some delicacy. They'll say, your father. Go out and ask what funeral here, it must be here, I know it can be nowhere else, will make more talk, and perhaps more grief, than any that has ever gone out at the gate. They'll say your father's. Well then, Amy, Amy, is your father so universally despised? Is there nothing to redeem him? Will you have nothing to remember him by but his ruin and decay? Will you be able to have no affection for him when he is gone, poor castaway, gone?" He burst into tears of maudlin pity for himself, and at length suffering her to embrace him and take charge of him, let his grey head rest against her cheek, and bewailed his wretchedness. Presently he changed the subject of his lamentations, and clasping his hands about her as she embraced him, cried, "Oh, Amy, his motherless, forlorn child! Oh, the days that he had seen her careful and laborious for him!" Then he reverted to himself, and weakly told her how much better she would have loved him if she had known him in his vanished character, and how he would have married her to a gentleman who should have been proud of her as his daughter, and how, at which he cried again, she should first have ridden at his fatherly side on her own horse, and how the crowd, by which he meant in effect the people who had given him the 12 shillings he then had in his pocket, should have trudged the dusty roads respectfully. Thus, now boasting, now despairing, in either fit a captive with the jail wrought upon him, and the impurity of his prison worn into the grain of his soul, he revealed his degenerate state to his affectionate child. No one else ever beheld him in the details of his humiliation. Little recked the collegians who were laughing in their rooms over his late address in the lodge, what a serious picture they had in their obscure gallery of the Marshalsea that Sunday night. There was a classical daughter once, perhaps, who ministered to her father in his prison as her mother had ministered to her. Little Dorrit, though of the unheroic modern stock and mere English, did much more in comforting her father's wasted heart upon her innocent breast, and turning to it a fountain of love and fidelity that never ran dry or waned through all his years of famine. She soothed him, asked him for his forgiveness if she had been, or seemed to have been, undutiful, told him, heaven knows truly, that she could not honour him more if he were the favourite of fortune, and the whole world acknowledged him. When his tears were dried, and he sobbed in his weakness no longer, and was free from that touch of shame, and had recovered his usual bearing, she prepared the remains of his supper afresh, and, sitting by his side, rejoiced to see him eat and drink. For now he sat in his black velvet cap and old grey gown, magnanimous again, and would have comported himself towards any collegian who might have looked in to ask his advice, like a great moral Lord Chesterfield, or master of the ethical ceremonies of the Marshalsea. To keep his attention engaged, she talked with him about his wardrobe, when he was pleased to say that yes, indeed, those shirts she proposed would be exceedingly acceptable, for those he had were worn out, and being ready-made had never fitted him. Being conversational and in a reasonable flow of spirits, he then invited her attention to his coat as it hung behind the door, remarking that the father of the place would set an indifferent example to his children, already disposed to be slovenly, if he went among them out at elbows. He was jocular, too, as to the heeling of his shoes, but became grave on the subject of his cravat, and promised her that, when she could afford it, she should buy him a new one. While he smoked out his cigar in peace, she made his bed and put the small room in order for his repose. Being weary then, owing to the advanced hour and his emotions, he came out of his chair to bless her and wish her good night. All this time he had never once thought of her dress, her shoes, her need of anything. No other person upon earth, save herself, could have been so unmindful of her wants. He kissed her many times with, "Bless you, my love," "Good night, my dear." But her gentle breast had been so deeply wounded by what she had seen of him, that she was unwilling to leave him alone, lest he should lament and despair again. "Father, dear, I am not tired. Let me come back presently, when you are in bed, and sit by you." He asked her, with an air of protection, if she felt solitary. "Yes, father." "Then come back by all means, my love." "I shall be very quiet, father." "Don't think of me, my dear," he said, giving her his kind permission fully. "Come back by all means." He seemed to be dozing when she returned, and she put the low fire together very softly, lest she should awake him. But he overheard her, and called out who was that. "Only Amy, father." "Amy, my child, come here. I want to say a word to you." He raised himself a little in his low bed, as she kneeled beside it to bring her face near him, and put his hand between hers. Oh, both the private father and the father of the Marshalsea were strong within him then. "My love, you have had a life of hardship here. No companions, no recreations, many cares, I am afraid." "Don't think of that, dear. I never do." "You know my position, Amy. I have not been able to do much for you, but all I have been able to do, I have done." "Yes, my dear father," she rejoined, kissing him. "I know, I know." "I am in the 23rd year of my life here," he said, with a catch in his breath that was not so much a sob as an irrepressible sound of self-approval, the momentary outburst of a noble consciousness. "It is all I could do for my children. I have done it. Amy, my love, you are by far the best loved of the three. I have had you principally in my mind. Whatever I have done for your sake, my dear child, I have done freely and without murmuring." Only the wisdom that holds the clue to all hearts and all mysteries can surely know to what extent a man, especially a man brought down as this man had been, can impose upon himself. Enough for the present place that he lay down with wet eyelashes, serene, in a manner majestic, after bestowing his life of degradation as a sort of portion on the devoted child, upon whom its miseries had fallen so heavily, and whose love alone had saved him to be even what he was. That child had no doubts, asked herself no question, for she was but too content to see him with a lustre round his head. Poor dear, good dear, truest, kindest, dearest, were the only words she had for him, as she hushed him to rest. She never left him all that night, as if she had done him a wrong which her tenderness could hardly repair. She sat by him in his sleep, at times softly kissing him with a suspended breath, and calling him in a whisper by some endearing name. At times she stood aside, so as not to intercept the low firelight, and watching him when it fell upon his sleeping face, wondered did he look now at all as he had looked when he was prosperous and happy, as he had so touched her by imagining that he might look once more in that awful time. At the thought of that time, she kneeled beside his bed again, and prayed, "O spare his life! O save him to me! O look down upon my dear, long-suffering, unfortunate, much changed, dear, dear father!" Not until the morning came to protect him and encourage him, did she give him a last kiss and leave the small room. When she had stolen downstairs and along the empty yard, and had crept up to her own high garret, the smokeless housetops and the distant country hills were discernible over the wall in the clear morning. As she gently opened the window and looked eastward down the prison yard, the spikes upon the wall were tipped with red, then made a sullen purple pattern on the sun as it came flaming up into the heavens. The spikes had never looked so sharp and cruel, nor the bars so heavy, nor the prison space so gloomy and contracted. She thought of the sunrise on rolling rivers, of the sunrise on wide seas, of the sunrise on rich landscapes, of the sunrise on great forests where the birds were waking and the trees were rustling. And she looked down into the living grave on which the sun had risen, with her father in 23 years, and said, in a burst of sorrow and compassion, "No, no, I have never seen him in my life." End of chapter the 19th, book the 1st. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 20th, book the 1st, of Little Dorrit. Read for librivox.org by Ellis Christoff. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the 1st. Chapter the 20th. Moving in Society. If young John Chivery had had the inclination and the power to write a satire on family pride, he would have had no need to go for an avenging illustration out of the family of his beloved. He would have found it amply in that gallant brother and that dainty sister, so steeped in mean experiences, and so loftily conscious of the family name, so ready to beg and borrow from the poorest, to eat of anybody's bread, spend anybody's money, drink from anybody's cup and break it afterwards, to have painted the sordid facts of their lives, and they throughout invoking the death's head apparition of the family gentility to come and scare their benefactors, would have made young John a satirist of the first water. Tip had turned his liberty to hopeful account by becoming a billiard marker. He had troubled himself so little as to the means of his release, that Clennam scarcely needed to have been at the pains of impressing the mind of Mr. Plornish on that subject. Whoever had paid him the compliment, he very readily accepted the compliment with his compliments, and there was an end of it. Issuing forth from the gate on these easy terms, he became a billiard marker. and now occasionally looked in at the little skittle ground in a green Newmarket coat, second-hand, with a shining collar and bright buttons, new, and drank the beer of the collegians. One solid stationary point in the looseness of this gentleman's character was, that he respected and admired his sister Amy. The feeling had never induced him to spare her a moment's uneasiness, or to put himself to any restraint or inconvenience on her account. But with that Marshalsea taint upon his love, he loved her. The same rank Marshalsea flavour was to be recognised in his distinctly perceiving that she sacrificed her life to her father, and in his having no idea that she had done anything for himself. When this spirited young man and his sister had begun systematically to produce the family skeleton for the overawing of the college, this narrative cannot precisely state. Probably at about the period when they began to dine on the college charity. It is certain that the more reduced and necessitous they were, the more pompously the skeleton emerged from its tomb, and that when there was anything particularly shabby in the wind, the skeleton always came out with the ghastliest flourish. Little Dorrit was late on the Monday morning, for her father slept late, and afterwards there was his breakfast to prepare and his room to arrange. She had no engagement to go out to work, however, and therefore stayed with him until, with Maggie's help, she had put everything right about him, and had seen him off upon his morning walk, of 20 yards or so, to the coffee-house to read the paper. She then got on her bonnet and went out, having been anxious to get out much sooner. There was, as usual, a cessation of the small talk in the lodge, as she passed through it, and a collegian who had come in on Saturday night received the intimation from the elbow of a more seasoned collegian. "Look out! Here she is!" She wanted to see her sister, but when she got round to Mr. Cripple's, she found that both her sister and her uncle had gone to the theatre, where they were engaged. Having taken thought of this probability by the way, and having settled that in such case she would follow them, she set off afresh for the theatre, which was on that side of the river and not very far away. Little Dorrit was almost as ignorant of the ways of theatres as of the ways of gold mines, and when she was directed to a furtive sort of door, with a curious up-all-night air about it, that appeared to be ashamed of itself, and to be hiding in an alley, she hesitated to approach it. Being further deterred by the sight of some half-dozen close-shaved gentlemen with their hats very strangely on, who were lounging about the door, looking not at all unlike collegians. On her applying to them, reassured by this resemblance, for a direction to Miss Dorrit, they made way for her to enter a dark hall. It was more like a great grim lamp gone out than anything else, where she could hear the distant playing of music and the sound of dancing feet. A man so much in want of airing that he had a blue mould upon him, sat watching this dark place from a hole in the corner, like a spider, and he told her that he would send a message up to Miss Dorrit by the first lady or gentleman who went through. The first lady who went through had a roll of music, half in her muff and half out of it, and was in such a tumbled condition altogether, that it seemed as if it would be an act of kindness to iron her. But as she was very good-natured and said, "Come with me, I'll soon find Miss Dorrit for you," Miss Dorrit's sister went with her, drawing nearer and nearer at every step she took in the darkness to the sound of music and the sound of dancing feet. At last they came into a maze of dust, where a quantity of people were tumbling over one another, and where there was such a confusion of unaccountable shapes of beams, bulkheads, brick walls, ropes, and rollers, and such a mixing of gaslight and daylight, that they seemed to have got on the wrong side of the pattern of the universe. Little Dorrit, left to herself and knocked against by somebody every moment, was quite bewildered, when she heard her sister's voice. "Why, good gracious, Amy, whatever brought you here?" "I wanted to see you, Fanny dear, and as I am going out all day tomorrow, and knew you might be engaged all day today, I thought— But the idea, Amy, of you coming behind, I never did." As her sister said this in no very cordial tone of welcome, she conducted her to a more open part of the maze, where various golden chairs and tables were heaped together, and where a number of young ladies were sitting on anything they could find, chattering. All these young ladies wanted ironing, and all had a curious way of looking everywhere while they chattered. Just as the sisters arrived here, a monotonous boy in a Scotch cap put his head round a beam on the left and said, "Less noise there, ladies," and disappeared. Immediately after which, a sprightly gentleman with a quantity of long black hair looked round a beam on the right and said, "Less noise there, darlings," and also disappeared.
"The notion of you among professionals, Amy, is really the last thing I could have conceived," said her sister. "Why, how did you ever get here?" "I don't know. The lady who told you I was here was so good as to bring me in."
"Like you quiet little things, you can make your way anywhere, I believe. I couldn't have managed it, Amy, though I know so much more of the world." It was the family custom to lay down as family law that she was a plain domestic little creature, without the great and sage experience of the rest. This family fiction was the family assertion of itself against her services, not to make too much of them. "Well, and what have you got on your mind, Amy? Of course you have got something on your mind about me?" said Fanny. She spoke as if her sister, between 2 and 3 years her junior, were her prejudiced grandmother.
"It is not much, but since you told me of the lady who gave you the bracelet, Fanny—"
The monotonous boy put his head round the beam on the left and said, "Look out there, ladies," and disappeared. The sprightly gentleman with the black hair as suddenly put his head round the beam on the right and said, "Look out there, darlings," and also disappeared. Thereupon all the young ladies rose and began shaking their skirts out behind.
"Well, Amy,"
said Fanny, doing as the rest did,
"what were you going to say? Since you told me a lady had given you the bracelet you showed me, Fanny, I have not been quite easy on your account, and indeed want to know a little more if you will confide more to me."
"Now, ladies," said the boy in the Scotch cap. "Now, darlings," said the gentleman with the black hair. There were every one gone in a moment, and the music and the dancing feet were heard again. Little Dorrit sat down in a golden chair, made quite giddy by these rapid interruptions. Her sisters and the rest were a long time gone, and during their absence a voice, it appeared to be that of the gentleman with the black hair, was continually calling out through the music, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, go! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, go! Steady, darlings! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, go! Ultimately the voice stopped, and they all came back again, more or less out of breath, folding themselves in their shawls, and making ready for the streets.
"Stop a moment, Amy, and let them get away before us," whispered Fanny.
They were soon left alone. Nothing more important happening in the meantime than the boy looking round his old beam, and saying, "Everybody at 11 tomorrow, ladies," and the gentleman with the black hair looking round his old beam, and saying, "Everybody at 11 tomorrow, darlings," each in his own accustomed manner. When they were alone, something was rolled up or by other means got out of the way, and there was a great empty well before them, looking down into the depths of which Fanny said, "Now, uncle." Little Dorrit, as her eyes became used to the darkness, faintly made him out of the bottom of the well, in an obscure corner by himself, with his instrument in its ragged case under his arm. The old man looked as if the remote high gallery windows, with their little strip of sky, might have been the point of his better fortunes, from which he had descended, until he had gradually sunk down below there to the bottom. He had been in that place 6 nights a week for many years, but had never been observed to raise his eyes above his music book, and was confidently believed to have never seen a play. There were legends in the place that he did not so much as know the popular heroes and heroines by sight, and that the low comedian had mugged at him in his richest manner 50 nights for a wager, and he had shown no trace of consciousness. The carpenters had a joke to the effect that he was dead without being aware of it, and the frequenters of the pit supposed him to pass his whole life, night and day, and Sunday and all in the orchestra. They had tried him a few times with pinches of snuff offered over the rails, and he had always responded to this attention with a momentary waking up of manner that had the pale phantom of a gentleman in it. Beyond this he never, on any occasion, had any other part in what was going on than the part written out for the clarionet. In private life, where there was no part for the clarionet, he had no part at all. Some said he was poor, some said he was a wealthy miser, but he said nothing, never lifted up his bowed head, never varied his shuffling gait by getting his springless foot from the ground. Though expecting now to be summoned by his niece, he did not hear her until she had spoken to him 3 or 4 times. Nor was he at all surprised by the presence of 2 nieces instead of 1, but merely said in his tremulous voice, "I am coming, I am coming," and crept forth by some underground way which emitted a hilarious smell. "And so, Amy," said her sister, when the 3 together passed out at the door that had such a shamefaced consciousness of being different from other doors, the uncle instinctively taking Amy's arm as the arm to be relied on. "So, Amy, you're curious about me?" She was pretty, and conscious, and rather flaunting, and the condescension with which she put aside the superiority of her charms and of her worldly experience, and addressed her sister on almost equal terms, had a vast deal of the family in it. "I am interested, Fanny, and concerned in anything that concerns you." "So you are, and you are the best of Amy's. If I am ever a little provoking, I am sure you'll consider what a thing it is to occupy my position and feel a consciousness of being superior to it. I shouldn't care," said the daughter of the father of the Marshalsea, "if the others were not so common. None of them have come down in the world as we have. They are all on their own level, common." Little Dorrit mildly looked at the speaker, but did not interrupt her. Fanny took out her handkerchief and rather angrily wiped her eyes. "I was not born where you were, you know, Amy, and perhaps that makes a difference. My dear child, when we get rid of Uncle, you shall know all about it. We'll drop him at the cook's shop where he's going to dine." They walked on with him until they came to a dirty shop window in a dirty street, which was made almost opaque by the steam of hot meats, vegetables, and puddings. But glimpses were to be caught of a roast leg of pork, bursting into tears of sage and onion in a metal reservoir full of gravy, of an unctuous piece of roast beef and blisterous Yorkshire pudding, bubbling hot in a similar receptacle, of a stuffed fillet of veal in rapid cut, of a ham in a perspiration with the pace it was going at, of a shallow tank of baked potatoes glued together by their own richness, of a truss or 2 of boiled greens, and other substantial delicacies. Within were a few wooden partitions, behind which such customers as found it more convenient to take away their dinners in stomachs than in their hands, packed their purchases in solitude. Fanny, opening her reticule as they surveyed these things, produced from that repository a shilling and handed it to Uncle. Uncle, after not looking at it a little while, divined its object, and muttering, "Dinner? Ah, yes, yes, yes," slowly vanished from them into the mist. "Now, Amy," said her sister, "come with me, if you are not too tired to walk to Harley Street, Cavendish Square." The air with which she threw off this distinguished address, and the toss she gave to her new bonnet, which was more gauzy than serviceable, made her sister wonder. However, she expressed her readiness to go to Harley Street, and thither they directed their steps. Arrived at that grand destination, Fanny singled out the handsomest house, and knocking at the door, inquired for Mrs. Merdle. The footman who opened the door, although he had powder on his head, and was backed up by 2 other footmen likewise powdered, not only admitted Mrs. Merdle to be at home, but asked Fanny to walk in. Fanny walked in, taking her sister with her, and they went upstairs with powder going before and powder stopping behind, and were left in a spacious semicircular drawing-room, one of several drawing-rooms, where there was a parrot on the outside of a golden cage, holding on by its beak with its scaly legs in the air, and putting itself into many strange upside-down postures. This peculiarity had been observed in birds of quite another feather, climbing upon golden wires. The room was far more splendid than anything little Dorrit had ever imagined, and would have been splendid and costly in any eyes. She looked in amazement at her sister and would have asked a question, but that Fanny with a warning frown pointed to a curtained doorway of communication with another room. The curtain shook next moment, and a lady, raising it with a heavily ringed hand, dropped it behind her again as she entered. The lady was not young and fresh from the hand of nature, but was young and fresh from the hand of her maid. She had large, unfeeling, handsome eyes, and dark, unfeeling, handsome hair, and a broad, unfeeling, handsome bosom, and was made the most of it in every particular. Either because she had a cold, or because it suited her face, she wore a rich white fillet tied over her head and under her chin. And if ever there were an unfeeling, handsome chin that looked as if, for certain, it had never been, in familiar parlance, chucked by the hand of man, it was the chin curbed up so tight and close by that laced bridle.
"Mrs. Merdle," said Fanny. "My sister, ma'am." "I am glad to see your sister, Miss Dorrit. I did not remember that you had a sister." "I did not mention that I had," said Fanny. "Ah!" Mrs. Merdle curled the little finger of her left hand, as who should say, "I have caught you. I know you didn't." All her action was usually with her left hand, because her hands were not a pair, and left being much the whiter and the plumper of the two. Then she added, "Sit down," and composed herself voluptuously in a nest of crimson and gold cushions on an ottoman near the parrot. "Also professional?" said Mrs. Merdle, looking at little Dorrit through an eyeglass. Fanny answered no. "No?" said Mrs. Merdle, dropping her glass. "Has not a professional air. Very pleasant, but not professional." "My sister, ma'am," said Fanny, in whom there was a singular mixture of deference and hardihood, "has been asking me to tell her, as between sisters, how I came to have the honour of knowing you, and as I had engaged to call upon you once more, I thought I might take the liberty of bringing her with me, when perhaps you would tell her. I wish her to know, and perhaps you will tell her." "Do you think, at your sister's age," hinted Mrs. Merdle. "She is much older than she looks," said Fanny, "almost as old as I am." "Society," said Mrs. Merdle, with another curve of her little finger, "is so difficult to explain to young persons, indeed is so difficult to explain to most persons, that I am glad to hear that. I wish society was not so arbitrary, I wish it was not so exacting. Bird, be quiet." The parrot had given a most piercing shriek, as if its name were Society, and it asserted its right to its exactions. "But," resumed Mrs. Merdle, "we must take it as we find it. We know it is hollow and conventional and worldly and very shocking, but unless we are savages in the tropical seas, I should have been charmed to be one myself. Most delightful life and perfect climate, I am told. We must consult it. It is the common lot. Mr. Merdle is a most extensive merchant. His transactions are on the vastest scale. His wealth and influence are very great. But even he— Bird, be quiet!" The parrot had shrieked another shriek, and it filled up the sentence so expressively that Mrs. Merdle was under no necessity to end it. "Since your sister begs that I would terminate our personal acquaintance," she began again, addressing little Dorrit, "by relating the circumstances that are much to her credit, I cannot object to comply with her request, I am sure. I have a son. I was first married extremely young, of 2 or 3 and 20. Fanny set her lips, and her eyes looked half triumphantly at her sister. "A son of 2 or 3 and 20. He is a little gay, a thing society is accustomed to in young men, and he is very impressible. Perhaps he inherits that misfortune. I am very impressible myself by nature, the weakest of creatures. My feelings are touched in a moment." She said all this and everything else as coldly as a woman of snow, quite forgetting the sisters except at odd times, and apparently addressing some abstraction of society, for whose behoof, too, she occasionally arranged her dress, or the composition of her figure upon the ottoman. "So he is very impressible. Not a misfortune in our natural state, I dare say, but we are not in a natural state. Much to be lamented, no doubt, particularly by myself, who am a child of nature, if I could but show it. But so it is. Society suppresses us and dominates us. Bird, be quiet!" The parrot had broken into a violent fit of laughter, after twisting divers bars of his cage with his crooked bill, and licking them with his black tongue. "It is quite unnecessary to say to a person of your good sense, wide range of experience and cultivated feeling," said Mrs. Merdle from her nest of crimson and gold, and there put up her glass to refresh her memory as to whom she was addressing, "that the stage sometimes has a fascination for young men of that class of character. In saying the stage, I mean the people on it of the female sex. Therefore, when I heard that my son was supposed to be fascinated by a dancer, I knew what that usually meant in society, and confided in her being a dancer at the opera, where young men moving in society are usually fascinated." She passed her white hands over one another, observant of the sisters now, and the rings upon her fingers grated against each other with a hard sound. "As your sister will tell you, when I found what the theatre was, I was much surprised and much distressed. But when I found that your sister, by rejecting my son's advances, I must add in an unexpected manner, had brought him to the point of proposing marriage, my feelings were of the profoundest anguish, acute." She traced the outline of her left eyebrow, and put it right. "In a distracted condition which only a mother, moving in society, can be susceptible of, I determined to go myself to the theatre and represent my state of mind to the dancer. I made myself known to your sister. I found her, to my surprise, in many respects different from my expectations, and certainly none more so than in meeting me with, what shall I say, a sort of family assertion on her own part." Mrs. Merdle smiled. "I told you, ma'am," said Fanny with a heightening colour, "that although you found me in that situation, I was so far above the rest that I considered my family as good as your son's, and that I had a brother who, knowing the circumstances, would be of the same opinion, and would not consider such a connection any honour." "Miss Dorrit," said Mrs. Merdle, after frostily looking at her through her glass, "precisely what I was on the point of telling your sister, in pursuance of your request. Much obliged to you for recalling it so accurately and anticipating me. I immediately," addressing little Dorrit, "for I am the creature of impulse, took a bracelet from my arm, and begged your sister to let me clasp it on hers, in token of the delight I had in our being able to approach the subject so far on a common footing." This was perfectly true, the lady having bought a cheap and showy article on her way to the interview, with a general eye to bribery. "And I told you, Mrs. Merdle," said Fanny, "that we might be unfortunate, but we are not common." "I think the very words, Miss Dorrit," assented Mrs. Merdle. "And I told you, Mrs. Merdle," said Fanny, "that if you spoke to me of the superiority of your son's standing in society, it was barely possible that you rather deceived yourself in your suppositions about my origin, and that my father's standing, even in the society in which he now moved, what that was best known to myself, was eminently superior, and was acknowledged by every one." "Quite accurate," rejoined Mrs. Merdle. "A most admirable memory. Thank you, ma'am. Perhaps you will be so kind as to tell my sister the rest." "There is very little to tell,"
said Mrs. Merdle, reviewing the breadth of bosom which seemed essential to her having room enough to be unfeeling in. "But it is to your sister's credit. I pointed out to your sister the plain state of the case, the impossibility of the society in which we moved recognizing the society in which she moved, though charming, I have no doubt, the immense disadvantage at which she would consequently place the family she had so high an opinion of, upon which we should find ourselves compelled to look down with contempt, and from which, socially speaking, we should feel obliged to recoil with abhorrence. In short, I made an appeal to that laudable pride in your sister." "Let my sister know, if you please, Mrs. Merdle," Fanny pouted with a toss of her gauzy bonnet, "that I had already had the honour of telling your son that I wished to have nothing whatever to say to him." "Well, Miss Dorrit," assented Mrs. Merdle, "perhaps I might have mentioned that before. If I did not think of it, perhaps it was because my mind reverted to the apprehensions I had at the time, that he might persevere and you might have something to say to him. I also mentioned to your sister," I again addressed the non-professional Miss Dorrit, "that my son would have nothing in the event of such a marriage, and would be an absolute beggar. I mention that merely as a fact which is part of the narrative, and not as supposing it to have influenced your sister, except in the prudent and legitimate way in which, constituted as our artificial system is, we must all be influenced by such considerations. Finally, after some high words and high spirit on the part of your sister, we came to the complete understanding that there was no danger, and your sister was so obliging as to allow me to present her with a mark or two of my appreciation at my dressmaker's." Little Dorrit looked sorry, and glanced at Fanny with a troubled face. "Also," said Mrs. Merdle, "as to promise to give me the present pleasure of a closing interview, and of parting with her on the best of terms, on which occasion," added Mrs. Merdle, quitting her nest and putting something in Fanny's hand, "Miss Dorrit will permit me to say farewell with best wishes in my own dull manner." The sisters rose at the same time, and they all stood near the cage of the parrot, as he tore at a claw full of biscuit and spat it out, seemed to mock them with a pompous dance of his body without moving his feet, and suddenly turned himself upside down and trailed himself all over the outside of his golden cage, with the aid of his cruel beak and black tongue. "Adieu, Miss Dorrit, with best wishes," said Mrs. Merdle. "If we could only come to a millennium, or something of that sort, I for one might have the pleasure of knowing a number of charming and talented persons from whom I am at present excluded. A more primitive state of society would be delicious to me. There used to be a poem when I learnt lessons, something about 'Lo, the poor Indians, whose something mind.' If a few thousand persons moving in society could only go and be Indians, I would put my name down directly. But as, moving in society, we can't be Indians, unfortunately, good morning." They came downstairs with powder before them and powder behind, the elder sister haughty, and the younger sister humbled, and were shut out into unpowdered Harley Street, Cavendish Square. "Well?" said Fanny, when they had gone a little way without speaking. "Have you nothing to say, Amy?" "Oh, I don't know what to say," she answered, distressed. "You didn't like this young man, Fanny?" "Like him? He is almost an idiot." "I am so sorry, don't be hurt, but, since you ask me what I have to say, I am so very sorry, Fanny, that you suffered this lady to give you anything." "You little fool!" returned her sister, shaking her with a sharp pull she gave her arm. "Have you no spirit at all? But that's just the way. You have no self-respect, you have no becoming pride, just as you allow yourself to be followed about by a contemptible little chivery of a thing." With the scornfullest emphasis, "you would let your family be trodden on and never turn." "Don't say that, dear Fanny. I do what I can for them." "You do what you can for them," repeated Fanny, walking her on very fast. "Would you let a woman like this, whom you could see, if you had any experience of anything, to be as false and insolent as a woman can be?
Would you let her put her foot upon your family, and thank her for it? No, Fanny, I am sure. Then make her pay for it, you mean little thing. What else can you make her do? Make her pay for it, you stupid child, and do your family some credit with the money." They spoke no more all the way back to the lodging where Fanny and her uncle lived. When they arrived there, they found the old man practising his clarionet in the dolefulest manner in a corner of the room. Fanny had a composite meal to make, of chops and porter and tea, and indignantly pretended to prepare it for herself, though her sister did all that in quiet reality. When at last Fanny sat down to eat and drink, she threw the table implements about and was angry with her bread, much as her father had been last night. "If you despise me," she said, bursting into vehement tears, "because I am a dancer, why did you put me in the way of being one? It was your doing. You would have me stoop as low as the ground before this Mrs. Merdle, and let her say what she liked and do what she liked, and hold us all in contempt, and tell me so to my face, because I am a dancer. Oh, Fanny! And Tip too, poor fellow! She is to disparage him just as much as she likes, without any check, I suppose because he has been in the law, and the docks, and different things. Why, it was your doing, Amy. You might at least approve of his being defended." All this time the uncle was dolefully blowing his clarionet in the corner, sometimes taking it an inch or so from his mouth for a moment while he stopped to gaze at them, with a vague impression that somebody had said something. "And your father, your poor father, Amy, because he is not free to show himself and to speak for himself, you would let such people insult him with impunity. If you don't feel for yourself because you go out to work, you might at least feel for him, I should think, knowing what he has undergone so long." Poor little Dorrit felt the injustice of this taunt rather sharply. The remembrance of last night added a barbed point to it. She said nothing in reply, but turned her chair from the table towards the fire. Uncle, after making one more pause, blew a dismal wail and went on again. Fanny was passionate with the teacups and the bread as long as her passion lasted, and then protested that she was the wretchedest girl in the world, and she wished she was dead. After that, her crying became remorseful, and she got up and put her arms round her sister. Little Dorrit tried to stop her from saying anything, but she answered that she would, she must. Thereupon she said again and again, "I beg your pardon, Amy," and "Forgive me, Amy," almost as passionately as she had said what she regretted. "But indeed, Amy," she resumed when they were seated in sisterly accord side by side, "I hope and I think you would have seen this differently if you had known a little more of society." "Perhaps I might, Fanny," said the mild little Dorrit. "You see, while you have been domestic and resignedly shut up there, Amy," pursued her sister, gradually beginning to patronize, "I have been out moving more in society, and may have been getting proud and spirited, more than I ought to be, perhaps." Little Dorrit answered, "Yes, oh yes. And while you have been thinking of the dinner or the clothes, I may have been thinking, you know, of the family. Now may it not be so, Amy?" Little Dorrit again nodded yes, with a more cheerful face than heart. "Especially as we know," said Fanny, "that there certainly is a tone in the place to which you have been so true, which does belong to it, and which does make it different from other aspects of society. So kiss me once again, Amy dear, and we will agree that we may both be right, and that you are a tranquil, domestic, home-loving, good girl." The clarionet had been lamenting most pathetically during this dialogue, but was cut short now by Fanny's announcement that it was time to go, which she conveyed to her uncle by shutting up his scrap of music, and taking the clarionet out of his mouth. Little Dorrit parted from them at the door, and hastened back to the Marshalsea. It fell dark there sooner than elsewhere, and going into it that evening was like going into a deep trench. The shadow of the wall was on every object, not least upon the figure in the old grey gown and the black velvet cap,
as it turned towards her when she opened the door of the dim room.
"Why not upon me too?"
thought little Dorrit, with the door yet in her hand.
It was not unreasonable in Fanny.
End of chapter the 20th, book the 1st. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 21st, book the 1st of Little Dorrit. Read for librivox.org by Ellis Christoff. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens, book the 1st, chapter the 21st. Mr. Merdle's Complaint. Upon that establishment of state, the Merdle establishment in Harley Street, Cavendish Square, there was the shadow of no more common wall than the fronts of other establishments of state on the opposite side of the street. Like unexceptionable society, the opposing rows of houses in Harley Street were very grim with one another. Indeed, the mansions and their inhabitants were so much alike in that respect, that the people were often to be found drawn up on opposite sides of dinner tables, in the shade of their own loftiness, staring at the other side of the way with the dullness of the houses. Everybody knows how like the street the two dinner rows of people who take their stand by the street will be. The expressionless uniform 20 houses, all to be knocked at and rung at in the same form, all approachable by the same dull steps, all fended off by the same pattern of railing, all with the same impracticable fire escapes, the same inconvenient fixtures in their heads, and everything without exception to be taken at a high valuation. Who has not dined with these? The house so drearily out of repair, the occasional bow window, the stuccoed house, the newly fronted house, the corner house with nothing but angular rooms, the house with the blinds always down, the house with the hatchment always up, the house where the collector has called for 1/4 of an idea, and found nobody at home. Who has not dined with these? The house that nobody will take, and is to be had a bargain. Who does not know her? The showy house that was taken for life by the disappointed gentleman, and which does not suit him at all. Who is unacquainted with that haunted habitation? Harley Street, Cavendish Square, was more than aware of Mr. and Mrs. Merdle. Intruders there were in Harley Street, of whom it was not aware. But Mr. and Mrs. Merdle it delighted to honour. Society was aware of Mr. and Mrs. Merdle. Society had said, "Let us license them, let us know them." Mr. Merdle was immensely rich, a man of prodigious enterprise, a Midas without the ears, who turned all he touched to gold. He was in everything good, from banking to building. He was in Parliament, of course. He was in the City, necessarily. He was chairman of this, trustee of that, president of the other. The weightiest of men had said to projectors, "Now, what name have you got? Have you got Merdle?" And the reply being in the negative, had said, "Then I won't look at you." This great and fortunate man had provided that extensive bosom which required so much room to be unfeeling enough in, with a nest of crimson and gold some 15 years before. It was not a bosom to repose upon, but it was a capital bosom to hang jewels upon. Mr. Merdle wanted something to hang jewels upon, and he bought it for the purpose. Storr and Mortimer might have married on the same speculation. Like all his other speculations, it was sound and successful. The jewels showed to the richest advantage. The bosom moving in society with the jewels displayed upon it attracted general admiration. Society approving, Mr. Merdle was satisfied. He was the most disinterested of men, did everything for society, and got as little for himself out of all his gain and care as a man might. That is to say, it may be supposed that he got all he wanted, otherwise with unlimited wealth he would have got it. But his desire was to the utmost to satisfy society, whatever that was, and take up all its drafts upon him for tribute. He did not shine in company. He had not very much to say for himself. He was a reserved man, with a broad, overhanging, watchful head, that particular kind of dull red colour in his cheeks, which is rather stale than fresh, and a somewhat uneasy expression about his coat cuffs, as if they were in his confidence, and had reasons for being anxious to hide his hands. In the little he said, he was a pleasant man enough, plain, emphatic about public and private confidence, and tenacious of the utmost deference being shown by every one in all things to society. In this same society, if that were it which came to his dinners and to Mrs. Merdle's receptions and concerts, he hardly seemed to enjoy himself much, and was mostly to be found against walls and behind doors. Also, when he went out to it, instead of its coming home to him, he seemed a little fatigued, and upon the whole rather more disposed for bed. But he was always cultivating it nevertheless, and always moving in it, and always laying out money on it with the greatest liberality. Mrs. Merdle's first husband had been a colonel, under whose auspices the bosom had entered into competition with the snows of North America, and had come off at little disadvantage in point of whiteness, and at none in point of coldness. The colonel's son was Mrs. Merdle's only child. He was of a chuckle-headed, high-shouldered make, with a general appearance of being not so much a young man as a swelled boy. He had given so few signs of reason, that a byword went among his companions that his brain had been frozen up in a mighty frost which prevailed at St. John's, New Brunswick, at the period of his birth there, and had never thought from that hour. Another byword represented him as having in his infancy, through the negligence of a nurse, fallen out of a high window on his head, which had been heard by responsible witnesses to crack. It is probable that both these representations were of ex post facto origin, the young gentleman, whose expressive name was Sparkler, being monomaniacal in offering marriage to all manners of undesirable young ladies, and in remarking of every successive young lady to whom he tendered a matrimonial proposal that she was a deuced fine girl, well educated too, with no bigot nonsense about her. A son-in-law with these limited talents might have been a clog upon another man, but Mr. Merdle did not want a son-in-law for himself. He wanted a son-in-law for society. Mr. Sparkler having been in the Guards, and being in the habit of frequenting all the races, and all the lounges, and all the parties, and being well known, society was satisfied with its son-in-law. This happy result Mr. Merdle would have considered well attained, though Mr. Sparkler had been a more expensive article. And he did not get Mr. Sparkler by any means cheap for society, even as it was. There was a dinner-giving in the Harley Street establishment, while little Dorrit was stitching at her father's new shirts by his side that night, and there were magnates from the court, and magnates from the city, magnates from the commons, and magnates from the lords, magnates from the bench, and magnates from the bar, bishop magnates, treasury magnates, horse guard magnates, admiralty magnates, all the magnates that keep us going, and sometimes trip us up. "I am told," said Bishop Magnate to horse guards, "that Mr. Merdle has made another enormous hit. They say £100,000. Horse guards had heard 2. Treasury had heard 3. Bar, handling his persuasive double eye-glass, was by no means clear but that it might be 4. It was one of those happy strokes of calculation and combination, the result of which it was difficult to estimate. It was one of those instances of a comprehensive grasp, associated with habitual luck and characteristic boldness, of which an age presented us but few. But here was Brother Bellows, who had been in the great bank case, and who could probably tell us more. What did Brother Bellows put this new success at? Brother Bellows was on his way to make his bow to the bosom, and could only tell them in passing that he had heard it stated, with great appearance of truth, as being worth, from first to last, 500,000 of money. Admiralty said Mr. Merdle was a wonderful man. Treasury said he was a new power in the country, and would be able to buy up the whole House of Commons. Bishop said he was glad to think that this wealth flowed into the coffers of a gentleman who was always disposed to maintain the best interests of society. Mr. Merdle himself was usually late on these occasions, as a man still detained in the clutch of giant enterprises when other men had shaken off their dwarfs for the day. On this occasion he was the last arrival. Treasury said Merdle's work punished him a little. Bishop said he was glad to think that this wealth flowed into the coffers of a gentleman who accepted it with meekness. Powder! There was so much powder in waiting that it flavoured the dinner. Pulverous particles got into the dishes, and society's meats had a seasoning of first-rate footmen. Mr. Merdle took down a countess, who was secluded somewhere in the core of an immense dress, to which she was in the proportion of the heart to the overgrown cabbage. If so low a simile may be admitted, the dress went down the staircase like a richly brocaded jack in the green, and nobody knew what sort of small person carried it. Society had everything it could want, and could not want, for dinner. It had everything to look at, and everything to eat, and everything to drink. It is to be hoped it enjoyed itself, for Mr. Merdle's own share of the repast might have been paid for with 18pence. Mrs. Merdle was magnificent. The chief butler was the next magnificent institution of the day. He was the stateliest man in the company. He did nothing, but he looked on as few other men could have done. He was Mr. Merdle's last gift to society. Mr. Merdle didn't want him, and was put out of countenance when the great creature looked at him. But in a peaceable society would have him, and had got him. The invisible Countess carried out the green at the usual stage of the entertainment, and the file of beauty was closed up by the bosom. Treasury said, Juno. Bishop said, Judith. Bar fell into discussion with horse guards concerning courts-martial. Brothers Bellows and Bench struck in. Other magnates paired off. Mr. Merdle sat silent and looked at the tablecloth. Sometimes a magnate addressed him to turn the stream of his own particular discussion towards him. But Mr. Merdle seldom gave much attention to it, or did more than rouse himself from his calculations and pass the wine. When they rose, so many of the magnates had something to say to Mr. Merdle individually, that he held little levies by the sideboard, and checked them off as they went out at the door. Treasury hoped he might venture to congratulate one of England's world-famed capitalists and merchant princes. He had turned that original sentiment in the House a few times, and it came easy to him, on a new achievement. To extend the triumphs of such men was to extend the triumphs and resources of the nation, and Treasury felt he gave Mr. Merdle to understand, patriotic on the subject. "Thank you, my lord," said Mr. Merdle. "Thank you. I accept your congratulations with pride, and I am glad you approve." "Why, I don't unreservedly approve, my dear Mr. Merdle, because—" Smiling, Treasury turned him by the arm towards the sideboard and spoke banteringly, "it never can be worth your while to come among us and help us." Mr. Merdle felt honoured by the "No, no," said Treasury, "that is not the light in which one so distinguished for practical knowledge and great foresight can be expected to regard it. If we should ever be happily enabled, by accidentally possessing the control over circumstances, to propose to one so eminent to come among us, and give us the weight of his influence, knowledge, and character, we could only propose it to him as a duty, in fact, as a duty that he owed to society." Mr. Merdle intimated that society was the apple of his eye, and that its claims were paramount to every other consideration. Treasury moved on, and Bar came up. Bar, with his little insinuating jury droop, and fingering his persuasive double eye-glass, hoped he might be excused if he mentioned to one of the greatest converters of the root of all evil into the root of all good, who had for a long time reflected a shining lustre on the annals even of our commercial country,
if he mentioned disinterestedly and as what we lawyers called in our pedantic way amicus curiae, a fact that had come by accident within his knowledge. He had been required to look over the title of a very considerable estate in one of the eastern counties, lying in fact, for Mr. Merdle knew we lawyers loved to be particular, on the borders of 2 of the eastern counties. Now, the title was perfectly sound, and the estate was to be purchased by one who had the command of money, jury droop and persuasive eyeglass, on remarkably advantageous terms. This had come to Bar's knowledge only that day, and it had occurred to him, "I shall have the honour of dining with my esteemed friend Mr. Merdle that evening, and strictly between ourselves, I will mention the opportunity." Such a purchase would involve not only a great legitimate political influence, but some half-dozen church presentations of considerable annual value. Now that Mr. Merdle was already at no loss to discover means of occupying even his capital, and of fully employing even his active and vigorous intellect, Bar well knew, but he would venture to suggest that the question arose in his mind, whether one who had deservedly gained so high a position and so European a reputation did not owe it, we would not say to himself, but we would say to society, to possess himself of such influences as these, and to exercise them, we would not say for his own or for his party's, but we would say for society's benefit. Mr. Merdle again expressed himself as wholly devoted to that object of his constant consideration, and Bar took his persuasive eyeglass up the grand staircase. Bishop then came undesignedly sidling in the direction of the sideboard. Surely the goods of this world, it occurred in an accidental way to Bishop to remark, could scarcely be directed into happier channels than when they accumulated under the magic touch of the wise and sagacious, who, while they knew the just value of riches, Bishop tried here to look as if he were rather poor himself, were aware of their importance, judiciously governed and rightly distributed, to the welfare of our brethren at large. Mr. Merdle with humility expressed his conviction that Bishop couldn't mean him, and with inconsistency expressed his high gratification in Bishop's good opinion. Bishop then, jauntily stepping out a little with his well-shaped right leg, as though he said to Mr. Merdle, "Don't mind the apron, a mere form," put this case to his good friend. Whether it had occurred to his good friend that society might not unreasonably hope that one so blessed in his undertakings, and whose example on his pedestal was so influential with it, would shed a little money in the direction of a mission or so to Africa? Mr. Merdle signifying that the idea should have his best attention, Bishop put another case, whether his good friend had at all interested himself in the proceedings of our combined additional endowed dignitaries committee, and whether it had occurred to him that to shed a little money in that direction might be a great conception finely executed. Mr. Merdle made a similar reply, and Bishop explained his reason for inquiring. Society looked to such men as his good friend to do such things. It was not that he looked to them, but that society looked to them. Just as it was not our committee who wanted the additional endowed dignitaries, but it was society that was in a state of the most agonizing uneasiness of mind until it got them. He begged to assure his good friend that he was extremely sensible of his good friend's regard on all occasions for the best interests of society, and he considered that he was at once consulting those interests and expressing the feeling of society, when he wished him continued prosperity, continued increase of riches, and continued things in general. Bishop then betook himself upstairs, and the other magnates gradually floated up after him until there was no one left below but Mr. Merdle. That gentleman, after looking at the tablecloth until the soul of the chief butler glowed with a noble resentment, went slowly up after the rest, and became of no account in the stream of people on the grand staircase. Mrs. Merdle was at home. The best of the jewels were hung out to be seen. Society got what it came for. Mr. Merdle drank 2 pennyworth of tea in a corner, and got more than he wanted. Among the evening magnates was a famous physician, who knew everybody,
and whom everybody knew. On entering at the door, he came upon Mr. Merdle drinking his tea in a corner, and touched him on the arm. Mr. Merdle started. "Oh, it's you! Any better to-day?" "No," said Mr. Merdle, "I am no better." "A pity I didn't see you this morning. Pray come to me to-morrow, or let me come to you." "Well," he replied, "I will come to-morrow as I drive by." Bar and Bishop had both been bystanders during this short dialogue, and as Mr. Merdle was swept away by the crowd, he made their remarks upon it to the physician. Bar said, there was a certain point of mental strain beyond which no man could go, that the point varied with various textures of brain and peculiarities of constitution, as he had had occasion to notice in several of his learned brothers. But the point of endurance passed by a line's breadth, depression and dyspepsia ensued. Not to intrude on the sacred mysteries of medicine, he took it, now, with the jury droop and persuasive eyeglass, that this was Merdle's case. Bishop said that when he was a young man, and had fallen for a brief space into the habit of writing sermons on Saturdays, a habit which all young sons of the church should sedulously avoid, he had frequently been sensible of a depression, arising as he supposed from an overtaxed intellect, upon which the yolk of a new-laid egg, beaten up by the good woman in whose house he at that time lodged, with a glass of sound sherry, nutmeg, and powdered sugar, acted like a charm. Without presuming to offer so simple a remedy to the consideration of so profound a professor of the great healing art, he would venture to inquire whether the strain, being by way of intricate calculations, the spirits might not, humanly speaking, be restored to their tone by a gentle and yet generous stimulant? "Yes," said the physician, "yes, you are both right, but I may as well tell you that I can find nothing the matter with Mr. Merdle. He has the constitution of a rhinoceros, the digestion of an ostrich, and the concentration of an oyster. As to nerves, Mr. Merdle is of a cool temperament, and not a sensitive man. He is about as invulnerable, I should say, as Achilles. How such a man should suppose himself unwell without reason, you may think strange, but I have found nothing the matter with him. He may have some deep-seated recondite complaint. I can't say. I only say that at present I have not found it out." There was no shadow of Mr. Merdle's complaint on the bosom now displaying precious stones in rivalry with many similar superb jewel stands. There was no shadow of Mr. Merdle's complaint on young Sparkler, hovering about the rooms, monomaniacally seeking any sufficiently ineligible young lady with no nonsense about her. And there was no shadow of Mr. Merdle's complaint on the Barnacles and Stiltstalkings, of whom whole colonies were present, or on any of the company. Even on himself, its shadow was faint enough as he moved about among the throng, receiving homage. Mr. Merdle's complaint, society, and he had so much to do with one another in all things else, that it is hard to imagine his complaint, if he had one, being solely his own affair. Had he that deep-seated recondite complaint, and did any doctor find it out? Patience. In the meantime, the shadow of the Marshalsea wall was a real darkening influence, and could be seen on the Dorrit family at any stage of the sun's course. End of chapter the 21st, book the 1st. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 22nd, book the 1st, of Little Dorrit. Read for librivox.org by Ellis Christoff. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the 1st. Chapter the 22nd. A Puzzle. Mr. Clennam did not increase in favour with the father of the Marshalsea in the ratio of his increasing visits. His obtuseness on the great testimonial question was not calculated to awaken admiration in the paternal breast, but had rather a tendency to give offence in that sensitive quarter, and to be regarded as a positive shortcoming in point of gentlemanly feeling. An impression of disappointment, occasioned by the discovery that Mr. Clennam scarcely possessed that delicacy for which, in the confidence of his nature, he had been inclined to give him credit, began to darken the fatherly mind in connection with that gentleman. The father went so far as to say, in his private family circle, that he feared Mr. Clennam was not a man of high instincts. He was happy, he observed, in his public capacity as leader and representative of the college, to receive Mr. Clennam when he called to pay his respects, but he didn't find that he got on with him personally. There appeared to be something, he didn't know what it was, wanting in him. Howbeit, the father did not fail in any outward show of politeness, but, on the contrary, honoured him with much attention, perhaps cherishing the hope that, although not a man of a sufficiently brilliant and spontaneous turn of mind to repeat his former testimonial unsolicited, it might still be within the compass of his nature to bear the part of a responsive gentleman in any correspondence that way tending. In the threefold capacity of the gentleman from outside who had been accidentally locked in on the night of his first appearance, of the gentleman from outside who had inquired into the affairs of the father of the Marshalsea with the stupendous idea of getting him out, and of the gentleman from outside who took an interest in the child of the Marshalsea, Clennam soon became a visitor of mark. He was not surprised by the attentions he received from Mr. Chivery when that officer was on the lock, for he made little distinction between Mr. Chivery's politeness and that of the other turnkeys. It was on one particular afternoon that Mr. Chivery surprised him all at once, and stood forth from his companions in bold relief. Mr. Chivery, by some artful exercise of his power of clearing the lodge, had contrived to rid it of all sauntering collegians, so that Clennam, coming out of the prison, should find him on duty alone. "Private, I ask your pardon, sir," said Mr. Chivery in a secret manner, "but which way might you be going?" "I am going over the bridge." He saw in Mr. Chivery with some astonishment quite an allegory of silence, as he stood with his key on his lips. "Private, I ask your pardon again," said Mr. Chivery, "but could you go round by Horsemonger Lane? Could you by any means find time to look in at that address?" Handing him a little card, printed for circulation among the connection of Chivery and Co., tobacconists, importers of pure Havana cigars, Bengal cheroots, and fine-flavoured Cubas, dealers in fancy snuffs, etc., etc. "Private, it ain't tobacco business," said Mr. Chivery. "The truth is, it's my wife. She's wishful to say a word to you, sir, upon a point respecting—" "Yes," said Mr. Chivery, answering Clennam's look of apprehension with a nod, "respecting her." "I will make a point of seeing your wife directly." "Thank you, sir, much obliged. It ain't above 10 minutes out of your way. Please to ask for Mrs. Chivery." These instructions, Mr. Chivery, who had already let him out, cautiously called through a little slide in the outer door, which he could draw back from within for the inspection of visitors when it pleased him. Arthur Clennam, with the card in his hand, betook himself to the address set forth upon it, and speedily arrived there. It was a very small establishment, wherein a decent woman sat behind the counter working at her needle. Little jars of tobacco, little boxes of cigars, little assortment of pipes, a little jar or two of snuff, and a little instrument like a shoeing horn for serving it out, composed the retail stock in trade. Arthur mentioned his name, and his having promised to call, on the solicitation of Mr. Chivery, about something relating to Miss Dorrit, he believed. Mrs. Chivery at once laid aside her work, rose up from her seat behind the counter, and deploringly shook her head. "You may see him now," said she, "if you will condescend to take a peep." With these mysterious words, she preceded the visitor into a little parlour behind the shop, with a little window in it commanding a very little dull backyard. In this yard a wash of sheets and tablecloth tried, in vain for want of air, to get itself dried on a line or two, and among these flapping articles was sitting in a chair, like the last mariner left alive on the deck of a damned ship without the power of furling the sails, a little woe-begone young man. "Our John," said Mrs. Chivery. Not to be deficient in interest, Clennam asked what he might be doing there.
"It's the only change he takes," said Mrs. Chivery, shaking her head afresh. "He won't go out even in the backyard, when there's no linen. But when there's linen to keep the neighbours' eyes off, he'll sit there hours. Hours he will. Says he feels as if it was groves."
Mrs. Chivery shook her head again, put her apron in a motherly way to her eyes, and reconducted her visitor into the regions of the business.
"Please to take a seat, sir," said Mrs. Chivery. "Miss Dorrit is the matter with our John, sir. He's a breaking his heart for her, and I would wish to take the liberty to ask how it's to be made good to his parents when bussed."
Mrs. Chivery was a comfortable-looking woman much respected about Horsemonger Lane for her feelings and her conversation, uttered this speech with fell composure, and immediately afterwards began again to shake her head and dry her eyes.
"Sir," said she in continuation, "you are acquainted with the family, and have interested yourself with the family, and are influential with the family. If you can promote views calculated to make two young people happy, let me, for our John's sake, and for both their sakes, implore you so to do."
"I have been so habituated," returned Arthur at a loss, "during the short time I have known her, to consider I have been so habituated to consider Miss Dorrit in a light altogether removed from that in which you present her to me, that you quite take me by surprise. Does she know your son?"
"Brought up together, sir," said Mrs. Chivery. "Played together."
"Does she know your son as her admirer?"
"Oh, bless you, sir," said Mrs. Chivery with a sort of triumphant shiver, "she never could have seen him on a Sunday without knowing he was that. His cane alone would have told it long ago, if nothing else had. Young men like John don't take to ivory hands a painting for nothing. How did I first know it myself? Similarly."
"Perhaps Miss Dorrit may not be so ready as you see."
"Then she knows it, sir," said Mrs. Chivery, "by word of mouth."
"Are you sure?"
"Sir," said Mrs. Chivery, "sure and certain as in this house I am. I see my son go out with my own eyes when in this house I was, and I see my son come in with my own eyes when in this house I was, and I know he done it."
Mrs. Chivery derived a surprising force of emphasis from the foregoing circumstantiality and repetition. "May I ask you how he came to fall into the desponding state which causes you so much uneasiness?"
"That," said Mrs. Chivery, "took place on that same day when to this house I see that John with these eyes return. Never been himself in this house since, never was like what he has been since, not from the hour when to this house 7 years ago me and his father, as tenants by the quarter, came." An effect in the nature of an affidavit was gained from this speech by Mrs. Chivery's peculiar power of construction. "May I venture to inquire what is your version of the matter?" "You may," said Mrs. Chivery, "and I will give it to you in honour and in word as true as in this shop I stand. Our John has every one's good word and every one's good wish. He played with her as a child, when in that yard a child she played. He has known her ever since. He went out upon the Sunday afternoon when in this very parlour he had dined, and met her, with appointment or without appointment, which I do not pretend to say. He made his offer to her. Her brother and sister is high in their views, and against our John. Her father is all for himself in his views, and against sharing her with any one. Under which circumstances she has answered our John, 'No, John, I cannot have you. I cannot have any husband. It is not my intentions ever to become a wife. It is my intentions to be always a sacrifice. Farewell, find another worthy of you, and forget me.' This is the way in which she is doomed to be a constant slave to them that are not worthy that a constant slave she unto them should be. This is the way in which our John has come to find no pleasure but in taking cold among the linen, and in showing in that yard, and in that yard I have myself shown you, a broken-down ruin that goes home to his mother's heart." Here the good woman pointed to the little window, whence her son might be seen sitting disconsolate in the tuneless groves, and again shook her head and wiped her eyes,
and besought him, for the united sakes of both the young people, to exercise his influence towards the bright reversal of these dismal events. She was so confident in her exposition of the case, and it was so undeniably founded on correct premises, in so far as the relative positions of little Dorrit and her family were concerned, that Clennam could not feel positive on the other side. He had come to attach to little Dorrit an interest so peculiar, an interest that removed her from, while it grew out of, the common and coarse things surrounding her, that he found it disappointing, disagreeable, almost painful, to suppose her in love with young Mr. Chivery in the backyard, or any such person. On the other hand, he reasoned with himself that she was just as good and just as true in love with him as not in love with him, and that to make a kind of domesticated fairy of her, on the penalty of isolation at heart from the only people she knew, would be but a weakness of his own fancy, and not a kind one. Still, her youthful and ethereal appearance, her timid manner, the charm of her sensitive voice and eyes, the very many respects in which she had interested him out of her own individuality, and the strong difference between herself and those about her, were not in unison, and were determined not to be in unison, with this newly presented idea. He told the worthy Mrs. Chivery, after turning these things over in his mind, he did that indeed while she was yet speaking, that he might be relied upon to do his utmost at all times to promote the happiness of Miss Dorrit, and to further the wishes of her heart, if it were in his power to do so, and if he could discover what they were. At the same time he cautioned her against assumptions and appearances, enjoined strict silence and secrecy, lest Miss Dorrit should be made unhappy, and particularly advised her to endeavour to win her son's confidence, and so to make quite sure of the state of the case. Mrs. Chivery considered the latter precaution superfluous, but said she would try. She shook her head as if she had not derived all the comfort she had fondly expected from this interview, but thanked him nevertheless for the trouble he had kindly taken. They then parted good friends, and Arthur walked away. The crowd in the street jostling the crowd in his mind, and the two crowds making a confusion, he avoided London Bridge, and turned in the quieter direction of the Iron Bridge. He had scarcely set foot upon it, when he saw little Dorrit walking on before him. It was a pleasant day, with a light breeze blowing, and she seemed to have that minute come there for air. He had left her in her father's room within an hour. It was a timely chance, favourable to his wish of observing her face and manner when no one else was by. He quickened his pace, but before he reached her she turned her head. "Have I startled you?" he asked. "I thought I knew the step," she answered, hesitating. "And did you know it, little Dorrit? You could hardly have expected mine." "I did not expect any, but when I heard a step, I thought it sounded like yours." "Are you going further?" "No, sir. I am only walking here for a little change." They walked together, and she recovered her confiding manner with him, and looked up in his face as she said, after glancing around, "It is so strange. Perhaps you can hardly understand it. I sometimes have a sensation as if it was almost unfeeling to walk here." "Unfeeling?" "To see the river, and so much sky, and so many objects, and such change and motion, then to go back, you know, and find him in the same cramped place." "Oh, yes. But going back, you must remember that you take with you the spirit and influence of such things to cheer him." "Do I? I hope I may. I am afraid you fancy too much, sir, and make me out too powerful. If you were in prison, could I bring such comfort to you?" "Yes, little Dorrit, I am sure of it." He gathered from a tremor on her lip, and a passing shadow of great agitation on her face, that her mind was with her father. He remained silent for a few moments, that she might regain her composure. The little Dorrit, trembling on his arm, was less in unison than ever with Mrs. Chivery's theory, and yet was not irreconcilable with the new fancy which sprang up within him, that there might be some one else in the hopeless, newer fancy still, in the hopeless, unattainable distance. They turned, and Clennam said, "Here was Maggie coming." Little Dorrit looked up, surprised, as they confronted Maggie, who brought herself at sight of them to a dead stop. She had been trotting along, so preoccupied and busy that she had not recognized them until they turned upon her. She was now in a moment so conscience-stricken that her very basket partook of the change.
"Maggie, you promised me to stop near father." "So I would, little mother, only he wouldn't let me. If he takes and sends me out, I must go. If he takes and says, 'Maggie, you hurry away and back with that letter, and you shall have a sixpence if the answer's a good un,' I must take it. Lor, little mother, what's a poor thing of 10-year-old to do? And if Mr. Tip, if he happens to be a-coming in as I come out, and if he says, 'Where are you going, Maggie?' and if I says, 'I am a-going so and so,' and if he says, 'I'll have a try to,' and if he goes into the George and writes a letter, and if he gives it me and says, 'Take that one to the same place,' and if the answer's a good un, I'll give you a shilling. It ain't my fault, mother."
Arthur read, in Little Dorrit's downcast eyes, to whom she foresaw that the letters were addressed.
"I'm a-going so and so. There, that's where I'm a-going to," said Maggie. "I'm a-going so and so. It ain't you, little mother, that's got anything to do with it. It's you, you know," said Maggie, addressing Arthur. "You'd better come, so and so, and let me take and give 'em to you."
"We will not be so particular as that, Maggie. Give them me here," said Clennam in a low voice.
"Well then, come across the road," answered Maggie in a very loud whisper. "Little mother wasn't to know nothing of it, and she would never have known nothing of it if you had only gone so and so, instead of bothering and loitering about. It ain't my fault. I must do what I am told. They ought to be ashamed of themselves for telling me."
Clennam crossed to the other side and hurriedly opened the letters. That from the father mentioned that most unexpectedly, finding himself in the novel position of having been disappointed of a remittance from the city on which he had confidently counted, he took up his pen, being restrained by the unhappy circumstance of his incarceration during 23 years, doubly underlined, from coming himself, as he would otherwise certainly have done, took up his pen to entreat Mr. Clennam to advance him the sum of £3 10 upon his IOU, which he begged to enclose. That from the son set forth that Mr. Clennam would, he knew, be gratified to hear that he had at length obtained permanent employment of a highly satisfactory nature, accompanied with every prospect of complete success in life, but that the temporary inability of his employer to pay him his arrears of salary to that date, in which condition said employer had appealed to that generous forbearance in which he trusted he should never be wanting towards a fellow creature, combined with the fraudulent conduct of a false friend and the present high price of provisions, had reduced him to the verge of ruin, unless he could by a quarter before 6 that evening raise the sum of £8. This sum, Mr. Clennam would be happy to learn, he had, through the promptitude of several friends who had a lively confidence in his probity, already raised, with the exception of a trifling balance of £1.17 and 4pence, the loan of which balance, for the period of 1 month, would be fraught with the usual beneficent consequences. These letters Clennam answered with the aid of his pencil and pocket-book on the spot, sending the father what he asked for, and excusing himself from compliance with the demand of the son. He then commissioned Maggie to return with his replies, and gave her the shilling of which the failure of her supplemental enterprise would have disappointed her otherwise. When he rejoined Little Dorrit, and they had begun walking as before, she said all at once, "I think I had better go. I had better go home." "Don't be distressed," said Clennam. "I have answered the letters. They were nothing. You know what they were. They were nothing."
"But I am afraid," she returned, "to leave him. I am afraid to leave any of them. When I am gone, they pervert, but they don't mean it, even Maggie."
It was a very innocent commission that she undertook, poor thing, and in keeping it secret from you, she supposed, no doubt, that she was only saving your uneasiness.
Yes, I hope so, but I had better go home. It was but the other day that my sister told me that I had become so used to the prison that I had its tone and character. It must be so. I am sure it must be when I see these things. My place is there. I am better there. It is unfeeling in me to be here, when I can do the least thing there. Good-bye. I had far better stay at home.
The agonized way in which she poured this out, as if it burst of itself from her suppressed heart, made it difficult for Clennam to keep the tears from his eyes as he saw and heard her. "Don't call it home, my child," he entreated. "It is always painful to me to hear you call it home."
"But it is home. What else can I call home? Why should I ever forget it for a single moment?"
"You never do, dear little Dorrit, in any good and true service."
"I hope not. Oh, I hope not. But it is better for me to stay there. Much better, much more dutiful, much happier. Please, don't go with me. Let me go by myself. Good-bye. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you."
He felt that it was better to respect her entreaty, and did not move while her slight form went quickly away from him. When it had fluttered out of sight, he turned his face towards the water and stood thinking. She would have been distressed at any time by this discovery of the letters, but so much so, and in that unrestrainable way? No. When she had seen her father begging with his threadbare disguise on, when she had entreated him not to give her father money, she had been distressed, but not like this. Something had made her keenly and additionally sensitive just now. Now, was there someone in the hopeless, unattainable distance? Or had the suspicion been brought into his mind by his own associations of the troubled river running beneath the bridge, with the same river higher up, its changeless tune upon the prow of the ferry-boat, so many miles an hour the peaceful flowing of the stream, here the rushes, there the lilies, nothing uncertain or unquiet? He thought of his poor child, little Dorrit, for a long time there. He thought of her going home. He thought of her in the night. He thought of her when the day came round again. And the poor child, little Dorrit, thought of him. Too faithfully, too faithfully, in the shadow of the Marshalsea wall. End of chapter the 22nd, book the 1st. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 23rd, book the 1st of Little Dorrit. Read for librivox.org by Ellis Christoff. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the 1st. Chapter the 23rd. Machinery in motion. Mr. Meagles bestirred himself with such prompt activity in the matter of the negotiation with Daniel Doyce which Clennam had entrusted to him, that he soon brought it into business train, and called on Clennam at 9 o'clock one morning to make his report. "Doyce is highly gratified by your good opinion," he opened the business by saying, "and desires nothing so much as that you should examine the affairs of the works for yourself, and entirely understand them. He has handed me the keys of all his books and papers. Here they are jingling in his pocket, and the only charge he has given me is, let Mr. Clennam have the means of putting himself on a perfect equality with me as to knowing whatever I know. If it should come to nothing after all, he will respect my confidence. Unless I was sure of that to begin with, I should have nothing to do with him. And there you see," said Mr. Meagles, "you have Daniel Doyce all over. A very honourable character. Oh yes, to be sure, not a doubt of it. Odd, but very honourable. Very odd, though. Now, would you believe, Clennam," said Mr. Meagles, with a hearty enjoyment of his friend's eccentricity, "that I had a whole morning in what's-his-name yard, Bleeding Heart, a whole morning in Bleeding Heart yard, before I could induce him to pursue the subject at all." "How was that?" "How was that, my friend? I no sooner mentioned your name in connection with it than he declared off." "Declared off on my account?" I no sooner mentioned your name, Clennam, than he said, 'That will never do.' What did he mean by that? I asked him. No matter, Meagles. That would never do. Why would it never do? You'll hardly believe it, Clennam, said Mr. Meagles, laughing within himself. But it came out that it would never do because you and he, walking down to Twickenham together, had glided into a friendly conversation in the course of which he had referred to his intention of taking a partner, supposing at the time that you were as firmly and finally settled as St. Paul's Cathedral. Whereas, says he, Mr. Clennam might now believe, if I entertained his proposition, that I had a sinister and designing motive in what was open free speech, which I can't bear, says he, which I really am too proud to bear. I should as soon suspect— Of course you would, interrupted Mr. Meagles, and so I told him, but it took a morning to scale that wall, and I doubt if any other man than myself, he likes me of old, could have got his leg over it. Well, Clennam, this business-like obstacle surmounted, he then stipulated that before resuming with you, I should look over the books and form my own opinion. I looked over the books and formed my own opinion. Is it on the whole for or against? Says he. For, says I. Then, says he, you may now, my good friend, give Mr. Clennam the means of forming his opinion, to enable him to do which, without bias and with perfect freedom, I shall go out of town for a week. And he's gone, said Mr. Meagles. That's the rich conclusion of the thing. Leaving me, said Clennam, with a high sense, I must say, of his candour and his oddity. Mr. Meagles struck in. I should think so. It was not exactly the word on Clennam's lips, but he forbore to interrupt his good-humoured friend. And now, added Mr. Meagles, you can begin to look into matters as soon as you think proper. I have undertaken to explain where you may want explanation, but to be strictly impartial, and to do nothing more. They began their perquisitions in Bleeding Heart Yard that same forenoon. Little peculiarities were easily to be detected by experienced eyes in Mr. Joyce's way of managing his affairs, but they almost always involved some ingenious simplification of a difficulty, and some plain road to the desired end. That his papers were in arrear, and that he stood in need of assistance to develop the capacity of his business, was clear enough. But all the results of his undertakings during many years were distinctly set forth, and were ascertainable with ease. Nothing had been done for the purposes of the pending investigation. Everything was in its genuine working dress, and in a certain honest rugged order. The calculations and entries, in his own hand, of which there were many, were bluntly written, and with no very neat precision, but were always plain and directed straight to the purpose. It occurred to Arthur that a far more elaborate and taking show of business, such as the records of the Circumlocution Office made perhaps, might be far less serviceable, as being meant to be far less intelligible. 3 or 4 days of steady application tendered him master of all the facts it was essential to become acquainted with. Mr. Meagles was at hand the whole time, always ready to illuminate any dim place with a bright little safety lamp belonging to the scales and scoop. Between them, they agreed upon the sum it would be fair to offer for the purchase of a half-share in the business, and then Mr. Meagles unsealed a paper in which Daniel Joyce had noted the amount at which he valued it, which was even something less. Thus, when Daniel came back, he found the affair as good as concluded. "And I may now avow, Mr. Clennam," said he, with a cordial shake of the hand, "that if I had looked high and low for a partner, I believe I could not have found one more to my mind." "I say the same," said Clennam. "And I say of both of you," added Mr. Meagles, "that you are well matched. You keep him in check, Clennam, with your common sense, and you stick to the works, Dan, with your uncommon sense," suggested Daniel with his quiet smile. "You may call it so, if you like, and each of you will be a right hand to the other. Here is my own right hand upon it, as a practical man to both of you." The purchase was completed within a month. It left Arthur in possession of private personal means not exceeding a few £100, but it opened to him an active and promising career. The three friends dined together on the auspicious occasion. The factory and the factory wives and children made holiday and dined too. Even Bleeding Heart Yard dined, and was full of meat. 2 months had barely gone by in all, when Bleeding Heart Yard had become so familiar with short commons again, that the treat was forgotten there, when nothing seemed new in the partnership but the paint of the inscription on the door-posts, Doyce and Clennam, when it appeared even to Clennam himself that he had had the affairs of the firm in his mind for years. The little counting-house reserved for his own occupation was a room of wood and glass at the end of a long, low workshop, filled with benches and vices and tools and straps and wheels, which, when they were in gear with the steam engine, went tearing round as though they had a suicidal mission to grind the business to dust and tear the factory to pieces. A communication of great trapdoors in the floor and roof with the workshop above and the workshop below made a shaft of light in this perspective, which brought to Clennam's mind the child's old picture book, where similar rays were the witnesses of Abel's murder. The noises were sufficiently removed and shut out from the counting-house to blend into a busy hum, interspersed with periodical clinks and thumps. The patient figures at work were swarthy with the filings of iron and steel that danced on every bench and bubbled up through every chink in the planking. The workshop was arrived at by a step-ladder from the outer yard below, where it served as a shelter for the large grindstone where tools were sharpened. The whole had at once a fanciful and practical air in Clennam's eyes, which was a welcome change, and as often as he raised them from his first work of getting the array of business documents into perfect order, he glanced at these things with a feeling of pleasure in his pursuit that was new to him. Raising his eyes thus one day, he was surprised to see a bonnet labouring up the step-ladder. The unusual apparition was followed by another bonnet. He then perceived that the first bonnet was on the head of Mr. F.'s aunt, and that the second bonnet was on the head of Flora, who seemed to have propelled her legacy up the steep ascent with considerable difficulty. Though not altogether enraptured at the sight of these visitors, Clennam lost no time in opening the counting-house door, and extricating them from the workshop, a rescue which was rendered the more necessary by Mr. F.'s aunt already stumbling over some impediment, and menacing steam power as an institution with the stony reticule she carried.
"Good gracious, Arthur! I should say Mr. Clennam far more proper. The climb we have had to get up here, and how ever to get down again, without a fire escape, and Mr. F.'s aunt slipping through the steps and bruised all over, and you in the machinery and foundry way to only think, and never told us." Thus Flora, out of breath. Meanwhile Mr. F.'s aunt rubbed her esteemed insteps with her umbrella, and vindictively glared. "Most unkind never to have come back to see us since that day, though naturally it was not to be expected that there should be any attraction at our house, and you were much more pleasantly engaged, that's pretty certain. And is she fair, or dark blue eyes, or black, I wonder? Not that I expect that she should be anything but a perfect contrast to me, in all particulars, for I am a disappointment, as I very well know, and you are quite right to be devoted, no doubt, though what I am saying, Arthur, never mind, I hardly know myself, good gracious." By this time he had placed chairs for them in the counting-house. As Flora dropped into hers, she bestowed the old look upon him. "And to think of Doyce and Clennam, and who Doyce can be," said Flora. "Delightful man, no doubt, and married, perhaps, or perhaps a daughter. Now has he really? The one understands the partnership and sees it all. Don't tell me anything about it, for I know I have no claim to ask the question, the golden chain that once was forged being snapped, and very proper." Flora put her hand tenderly on his, and gave him another of the youthful glances. "Dear Arthur, force of habit, Mr. Clennam, every way more delicate and adapted to existing circumstances. I must beg to be excused for taking the liberty of this intrusion, but I thought I might so far presume upon old times for ever faded never more to bloom, as to call with Mr. F.'s aunt to congratulate and offer best wishes, a great deal superior to China not to be denied, and much nearer, though higher up." "I am very happy to see you," said Clennam, "and I thank you, Flora, very much for your kind remembrance." "More than I can say myself at any rate," returned Flora, "for I might have been dead and buried 20 distinct times over, and no doubt whatever should have been before you had genuinely remembered me, or anything like it, in spite of which one last remark I wish to make, one last explanation I wish to offer."
"My dear Mrs. Finching," Arthur remonstrated in alarm.
"Oh, not that disagreeable name. Say Flora."
"Flora, is it worth troubling yourself afresh to enter into explanations? I assure you none are needed. I am satisfied. I am perfectly satisfied." A diversion was occasioned here by Mr. F.'s aunt making the following inexorable and awful statement:
"There's milestones on the Dover road."
With such mortal hostility towards the human race did she discharge this missile, that Clennam was quite at a loss how to defend himself, the rather as he had been already perplexed in his mind by the honour of a visit from this venerable lady, when it was plain she held him in the utmost abhorrence. He could not but look at her with disconcertment, as she sat breathing bitterness and scorn, and staring leagues away. Flora, however, received the remark as if it had been of a most apposite and agreeable nature, approvingly observing aloud that Mr. F.'s aunt had a great deal of spirit. Stimulated either by this compliment or by her burning indignation, that illustrious woman then added,
"Let him meet it if he can,"
and, with a rigid movement of her stony reticule, an appendage of great size and of a fossil appearance, indicated that Clennam was the unfortunate person at whom the challenge was hurled.
"One last remark," resumed Flora. "I was going to say I wish to make one last explanation I wish to offer. Mr. F.'s aunt and myself would not have intruded on business hours, Mr. F. having been in business, and though the wine trade still business is equally business, call it what you will, and business habits are just the same, as witness Mr. F. himself, who had his slippers always on the mat at 10 minutes before 6 in the afternoon, and his boots inside the fender at 10 minutes before 8 in the morning, to the moment, in all weathers, light or dark, would not therefore have intruded without a motive, which being kindly meant, it may be hoped, will be kindly taken, Arthur, Mr. Clennam far more proper, even Joyce and Clennam probably more business-like."
"Pray say nothing in the way of apology," Arthur entreated. "You are always welcome."
"Very polite of you to say so, Arthur. I cannot remember Mr. Clennam until the word is out. Such is the habit of times for ever fled, and so true it is that oft in the stilly night ere slumber's chain has bound people, fond memory brings the light of other days around people. Very polite, but more polite than true, I am afraid, for to go into the machinery business without so much as sending a line or a card to papa, I don't say me, though there was a time, but that's past, and stern reality has now, my gracious never mind, does not look like it, you must confess."
Even Flora's commerce seemed to have fled on this occasion. She was so much more disjointed and voluble than in the preceding interview.
"Though indeed," she hurried on, "nothing else is to be expected, and why should it be expected, and if it's not to be expected, why should it be, and I am far from blaming you or any one. When your mamma and my papa worried us to death and severed the golden bowl, I mean bond, but I dare say you know what I mean, and if you don't lose much and care just as little, I will venture to add. When they severed the golden bond that bound us and threw us into fits of crying on the sofa, nearly choked at least myself, everything was changed, and in giving my hand to Mr. F., I know I did so with my eyes open, but he was so very unsettled, and in such low spirits, that he had distractedly alluded to the river, if not oil of something from the chemist's, and I did it for the best."
"My good Flora, we settled that before. It was all quite right."
"It's perfectly clear you think so," returned Flora, "for you take it very coldly. If I hadn't known it to be China, I should have guessed myself the polar regions. Dear Mr. Clennam, you are right, however, and I cannot blame you, but as to Joyce and Clennam papa's property being about here, we heard it from Pancks, and but for him we never should have heard one word about it, I am satisfied. No, no, don't say that. What nonsense not to say it, Arthur. Doyce and Clennam easier and less trying to me than Mr. Clennam, when I know it and you know it too and can't deny it. But I do deny it, Flora. I should soon have made you a friendly visit. Ah, said Flora, tossing her head. I dare say. And she gave him another of the old looks. However, when Pancks told us, I made up my mind that Mr. F.'s aunt and I would come and call, because when Papa, which was before that, happened to mention her name to me, and to say that you were interested in her, I said at the moment, good gracious, why not have her here then, when there's anything to do instead of putting it out? When you say her, observed Clennam, by this time pretty well bewildered, do you mean Mr. F.'s? My goodness, Arthur! Doyce and Clennam really easier to me, with old remembrances. Who ever heard of Mr. F.'s aunt doing needlework and going out by the day? Going out by the day? Do you speak of little Dorrit? Why, yes, of course, returned Flora. And of all the strangest names, I ever heard the strangest, like a place down in the country with a turnpike, or a favourite pony, or a puppy, or a bird, or something from a seed shop to be put in a garden or a flower pot and come up speckled. Then, Flora, said Arthur with a sudden interest in the conversation, Mr. Casby was so kind as to mention little Dorrit to you, was he? What did he say? Oh, you know what Papa is, rejoined Flora, and how aggravatingly he sits looking beautiful and turning his thumbs over and over one another till he makes one giddy if one keeps one's eyes upon him. He said when we were talking of you, I don't know who began the subject, Arthur, Doyce and Clennam, but I am sure it wasn't me. At least I hope not, but you really must excuse my confessing more on that point. Certainly, said Arthur, by all means. You are very ready, pouted Flora, coming to a sudden stop in a captivating bashfulness, that I must admit Papa said you had spoken of her in an earnest way, and I said what I have told you, and that's all. That's all? Said Arthur, a little disappointed. Except that when Pancks told us of your having embarked in this business, and with difficulty persuaded us that it was really you, I said to Mr. F.'s aunt, then we would come and ask you if it would be agreeable to all parties that she should be engaged at our house when required, for I know she often goes to your mamma's, and I know that your mamma has a very touchy temper, Arthur, Doyce and Clennam, or I never might have married Mr. F., and might have been at this hour, but I am running into nonsense. It was very kind of you, Flora, to think of this. Poor Flora rejoined with a plain sincerity, which became her better than her youngest glances, that she was glad he thought so. She said it with so much heart, that Clennam would have given a great deal to buy his old character of her on the spot, and throw it and the mermaid away for ever. I think, Flora, he said, that the employment you can give little Dorrit, and the kindness you can show her— Yes, and I will, said Flora quickly. I am sure of it, will be a great assistance and support to her. I do not feel that I have the right to tell you what I know of her, for I acquired the knowledge confidentially, and under circumstances that bind me to silence. But I have an interest in the little creature, and a respect for her that I cannot express to you. Her life has been one of such trial and devotion, and such quiet goodness, as you can scarcely imagine. I can hardly think of her, far less speak of her, without feeling moved. Let that feeling represent what I could tell you, and commit her to your friendliness with my thanks. Once more he put out his hand frankly to poor Flora. Once more poor Flora couldn't accept it frankly, found it worth nothing openly, must make the old intrigue and mystery of it, as much to her own enjoyment as to his dismay. She covered it with a corner of her shawl as she took it. Then, looking towards the glass front of the counting-house, and seeing two figures approaching, she cried with infinite relish, "Papa! Hush, Arthur, for mercy's sake!" and tottered back to her chair with an amazing imitation of being in danger of swooning, in the dread surprise and maidenly flutter of her spirits. The Patriarch, meanwhile, came inanely beaming towards the counting-house in the wake of Pancks. Pancks opened the door for him, towed him in, and retired to his own moorings in a corner. I heard from Flora,
said the Patriarch with his benevolent smile. "That she was coming to call, and being out, I thought I'd come also. The benign wisdom he infused into this declaration, not of itself profound, by means of his blue eyes, his shining head, and his long white hair, was most impressive. It seemed worth putting down among the noblest sentiments enunciated by the best of men. Also, when he said to Clennam, seating himself in the proffered chair, "And you're in a new business, Mr. Clennam? I wish you well, sir, I wish you well." He seemed to have done benevolent wonders. "Mrs. Finching has been telling me, sir," said Arthur, after making his acknowledgments, the relict of the late Mr. F. meanwhile protesting, with a gesture, against his use of that respectable name, "that she hopes occasionally to employ the young needlewoman you recommended to my mother, for which I have been thanking her." The Patriarch turning his head in a lumbering way towards Pancks, that assistant put up the notebook in which he had been absorbed, and took him in tow. "You didn't recommend her, you know," said Pancks. "How could you? You knew nothing about her, you didn't. The name was mentioned to you, and you passed it on. That's what you did." "Well," said Clennam, "as she justifies any recommendation, it is much the same thing." "You are glad she turns out well," said Pancks, "but it wouldn't have been your fault if she had turned out ill. The credit's not yours, as it is, and the blame wouldn't have been yours, as it might have been. You gave no guarantee. You knew nothing about her." "You are not acquainted, then," said Arthur, hazarding a random question, "with any of her family?" "Acquainted with any of her family?" returned Pancks. "How should you be acquainted with any of her family? You never heard of 'em. You can't be acquainted with people you never heard of, can you? You should think not." All this time the Patriarch sat serenely smiling, nodding or shaking his head benevolently, as the case required. "As to being a reference," said Pancks, "you know, in a general way, what being a reference means. It's all your eye, that is. Look at your tenants down the yard here. They'd all be references for one another, if you'd let 'em. What would be the good of letting 'em? It's no satisfaction to be done by two men instead of one. One's enough. A person who can't pay gets another person who can't pay to guarantee that he can pay, like a person with two wooden legs getting another person with two wooden legs to guarantee that he has two natural legs. It don't make either of them able to do a walking match, and 4 wooden legs are more troublesome to you than 2, when you don't want any." Mr. Pancks concluded by blowing off that steam of his. A momentary silence that ensued was broken by Mr. F.'s aunt, who had been sitting upright in a cataleptic state since her last public remark. She now underwent a violent twitch, calculated to produce a startling effect on the nerves of the uninitiated, and with the deadliest animosity observed, "You can't make a head and brains out of a brass knob with nothing in it. You couldn't do it when your Uncle George was living, much less when he's dead." Mr. Pancks was not slow to reply with his usual calmness. "Indeed, ma'am, bless my soul, I am surprised to hear it." Despite his presence of mind, however, the speech of Mr. F.'s aunt produced a depressing effect on the little assembly. Firstly, because it was impossible to disguise that Clennam's unoffending head was the particular temple of reason depreciated; and secondly, because nobody ever knew on these occasions whose Uncle George was referred to, or what spectral presence might be invoked under that appellation. Therefore Flora said, though still not without a certain boastfulness and triumph in her legacy, that Mr. F.'s aunt was very lively to-day, and she thought they had better go. But Mr. F.'s aunt proved so lively as to take the suggestion in unexpected dudgeon and declare that she would not go, adding, with several injurious expressions, that if he, too evidently meaning Clennam, wanted to get rid of her, let him chuck her out of window, and urgently expressing her desire to see him perform that ceremony. In this dilemma Mr. Pancks, whose resources appeared equal to any emergency in the patriarchal waters, slipped on his hat, slipped out at the counting-house door, and slipped in again a moment afterwards with an artificial freshness upon him, as if he had been in the country for some weeks. "Why, bless my heart, ma'am," said Mr. Pancks, rubbing up his hair in great astonishment, "is that you? How do you do, ma'am? You're looking charming to-day. I'm delighted to see you. Favour me with your arm, ma'am. We'll have a little walk together, you and me, if you'll honour me with your company." And so escorted Mr. F.'s aunt down the private staircase of the counting-house with great gallantry and success. The patriarchal Mr. Casby then rose with the air of having done it himself, and blandly followed, leaving his daughter, as she followed in her turn, to remark to her former lover in a distracted whisper, which she very much enjoyed, that they had drained the cup of life to the dregs, and further to hint mysteriously that the late Mr. F. was at the bottom of it. Alone again, Clennam became a prey to his old doubts in reference to his mother and little Dorrit, and revolved the old thoughts and suspicions. They were all in his mind, blending themselves with the duties he was mechanically discharging, when a shadow on his papers caused him to look up for the cause. The cause was Mr. Pancks. With his hat thrown back upon his ears, as if his wiry prongs of hair had darted up like springs and cast it off, with his jet-black beads of eyes inquisitively sharp, with the fingers of his right hand in his mouth that he might bite the nails, and with the fingers of his left hand in reserve in his pocket for another cause, Mr. Pancks cast his shadow through the glass upon the books and papers. Mr. Pancks asked, with a little inquiring twist of his head, if he might come in again. Clennam replied with a nod of his head in the affirmative. Mr. Pancks worked his way in, came alongside the desk, made himself fast by leaning his arms upon it, and started conversation with a puff and a snort. "Mr. F.'s aunt is appeased, I hope," said Clennam. "All right, sir," said Pancks. "I am so unfortunate as to have awakened a strong animosity in the breast of that lady," said Clennam. "Do you know why?" "Does she know why?" said Pancks. "I suppose not." "I suppose not," said Pancks. He took out his notebook, opened it, shut it, dropped it into his hat, which was beside him on the desk, and looked in at it as it lay at the bottom of the hat, all with a great appearance of consideration. "Mr. Clennam," he then began, "I am in want of information, sir." "Connected with this firm?" asked Clennam. "No," said Pancks. "With what then, Mr. Pancks? That is to say, assuming that you want it of me." "Yes, sir, yes, I want it of you," said Pancks. "If I can persuade you to furnish it, A, B, C, D, D, A, D, E, D, I, D, O, a dictionary order. Dorrit? That's the name, sir." Mr. Pancks blew off his peculiar noise again, and fell to at his right-hand nails. Arthur looked searchingly at him. He returned the look. "I don't understand you, Mr. Pancks." "That's the name that I want to know about." "And what do you want to know?" "Whatever you can and will tell me." This comprehensive summary of his desires was not discharged without some heavy labouring on the part of Mr. Pancks' machinery. "This is a singular visit, Mr. Pancks. It strikes me as rather extraordinary that you should come, with such an object, to me." "It may be all extraordinary together," returned Pancks. "It may be out of the ordinary course, and yet be business. In short, it is business. I am a man of business. What business have I in this present world, except to stick to business? No business." With his former doubt whether this dry, hard personage were quite in earnest, Clennam again turned his eyes attentively upon his face. It was as scrubby and dingy as ever, and as eager and quick as ever, and he could see nothing lurking in it that was at all expressive of a latent mockery that had seemed to strike upon his ear in the voice. "Now," said Pancks, "to put this business on its own footing, it's not my proprietor's." "Do you refer to Mr. Casby as your proprietor?" Pancks nodded. "My proprietor. Put a case. Say, at my proprietor's I here name Name of young person Mr. Clennam wants to serve. Say, name first mentioned to my proprietor by Plornish in the yard. Say, I go to Plornish. Say, I ask Plornish as a matter of business for information. Say, Plornish, though 6 weeks in arrear to my proprietor, declines. Say, Mrs. Plornish declines. Say, both refer to Mr. Clennam. Put the case. Well? Well, sir, returned Pancks. Say, I come to him. Say, here I am. With those prongs of hair sticking up all over his head, and his breath coming and going very hard and short, the busy Pancks fell back a step, in tag metaphor, took half a turn astern, as if to show his dingy hull complete, then forged ahead again, and directed his quick glance by turns into his hat where his notebook was, and into Clennam's face. Mr. Pancks, not to trespass on your grounds of mystery, I will be as plain with you as I can. Let me ask 2 questions. First. All right, said Pancks, holding up his dirty forefinger with his broken nail. I see. What's your motive? Exactly. Motive, said Pancks. Good. Nothing to do with my proprietor. Not stateable at present, ridiculous to state at present, but good. Desiring to serve young person name of Dorrit, said Pancks, with his forefinger still up as a caution. Better admit motive to be good. Secondly, and lastly, what do you want to know? Mr. Pancks fished up his notebook before the question was put, and buttoning it with care in an inner breast pocket, and looking straight at Clennam all the time, replied with a pause and a puff. I want supplementary information of any sort. Clennam could not withhold a smile, as the panting little steam tug, so useful to that unwieldy ship, the Casby, waited on and watched him as if it were seeking an opportunity of running in and rifling him of all he wanted before he could resist its manoeuvres. Though there was that in Mr. Panks's eagerness, too, which awakened many wondering speculations in his mind. After a little consideration, he resolved to supply Mr. Pancks with such leading information as it was in his power to impart him, well knowing that Mr. Pancks, if he failed in his present research, was pretty sure to find other means of getting it. He, therefore, first requesting Mr. Pancks to remember his voluntary declaration that his proprietor had no part in the disclosure, and that his own intentions were good, 2 declarations which that coaly little gentleman with the greatest ardour repeated, openly told him that as to the Dorrit lineage or former place of habitation, he had no information to communicate, and that his knowledge of the family did not extend beyond the fact that it appeared to be now reduced to 5 members, namely, to 2 brothers, of whom one was single, and one a widower with 3 children. The ages of the whole family he made known to Mr. Pancks as nearly as he could guess at them, and finally he described to him the position of the father of the Marshalsea, and the course of time and events through which he had become invested with that character. To all this, Mr. Pancks, snorting and blowing in a more and more portentous manner, as he became more interested, listened with great attention, appearing to derive the most agreeable sensations from the painfullest parts of the narrative, and particularly to be quite charmed by the account of William Dorrit's long imprisonment. In conclusion, Mr. Pancks, said Arthur, I have but to say this. I have reasons beyond a personal regard for speaking as little as I can of the Dorrit family, particularly at my mother's house. Mr. Pancks nodded. And for knowing as much as I can. So devoted a man of business as you are, eh? For Mr. Pancks had suddenly made that blowing effort with unusual force. It's nothing, said Pancks. So devoted a man of business as yourself has a perfect understanding of a fair bargain. I wish to make a fair bargain with you, that you shall enlighten me concerning the Dorrit family when you have it in your power, as I have enlightened you. It may not give you a very flattering idea of my business habits, that I failed to make my terms beforehand, continued Clennam, but I prefer to make them a point of honour. I have seen so much business done on sharp principles that, to tell you the truth, Mr. Pancks, I am tired of them. Mr. Pancks laughed. "It's a bargain, sir," said he. "You shall find me stick to it." After that, he stood a little while looking at Clennam, and biting his 10 nails all round, evidently while he fixed in his mind what he had been told, and went over it carefully before the means of supplying a gap in his memory should be no longer at hand. "It's all right," he said at last, "and now I'll wish you good day, as it's collecting day in the yard. By the by, though, a lame foreigner with a stick—" "Ay, you do take a reference sometimes, I see," said Clennam. "When he can pay, sir," replied Pancks. "Take all you can get, and keep back all you can't be forced to give up. That's business. The lame foreigner with the stick wants a top room down the yard. Is he good for it?" "I am," said Clennam, "and I will answer for him." "That's enough. What I must have of Bleeding Heart Yard," said Pancks, making a note of the case in his book, "is my bond. I want my bond, you see. Pay up or produce your property. That's the watchword down the yard. The lame foreigner with the stick represented that you sent him, but he could represent, as far as that goes, that the Great Mogul sent him. He has been in the hospital, I believe?" "Yes, through having met with an accident. He is only just now discharged. It's pauperizing a man, sir, I have been shown, to let him into a hospital," said Pancks, and again blew off that remarkable sound. "I have been shown so too," said Clennam coldly. Mr. Pancks, being by that time quite ready for a start, got under steam in a moment, and, without any other signal or ceremony, was snorting down the step-ladder and working into Bleeding Heart Yard before he seemed to be well out of the counting-house. Throughout the remainder of the day, Bleeding Heart Yard was in consternation as the grim Pancks cruised in it, haranguing the inhabitants on their backslidings in respect of payment, demanding his bond, breathing notices to quit and executions, running down defaulters, sending a swell of terror on before him, and leaving it in his wake. Knots of people, impelled by a fatal attraction, lurked outside any house in which he was known to be, listening for fragments of his discourses to the inmates, and, when he was rumoured to be coming down the stairs, often could not disperse so quickly but that he would be prematurely in among them, demanding their own arrears, and rooting them to the spot. Throughout the remainder of the day, Mr. Panks's "What were they up to?" and "What did they mean by it?" sounded all over the yard. Mr. Pancks wouldn't hear of excuses, wouldn't hear of complaints, wouldn't hear of repairs, wouldn't hear of anything but unconditional money down. Perspiring and puffing and darting about in eccentric directions, and becoming hotter and dingier every moment, he lashed the tide of the yard into a most agitated and turbid state. It had not settled down into calm water again full 2 hours after he had been seen fuming away on the horizon at the top of the steps. There were several small assemblages of the Bleeding Hearts at the popular points of meeting in the yard that night, among whom it was universally agreed that Mr. Pancks was a hard man to have to do with, and that it was much to be regretted, so it was, that a gentleman like Mr. Casby should put his rents in his hands, and never know him in his true light. For, said the Bleeding Hearts, if a gentleman with that head of hair and them eyes took his rents into his own hands, ma'am, there would be none of this worriting and wearing, and things would be very different. At which identical evening hour and minute, the Patriarch, who had floated serenely through the yard in the forenoon before the harrying began, with the express design of getting up distrustfulness in his shining bumps and silken locks, at which identical hour and minute, that first-rate humbug of 1,000 guns was heavily floundering in the little dock of his exhausted tug at home, and was saying, as he turned his thumbs, "A very bad day's work, Pancks, very bad day's work. It seems to me, sir, and I must insist on making this observation forcibly in justice to myself, that you ought to have got much more money, much more money." End of chapter the 23rd, book the 1st. This recording is in the public domain.